Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtembe TV and be part of our open forum political discussion. We are glad that we have time to meet on this particular space and be able to exchange whatever our views are on the matters arising on our political front. Wherever you're joining us from, we give you a warm welcome and look forward to enjoying every bit of this broadcast together as we dive deep into the latest development on our political front. Mama Ngina comes out as strong and assertive. He said, no insults. Well, what do you make of the same as the latest style of politics is insult after insult and counter insults? Are we going to clean our politics, or what is going to happen? Of course, DP, Ruto, and Kenya Kwanza Alliance were in Narok today, and they had a warm reception. There is something cooking over there. Come and tell us, what do you think? Is Narok locked for UDA, or is it just we are all Kenyans and welcoming to visitors and everybody's welcome in our home? Of course, the Azimio are in Nairobi still digging deep and stamping their authority as the dominance of this particular place and other regions. What do you make of the Azimio campaign? They are cutting across different regions, having multiple meetings and consolidating their stronghold. Is this thing taken by Azimio, or there is still a contest? We need to hear what you feel about the same. Of course, the window for transferring from one party to another is quickly closing. There is the dilemma in Jubilee and UDA. Majority of UDA members of parliament are also members of Jubilee party. Have they resigned? They were to resign, and that thing just died a natural death. What happens when the window closes on them? Will they revert to Jubilee, or will they proceed to UDA? That's something that we can't ignore at this point in time. Welcome wherever you are. We salute all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Let us get down to business. Well, the link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it and allows StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio. That is, allows StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio, and you will be in studio for us to discuss. Some quick shout outs for those that are ardent followers of this particular channel. I am happy that you are out there and following Nasema Xavier Malaba. Thank you so much, Alum. Good evening to you. Sorry for the delay. Alex, my prefect, you're welcome. Thank you. I will not generation the show another day. Abdirizak Ibrahim, thank you so much. Salome Mbone, we salute you. Anderson Nete, Sante Sana, Navstes Limo, thank you so much. Geoffrey Mwangi, we salute you. Alan Simiyu, we are glad you're there. Kuna Jared Joram Wangira, thank you so much. Sakari Ratemo, karibu kwa show. Nancy Joy, Nancy, you're welcome. Rebecca Maina, I'm blessed, you're welcome. Jimmy Ombati, we salute you. Thank you so much. Asante sana, we'll keep the time. I'm sorry for today. Jiru Maura, thank you so much. Bakari Hamis Mondel, thank you so much. Of course, Bakiz Mohammed, we salute you. Thank you so much. Teddy Jirani Jijani, we salute you. Thank you. Julia Moshak. Hey, leo majina imekuwa noma. We have Novestas Lemo, that one I have mentioned. Gasportieno, we thank God for you. Akemo Omwangu, we salute you. Kuna nani Joseph Opanda. Thank you so much. Na wengine wote ambao mnajumuika nasi, karibu kwa show. Naamini tuko na show kali leo na mambo yanakwenda kama yanavyokwenda. Haya, Everybody who joins, please keep your mic mute until we are ready for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is awesome. If I can't mute your mic, it means your gadget is not well configured. Itabidi ungoje kwanza. Well. Jared, how are you today?
I'm doing fine, Bernard. How is everybody on the panel?
They look great. Thank you.
Yes, I've seen a couple of. Actually, I took a lot of time listening to the deputy president in Narok, and he had a chance to explain this bottom up. And I got one or two things how he's going to do his bottom up. He said one of the examples or ways is going to continue the Big Four by building affordable housing, which will eventually create the jobs. So I was asking myself, is the hustlers or the bottom down going to build these affordable houses, or is the big boys who are going to build? Then it will trickle down. So as the explanation, I saw that it's a trickle down, not going up. The money will be given to companies to build, and then that's how they will get a job. As he continued to explain his bottom up, I think it is a name, but it proved that there is nothing such as bottom up. It's still everything trickles from top to bottom. And I hope that they realize that. But as I see how they continue going, my question is very soon they will be ganging billionaires together, calling them hustlers, because now Jimmy Wanjigi is an hustler, you know. So I don't know what is this definition of hustler, who is not an hustler. Now the dynasty, you go this side, you wonder that Kibaki was a president for 10 years, but surprisingly is not a dynasty. And Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was a vice president for less than 3 years, but it's a dynasty. So can somebody help me to understand what is the so-called dynasty? Because as far as I know, Kibaki was in politics for a long time, but it's not here nor there. I think these guys keep running out of what to do. In fact, the deputy president has become a very good messenger. He was in Narok saying everything they have done, and you wonder why he doesn't mention what has not been done. But everything which has been done, and he was continuing promising what else they are going to do, even though it's not even in the government. But he was telling them what is next to continue before the August 8th. So it's unfortunate. But the crowd, I believe that the crowd is as we know it, is being transported. Most of those are people maybe from Kericho and everywhere. Uh, but time will tell. But another serious thing which has come out is on this transfer that both this Wamatangi and the deputy president and many of other people registered with their ID in JUBILEE and with their passport in UDA. So I'm not quite sure. First, that is fraud. But I'm not quite sure why they cannot come out and say, "I'm moving out and I'm moving." So I don't know what they are fearing about all this. But as time goes by, we're gonna, in by Saturday, everything will be cleaned up. Hopefully, that the registrar of political parties has put the systems which can be able to clean up this mess. And then we're gonna go to another section of nominations. That's where now we're gonna see how it's gonna come out. Other than that, I think Nairobi always was in a safe hand. So what they are doing is just to go. I don't think they're stamping because Nairobi has always been for for ODM and Jubilee. So I don't think that is anything. It's just actually to keeping pace to show that it's locked. Nothing much to comment on Mama Ngina, because it's now going to show that grown-ups are coming up telling people that now we can't take these insults, but also reminding them where the region need to follow. I stop there so that we give it a chance to others to open up.
So asante sana Jared. Milane, your opening remarks quickly. Bwana Milane, are you there? Okay, you delay, we pass you over. Salamia watu, unmute, salamia watu, alafu tusonge tafadhali.
Yeah, I'll allow Katwe to go ahead of me.
Okay, thank you. Katwe, your name has been mentioned. You have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing you, Alex. Thank you so much for considering my name first. I think I want to come today on top of Nairobi and even the voting patterns of Kenya. You know, when we tell people that at one given point there is someone who has not muted his mic, Bernard. Okay, thank you. So when we tell people about the voting patterns of every elections and that science works, people castigate us, and at some point they try to abuse us. One thing I want to say is this: voting patterns and science work. The only reason people go to campaigns is probably to convince the new voters who have already registered. And in most of the cases, you cannot find that that they shift so much. Even the old that voted before, they don't shift that much. They will shift probably because of this stronghold, but they will always have that stronghold in mind. For example, if Rift Valley was to vote is devoted to William Ruto, if today William Ruto shifts to Azimio la Umoja, it is very likely 90%, 95% shift with him to Azimio la Umoja, regardless of the party that he has shifted to. So today, in Nairobi, if you check on the voting pattern of history, the history voting pattern, I mean, it is more of Raila Amolo Odinga, whichever the direction. And yesterday we dissected actually when we saw what Malala said about the followers of Raila Amolo in terms of how they vote. And we said that ODM has already moved from that particular of infancy to that point of pure maturity in terms of voting. So elections, if elections were to be conducted today and elections to be conducted in 2032, still people will vote according to the patterns. It does not shift so much. It does not shift so much unless there are these young boys and girls who are coming in as voters. So in my opinion, Nairobi is still a stronghold to them. It has never been moving out so much aside. And you've also seen that they are even coming to the outskirts of Nairobi, the Kiambu part of it, the Machakos part of it. It even catches up to Murang'a. It is still that radar within Nairobi, so it will not shift that much. The only place maybe it will shift, it's where we got the swing vote, where we do not know it will. Even in Nairobi, we've got the swing vote. You understand? Places like Westlands and above, nearing the Kiambu and the Kiambu to Kinungi there, those are just swing votes because most of the people come from Nairobi, they live there, and some of them have been inclined to the parties that are there. So it will not shift that much. But I've seen Mama Ngina coming out. It is very dangerous to see such an old woman coming to the limelight to speak, which means she has been offended by the recent alterations, by utterances by Moses Kuria and other Tanga utterances. So she's coming out, and it is very dangerous. To me, I think they should tread so carefully and be vigilant of what they say in public. They've even got to a point of a daughter to Raila Amolo Odinga. It is a pity. It is a pity, and it is bad manners. Whenever we are fighting in terms of ideologies and politics, we should keep our families aside completely, because they say even after there is life. So why would you bring someone's family to politics? It does not that way. I have not seen Raila Amolo Odinga fighting June Ruto, who does not deserve the seat of an ambassador to Poland. I have not seen him castigating her, because it is not her mistake. The sins of the father cannot be transferred to the sins of the sibling. So we should desist from all this hula baloo politics and forget about attacking people that are not supposed to be attacked. As at now, that is what I will say. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, asante Katwe, lakini naomba muda wetu tunachukua sana mpaka unaona Elda mwenyewe amekuja kusupervise. So kabla atoe kisu, naomba tuchunge muda. Twende sasa kwa Alex, ama Alex upo?
Pea Fred aongee, alafu nitaongea. Fred, nataka kujua anasema nini.
Sasa hii mnaanza kunisumbua. Hii sio ya elders, mtangoja hiyo saa 10 yenu. Milan, uko ready?
Nani huyu analeta shida? Niko hapa, tuko hapa baba, tutaongea.
Haya, dakika yako moja, salimia wateja. Fred, salimia wateja, alafu tusonge mbele tafadhali. Fred, greet the people, please, and let's move on. What is it?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanasemanga aje Mr. Chair ama Mr. Speaker sir. Sasa tunajaribu kufanya hiyo practice hapa kwa sababu we are the incoming parliamentary representative, kwa sababu hao watu wenye tunachakua wanaenda kulala tu kwa bunge. Unachakua mtu ukifikiria ataenda ku present your issues, alafu anaenda huko, alafu anakeuka, anapelekwa kwa choo, anapewa 10,000, alafu anapitisha vitu zingine zenye hazieleweki. So these people, in fact, anybody who is in a sitting MP na anatoka na unajua wewe ni mpiga kura mahali pale, wote fakilia nyumbani, wote naanzia hapo, kwa sababu wamekosa moral, wamekosa respect, wamekosa ile inaitwaje, uwajibikaji, inaitwa nini, responsibility, si ndio? Wamekosa kuwajibika kwa yale majukumu ambayo mliowapea kama wapiga kura. So any sitting MP anakuja kuambia vile angakukaenda, futa wao wote, futa. Mimi napika sasa, hiyo ndio kampeni niko nayo, futa wote. Bernard, unisaidie kupiga hiyo nini.
Sasa
okay.
Inaonekana wao ndio umeniheri slogan ya
na nikawaambia in politics nothing happens for me ati tu kwa ajali hakuna. When you hear Mama Ngina Kenyatta speaks the same way unasikia ile kitu yellow fever walikuwa wanataka ku ride on waki-invoke Mau Mau. Now today I have had Mau Mau veterans already wako kotini wameshtaki Ruto. Ingelienda the other way round angelikuwa ame earn points, but imeenda vice versa. Na sasa hii hapa ndipo tunasema ya kwamba mkuki ni tamu kwa nguruwe, ni chungu kwa nguruwe, lakini kwa mlaji ni tamu sana. Mkuki kwa nguruwe ni chungu, lakini kwa mlaji ni tamu sana. So when you hear Mama Ngina comes God blessing, anasema ya kwamba ndirenda kumwira atiriri kuria mutongoria wanyu aramuonia murore mumenyerere muno na kou niko ndirenda muthie kana murore. Anamaanisha nini my friend? Unajua kama ushafuatilia siasa ya President Uhuru Kenyatta, if he want to deliver a strong message wanga na tune into Kikuyu, a very strong message into Kikuyu. Akituni pale anakuanga ashapeana uchumbe. Na niliwaambia hapa kwa hii platform nikasema ya kwamba kumbuka the impact of Sakana 3, it will not be felt immediately. Remember, the organizer of the event, they were expecting 5,000 people. How many people were in attendees? More than 30,000. What does that mean? 30,000 inamaanisha all counties were represented. Na kulingana na ile ujumbe tumeweza kupata kutoka kwa ile mkutano, wanasema hata ungelikuwa unatoka wapi kama shemanio oka tulia kanyama oka okomea bas rucio ine ruo muthi tukorwe twe kou kiharo ine. That's what happened that day. Haijalishi umetoka in which community, umetoka country kani, umetoka kona gani, lakini ne kama shemanio oka moro wa maito, yani kuja ndugu yangu, kuja mwale wa maito, kuja dada yangu, olie ukunywe na ulale vizuri, alafu rosine asubuhi na mapema twende kwa hiyo uwanja tusikize mudhamaki anasema nini. Now the impact of Sakana 3 is being felt right now. And I told you, there is no way you will hear Uhuru Kenyatta attack without knowing the outcome of the battle. There is no way utamusikia Uhuru Kenyatta amemeki move kama hajajiuliza hii move na meki itafanya nini, italeta mazao gani. Is a very genius politician ambayo tumebaki na yeye, apart from the enigma of politics in Kenya, in East and Central Africa, baba mwenyewe. Apart from that one, the other person tumebaki na yeye na alifundishwa siasa na baba yake is only Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So usifikirie Mama Ngina Kenyatta aliongea kwa sababu alikuwa anataka kuongea. No. Alikuwa anasema nini? It's very simple message. Politely. Kama kuna mtu ameona hiyo video, politely ndirenda kumwira atiriri mutongoria wanyu kana muthamaki wanyu atinge muhenia kuria aramwira muroreri ndirenda murore hau na ndirenda ari andu mararumana niki uraruma mutongoria Wewe onileko, uliona wapi mudhamaki ama kiongozi akitukanwa? Wale watu wanatukana kiongozi, inamaanisha they don't deserve that thing. Ni nani anapiga? Nilikuja kwenu nikasema ya kwamba huyu kijana anafaa, ako na good morals, lakini amepotoka, ameonja tu pawa kidogo akapotoka. Now he turns up to become a mwenye ajamiti bwana. Sasa
tamatisha.
naongea bwana.
Naomba utamatishe. Thank you.
What I was saying, mimi hata siendi mambo mingi, mimi naongea tu. Iwapo kulikuwa na ile oath ilikulwa, ingekulwa katika nyumba ya Mama Ngina Kenyatta. Kama kungelikuwa na watu walilazimishwa kufanya jambo ambalo halikuwa linastahili, lingefanywa in the presence of Mama Ngina Kenyatta. But when you hear Mama Ngina Kenyatta comes outside there and denounce and renounce and announce that this is the way to go, my friend, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Na kama kulikuweko na kitu kama hiyo, basi Uhuru Kenyatta anafaa kupewa Nobel Prize kwa kufunja hiyo idikati na mila ya kipumbavu yenye haikuwa na misingi. Wewe mwenye unanisumbua, wewe ndio mimi ningekuwa nimemaliza, lakini why are you disturbing me? Nimemaliza na nimekasirika. Nimekasirika na huyo mtu.
Elder, after we ordained you elder of the church, you are now wanting to don't break the same law you have just established. Thank you. Alex, what I say?
Nothing.
Okay. Milan, karibu.
Yeah, so first, I think I want to thank you, Bernard, for this platform and also giving us opportunity to be able to express ourselves, give our views, and discuss the context with which the Kenyan politics finds itself in. Having given that particular background, I would want to look at a few things from my end. So first, I want to start with a very simple analogy that is written in the book of Jaramogi, Not Yet Uhuru. So he gives a story and he says that when you have 100 black ants and you have 100 red ants, and you put these particular ants in the same jar, they will not fight. When you come back, you'll find those ants as you put them. They are all brothers and sisters, and they have no quarrel until someone shakes the jar. So if the jar is shaken, the red ant sees the black ants as the enemies, and the black ant sees the red ants as the enemies, and they eat themselves to death. And this is not the problem of the red jar. It's not the problem of the red ants, and it's not the problem of the black ants. The problem is the person who shakes the jar. And in my case, in the Kenyan context, we have a particular set of coalition of people who are constantly shaking the Kenyan jar. All of us are different in our culture, our placement, our philosophy, ideology, and our background. We have come from different minorities and majorities in different ways in our own rights. You see, first we have hustler people, and then we have the dynasties as perceived, created, perpetuated, funded by the jar shaker. We have different communities with different cultures. Now you find some people are now telling people that, hey, you must understand that you are from a particular community and you took an oath and you are of another community that does not particularly practice this particular cultural right that is being practiced by this particular community. As such, we are only but shaken by the jar shaker. Before then, we were actually brothers and sisters. Nobody discussed this in 4 years ago, 10 years ago, something that's what we only discussed this when we are going to the election. So we are calm, quiet, both red, black, but when it comes to election time, we have these coconut brained people that will shake the jar for the sake of making sure that the country, people start eating each other and people getting the wrong side of being in the wrong side of history. We want to call out that we don't want to hear this thing that separate us as Kenyans in terms of class, that will be able to bring class wars. And that is what I heard in Narok, because in Narok, they're basically saying that they have this kind of that they were surprised that Narok is Azimio is hustler. So we want to be able to say that it is very important that they understand that in as much as they are excited about their meaningless slogans, that their slogans do not have any meaning at all. They must be able to explain to us their policies on what they want to do for us. I want to be able to address myself to the issue that my colleagues have been able to look at of the first lady, the former first lady. And I think she has her democratic right to be able to support any candidate as a Kenyan, and also being a senior citizen. And I think she's wise to be able to point out to her community and point out to the entire nation that she has seen it all. She was there when the foundations of this country were put, and she's still here today.
Milan, are you still there? Okay, it's like Milan ameongewa neti ama. Are you able to hear me? Confirm?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, wewe ndio ulikuwa umekwama. Endelea tafadhali, malizia.
Okay, so the first lady has got a right to be able to discuss anything that she wants to be able to discuss, and she is a senior citizen of this particular country, and I think that she's seen it all. She was there when the foundation stones were set. She's here today. She's seen the transformation. She knows whose hands this country is safe in, and that for me is a big thing. 2 Corinthians 7 and verse 2 talks about something that is very interesting, that we come to you in calmness and we have not corrupted anybody, we have not stolen from anybody. So why is it that when it comes to a turn, or when you request that we be given an opportunity, people get to shake the jar every now and then? I think this needs a fair, free and fair level playing ground, that all of us would get a fair chance constitutionally to be able to achieve what we want to be able to achieve.
Okay, thank you, Milan. Good one. Murunga.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm okay.
Yes, talk to us.
I will only say hi to everybody and say the season has just begun again, where we have people hoping within the formations, other formations. Today, I was surprised to hear that someone has 2 tickets. One in Jubilee, you register via your ID card, and on the other side, you register with your passport. So that's very interesting to hear, and we're looking forward to see more happening. So on a light note, let me say, good evening, everybody. I'll be waiting. I'll be coming in later. I'm on Bernard. I'm on wheels. I'm heading home. Changia nikifika. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Murunga. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Alex.
Yeah, Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, leo ninataka utachukua muda wangu.
Wewe toka kwa giza bwana.
Kwani unataka kufanyia nini? Najua dawa.
Endelea.
Bernard, leo I want to go spiritual. Nataka nichukue the pulpit agenda. Kwa maana hiyo ndio Ruto alichukua last weekend. And mimi nampenda mtu mmoja Biblia ambaye anaitwa Daudi. In the Bible, David is mentioned more than 1,100 times. And in the book of Romans, when Paul is trying to convince the Judaist people from his Jewish background, anawaambia, even your father Abraham and David subscribe to what I'm telling you. Sasa huyu Daudi iko vitu ambayo katika uongozi wake, because we are mesmerized by Davidic dynasty, na kama kuna dynasty ambayo tunaweza taka tukonjae with na tuangalie ni the Davidic dynasty. Huyu Daudi alikuwa na makosa yake mengi sana, lakini he was anointed. Sasa nataka nikusomee vitu fulani hapa ndo unisaidie. Kitu cha kwanza kusomea, wakati Daudi anasema, akaja akaambia kijana wake kuwa these two sons of let me read for you, Bernard, so that you can fully understand, because I don't want to read something. And 2 Samuel chapter 3 verse 39. And today, even though I am the anointed king, I am weak. These sons of Zeruiah are too strong for me. May the Lord repay their evil doing according to the evil deeds. So Joab alifika wakati akakuwa too powerful than the king. And the king had to acknowledge that. Lakini nini ilimpa hizi nguvu? Nataka turudi nyuma na tuangalie wakati Daudi anamwambia Job aende amuue nani? Uriah. Biblia inatuambia, just wait for me a little bit, usikasirike na mimi leo. Biblia inasema, na nitaisoma, inasema, put Uriah in the front line where the fight is fiercest, then withdraw from him so he can be struck and die. So while Joab had the city under siege, his singular goal was to put Uriah in the front, and he was killed. And he sent the message to David, and David was happy. Baadaye Daudi anasema, these sons of Zeruiah are too powerful for me. Now, when David is dying, in the brink of his death, akakumbuka mistakes zake zote ambazo alifanya. Amebakisha few hours kukufa, akamwambia, not long before David is dying, he told his son, my son, I will die soon, as everyone must, but I want you to be strong and brave. Do what I have told you. Verse 5 inasema, Solomon, don't forget what I did, what Joab did to me by killing Abner. And I tell you, you must kill this man. He is guilty, and you put him and punish him in the way that is best. Whatever you do, don't let him die peacefully in his old age. Haya ni maneno ambayo tunaangalia, ambayo mimi nayaona yanaendelea katika Kenya. Baba Moi aliambia Uhuru kitu kimoja, na itafanyika, na inawezekana. Ruto has blood in his hands. He is guilty. I'm not afraid to say that. Jirongo has come openly and said in 2 incidences where they had gone, he held a boy in his until the boy died. Jirongo has said over, including 3 people, Khalwale, Wetangula, and Mudavadi, when Jacob Juma died. They all told us, we have the videos. Until the last day, Jacob Juma wrote a Twitter saying his death will be on one man, William Samoei Ruto. Na ukimwona Mama Ngina anakuja kuongea, iko maneno. Na hizi ni laana na tunaziona. Na tunaweza zichukulia ni kama siasa. Bernard, uongozi unatoka kwa Mungu. Mara nyingi nimekuwa nikijiuliza maswali mengi. Raila alishinda straight 2007. Nobody can argue against that. But God said capital N-O. You know it. 2017, it was clear, but God said capital N-O. But this time around, it looks like God has said capital Y-E-S. And I look back and I see a situation whereby William Samoei Ruto, the heavens has ganged against him because the people that are joining him are people of suspect of every nature. So we don't need to fight with William Samoei Ruto anymore. When Mama Ngina spoke, I don't know what she spoke, but one thing I knew for sure, she's going to address the earth one day. In details, today she didn't. But if anyone thinks it's something to take by, when she will, those who use that oath against others, we will see what will happen. Moses Kuria is already a man under curse, and you can't curse him more. So I will finish there today.
Hey, I am finished. Yes, Fred.
Hey, hallelujah. Sema glory be to God.
Glory be to God.
Amen. Because let me borrow my own words. When I talked about Jezebel and Ahab, what transpired in between Jezebel and Ahab? Jezebel was the wife to Ahab. And Jezebel declared that Naboth should be stoned to death. The reason being, he refused to give Ahab his garden. Shamba. And the messenger came. The message came from above. And the Bible says, you, Ahab, you have done what Jezebel, your wife, told you to do. But in this field, at this time, this year, the same time, and this field, your blood will be licked by the dogs, and your body shall be thrown out there in the gates of Samaria, and it shall be swallowed or eaten by the vultures. Shamba. Mteshi is no more. Shamba too. The prophecy must come to be fulfilled. But ole wake atakaye sababisha ye unabii utimie. Mchungaji Alex, wewe kwani uliambiwa umetuhubiria tumekubali. Asante sana. That I wanted to support your sentiments, and thank you for that sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. It's like today you want to have a revival service, but we thank God it's building up very well. So let's keep going. Tumsikilize Mama Selina kwanza, alafu ndio turudi kwa Mkururo. Mathe, vipi?
Bernard bwana. Bernard, I've been waiting.
Okay, give it to him.
I know you've been waiting. Hold on. There is we give priority to ladies since they are the minority on the platform. You are next after Alex, I know that, but we'll give to Mama Selina
No
first.
problem.
Then
No problem.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Karibu.
Asante Penat. Alex, may the Lord bless you. Freddy Kasuti, wow. Milton Charat. Tungetaka Charat pia atatuambia vile mama aliongea, kwa sababu unajua saa zingine wamama wakiongea kwa lugha na ilikuwa ni funeral and the sound was not even, mama naonekana shosho is our grandmother. Aliongea na mauchungu sana, hata hiyo language vile alikuwa naongea, she was a shaken person. But okay, kwa sababu ilikuwa ni mashishi, that is another thing. But unajua Penat, watu yetu ama vijana, I want to say this kwa sababu watu wenye wanaona wako vijana wanachukua mambo ya watu wasee kama ni mchezo. Bernard, it is not nice uwe umelaniwa na watu wasee mmoja mbili. It is not nice kwa sababu tunachukua vitu ingine kwa msaada, kwa msaa. Mama Ngina aliombea hao vijana wawili with the difficulties ilikuwa inafanyika. Mungu alisikilia yeye maombi yake. Hawa vijana walienda na wakarudi kwa sababu walikuwa wamewekewa mkono na mama, na always watu wanafanya makosa. A woman is not that your mother. A woman, even hata msichana ya 10 years ama ya 3 years akikuombea, because yeye akona hiyo usazi, she is a woman. Mama akikuwekea mkono, hata kama umetenda dhambi, wewe sijua analilia Mungu anamwambia nini, but wakati anaosha mkono ndio inakuwa shida. Tukienda mambo ya leo, kwa sababu Alex ameanza ngumu, Kasuti alianza pia, but nikienda mambo ya leo ya mama Ngina, si mambo iko rahisi, ni kuomba tu Kenya. Na mama alikuwa naongelesha watu ya Mount Kenya, alikuwa nawaambia kiongozi wenu mumufuate mahali anasema na mupige kura mahali amesema. I think that was the message. Na akasema ile kitu ilinifanya, akasema Uhuru hawezi tusiana kama vile wengine wanatusiana. Ukisikia mama ametacha mpaka kiongozi ya nchi, yeye kwake Uhuru ni mtoto wake, anamuita ana vile anamwambia. Lakini ukisikia mama msee kama huyo akitoka nje na kusema Uhuru hawezi kuwatusi kama mdogo wake, na akasema mdogo wake alikataa kufanya kazi na Uhuru. Anyway, wengine tunasikia Kikuyu kidogo ile ya kuomba maji, but tungetaka mtu mwenye anaweza kutuambia kama atasema. Unajua saa zingine hii translation, samani tulikuwa tukiambiwa unaambia mtu uongo badala ya kusema ukweli. Mtu angesema twende, unamuuliza amesema nini, anakuambia opposite. So I hope kama tutataka tuambie vile mama alisema, I hope the person who will want to tell us atuambie vile exactly the mouth ya mama Ngina vile alisema. Otherwise saa zingine kuna ile ya kucheza, but kuna ile ya watu wasee hatutaki kusema. Nikienda mambo ya Narok, mkutano ilikuwa kubwa, but still unaona vile mkutano inaenda. I don't want mtu niliona ali win the day was Isaac Ruto ya Bomet. Hata deputy president walishangaa. Kitu ingine kwa hiyo mkutano ni ya Mudavadi. Anasema baba hako kama kupe ameshika ngozi ya ng'ombe amekufa. Nashangaa mtu kama Mudavadi yenye baba amemtoa mbali, anaanguka anaenda kumrokota. Sijui hii watu ni kwamba siasa ya 21st century, najua Raila walikuwa nasema kama unataka kuchakuliwa lazima uite Raila machina yote, umbwa hiyo yote, hiyo machina yote ndio uweze kuchakuliwa. And I think these people watu wanafikiria batu wakienda na hiyo china mbaya ya Raila atafanya nini, ni msee analia kama nini. Sasa leo nilinyamaza nikasikia vile Mudavadi ameongea kuambia Wamasai msifuate Raila kwa sababu ni kupe iko kwa ngozi ya ng'ombe imekufa. Masai na Mkalenjin ukisema mambo ya ng'ombe hata heri useme mambo ya mtu, lakini ukiongea kuhusu ng'ombe ni kitu inawakusa kwa moyo wao. Lakini ile kitu ilinifurahisha ni kwamba niliona kama crowd walikuwa shock. Kuna vitu ingine huyo Raila labda ndiye sababu Mungu amempatia hiyo chance, ndiye sababu euphoria, yani watu wanamfuata kwa sababu watu wanasema wameokoka. Nikiwa mwenye dhambi na niongee dhambi zangu, Mungu ananipatia chance niweze kuokoka, ndiye nianze kusema mambo mazuri. Lakini Penat, wewe ni pastor wetu hapa, na utatuambia mimi nikiamuka nikikiri ya kwamba mimi ni Mkristo, nimeokoka, Yesu ni mwokozi wa maisha yangu, alafu kwa hapo ninaamuka na kutusiana. Sasa sijui kati ya mimi mwenye dhambi na wewe mwenye unashika Biblia na unatuambia umeokoka, hata kama mambo mbaya haijatoka kwa mdomo yako, kuita mtu tendawili, msee, sijui amefanya nini, patu hiyo ni dhambi watu wanafanya. Na Mungu anasema uniwachie mimi mwenyewe. Mungu peke yake ndiye anatucharge. Hii watu ningefikiria wangeenda kuusa vile walikuwa na launch kampeni ya Gavana ya Narok Ole Ntutu, but half of ile maneno yote iliongelewa 90% ni vile Raila anaweza tusiwa, 90% ni vile amekuwa mzee, 90%, yani kila kitu ilikuwa hapo, kila mtu akiamuka kindiri nani wanajaribu sana jinsi ya kutusi Raila. Lakini nataka kusema Mungu wa Raila aliye pinguni, yenye amemuweka mpaka wakati huu amefika 77 years, ni Mungu, hatasimama na yeye kwa sababu anamjua roho yake. Ya pili, Biblia inatuambia, mimi sijui kama najua ama nasikia, Mungu anasema kuna miaka Mungu ametupatia tukiwa duniani, na kuna mahali mtu akifika hiyo miaka ya 70, Mungu anasema hiyo ni kiumbe changu. Yeye ndiye amempatia hiyo nafasi, na aturuhusu kama unakaa na mtu yote amekuwa mzee, huyo ni Mungu anamuweka. Kuna mahali Mungu ametupatia, na kuna mahali tukifika tunapaki kukua watu ya Mungu, that hatuna ruhusa ya kumkusa. Ni yeye mwenyewe amempatia hiyo uhai. Leo hatutaki kuhubiri, but yale kidogo tulijua tukiwa wadogo Sunday school, yale kidogo tumesikia, inapiti tusaidiane. Kwa sababu kama wewe uko na miaka kidogo 50, ukue 57, uko na miaka ngapi kufika 70? huko na miaka karibu 10 na kitu ama 20. Wakati unapofungua mdomo yako ukiwa miaka 20 ama 30 ama hata ukiwa na miaka 69 na unatusi mwenye ako na miaka 70, ujue hiyo laana inakuja kwa mdomo yako, na hii watu wataanguka kwa sababu Mungu mwenyewe aliye mbinguni. Hii mambo yote mtuambie Raila awesi amekuwa, hata ukiniambia Raila amekuwa msee na patu anatembea, sijamwona kwa wheelchair. Hata kama atakuwa kwa wheelchair na upongo wake ni impya kushinda ya mtu mdogo, tunataka policies. Please, watu ya Huda, hiyo watu ingine yote, muambie wa Kenya policies. Lakini mkiendelea kusunguka kutusi Raila, penalty unamuongezea. Kama angeenda haraka unampatia miaka ingine afike 100. Kama ungemaliza unapatia watu kumpenda zaidi, kwa sababu dunia hii. Na mimi nataka kushukuru na niambie watu ya Azimio la Umoja na ninashukuru kuitwa mwisi, kuitwa nini, hizo vitu si shida. Na pia ukiniita mwishi na sijaipa kiti ya mtu, pia kwa Mungu hiyo ni makosa. Lakini ukiniita mwisi na nimechukua hata kikombe ama niliipa sabuni, hakuna tambi ndogo. Kama kuna kitu umechukua ya wenyewe, kwa Biblia, kwa Mungu umefanya makosa. So wakati unapoitwa hizo majina na unahakika umetenda hiyo dhambi, mwenye anasema acha sema ubaya, kwa sababu Bible ilikuwa inatuambia kama hii mkono, kama Waislamu Saudi Arabia huko kwao, kama wewe ni mwisi ukipatikana, hiyo mkono inakatwa, siku ingine hiyo ingine inakatwa, ndio usiaiipa. So mimi nasema kama mama, nataka kushukuru leo. Azimio walikuwa na mkutano mingi sana Nairobi, na hiyo ni ongera kwao. Nataka kushukuru wa mama ya maendeleo, walikuwa pia na mkutano yao huko Central, na ilikuwa ni mkutano ya maendeleo na wamama ya Central walijitoa, na Martha Karua, my sister, was there, na wamama wameongea. Na mi nataka, kwa sababu nimeona watu walikuwa wameweka Martha sijui nini, saa hii nilifurahi kusikia yeye akisema watu wause sera sao, kutoka MP, kutoka governor, na wote wamesimama na chawapo moja ya kwamba kwa nini mnatusiana. Na ndio kila siku nimesema kwa hii mtandao ya kwamba ukitusi mwingine na kesho Mungu akupatie hiyo kiti, utasikia aje kama unatusiwa? So Bernard, nasema kama wamama ya Central vile wameongea, na kila siku watu wamesema kati ya Ruto na Raila, Martha Karua ako rahisi kufanya kazi na nani? Anasema hiyo sehemu zote mbili kuna watu sio wazuri, lakini kuna watu wametetea nchi, kuna watu wametoa maisha yao kwa sababu ya Kenya. And I think mkiangalia hiyo pasi mbili, mwenye ako na uchusi ya Kenya, mwenye ameaisimama kwa sababu ya Kenya ni nani? Na hapo ndio mahali naona Martha Karua anaweza simama. Lakini kama tutapata running mate wa mama ya Kenya, na kuna kitu moja nataka kusema, na kama kuna mtu ya Central atanisamea juu nitakuwa nimesema kitu yenye labda saa hii Central wanaweza taka Martha Karua sana kukua pale mbele. Hata hiyo Kuria anatusiana kwa sababu wanataka mtu wako strong. Walimuita, walikuwa nasemanga Martha Karua ni mwanaume, and I think today they are very ready to see that. Ukitaka kina Nyoro, kina sijui nani running mate, where the best person hula anaweza simama na haki ya Kenya ni mama kama Martha Karua. Nataka kuungana na wamama wenzangu na tuone kama mama si mtu anajitakia. Na furahia wamama kusema tunataka huyu mama. Martha Karua amesema vizuri, kiti ya running mate si kuenda kukombania it is the person who will name you as his running mate. Nafikiria wacha niwatie hapo, na asante kwa kunipatia nafasi. Na kama nimechukua nafasi na mtu ameona angekuwa ameongea kwanza, nataka kusema pole. Nimekuwa nikifuata, niliingia kidogo nyuma, lakini nilikuwa nafuata, but maoni ya kila mtu, maoni ya mama, maoni ya wasee kama sisi yenye tumefika chioni, msijali, tuko na mawaita ile kidogo, alafu tuko na miaka karibu tufike hiyo ya baba yenye hata mkitusema hata nyinyi mnaesa, lakini batu tuko sawa. Mkitutusi batu hatuchafika hapo, batu Mungu hajaona sisi kwa hiyo mesa hiyo ingine, tuachie Mungu. Asanteni na karibuni.
Thank you, Marcelina. We appreciate it, and we look forward to interacting more. It's good for us, especially young people, to take some lessons. There is where you fight and you fight a person, and there's another time when you fight God. So you should choose your battles very clearly. There are people that God fights for directly. Others, he will let them fight, and then he will come and help them in the fight. So be careful when you're attacking somebody who only God fights for, and you end up fighting God directly, and you know the outcome is not going to be friendly. So before Anthony comes in, let's listen to Mama Ngina's video, and then he can come in. I think he may help us with some interpretation. I hope it's clear.
Mundu areretwo gwake mucii ona ngiumagara guthie in public ndangihota kurumana ikiuge aria acio mararumana tukumatiga oro uguo angikorwo irumi icio ni uria marutirwo magikura ndikimwire ithuĩ tugerie kwendana bũrũri-inĩ witũ na tũtwarithie maũndũ ma bũrũri na mbere na mumenye na kuria murorete na mutongoria wanyu ndangihota kumuonia kuria njira iria itagiriire ndimwire muthie na mbere kumenya ati mutegetina haria mundu aikaire niwe gwikire thambo iriaga na ndari na uru no ningi ungikionio uru ni uria munyinyi waku ri wagitindania nake githe ti uthie na mbere ndikimwire kuria aramuonia murore kuo ndamucokeria ngatho muno ni undu wa guka kumagaria my cousin. Thank you.
Okay, Anthony, you're welcome now.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me very clearly.
Yes, you are clear. Go ahead.
I want to be very short and precise. You see, from the word go, leadership comes from God.
We are listening.
There is no, you can just force leadership into it. Raila Odinga was meant to be, since he has waited for all those years. Raila Odinga, to me, is like the Nelson Mandela of South Africa. I hope you can get my point. So what I'm trying to mean, hiyo maneno yenye Mama Ngina amesema, in our language you can understand it very clear. It is very powerful words, in which he's trying to say that there is no Uhuru, the president, and who was elected by God and the people, can go to in public and abuse. But what about these other people who are called UDA? I don't know what. Their main aim is to go and just talk nonsense. Their aim is to go and just abuse the president. They don't have any manifesto. Wakuja na manifesto zao watuambie, this is what we want for Kenyans. This is what we have been planning for you. But sio kila siku kutukanana. No, you cannot fit in the shoes of your boss. Hakuna venye unaweza amka siku moja uvae viatu ya boss yako. You must wait for that time. Look at the people surrounding deputy president. They are all thieves. They are all people with a history of something very negative. Huh? You know, let's say, do not call a spade a big stone. It is a spade. And the fact remain is that penye sahi Kenya imefika is like kila mtu sasa ameanza kuelewa his own point. Umesikia Moses Kuri ile vitu wanaongea. Ile vitu wanazoongea ni matusi, nonsense. Najua yeye ni kama amelaaniwa, so we cannot add more curses to him. Furthermore, being a leader, you must be very honest. You must be very straightforward. Si ati leo uko hii side, kesho uko hii side ingine. Even God hate people who are in the center. You are not warm, you are not hot. You are not cold, you are not hot. You are warm. What is meaning of warm? Being warm means you are a hypocrite. You must listen to the sitting president who is very powerful. Are you getting my point? And since I cannot talk more, I'm in the barracks. Let me give everyone in the group very good night and a good conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anton, for that. We appreciate it. Let's keep in the conversation and in the fight to see to it that there's a better Kenya. Alex, what is it?
I want to salute our soldier and thank him for serving our country.
Alex, thank you very much. God bless you.
Asante sana bwana Anthony. See you later. Asante sana. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
How are you?
I'm good. And you?
How is everybody there?
They look great.
Wangira, we are fine.
Wewe ulikuwa umepotelea wapi? Alex, ulikuwa umepotelea wapi?
I'm very fine. I am acting presidential. I told you we must be presidential. I'm in that administration.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, now to my point, Bernard. The other day, Uhuru Kenyatta told us that he has one vote, and that vote will be going to Raila Amolo Odinga. Today, Mama Ngina has also told us the same, that she has one vote and that she will be voting for Raila Amolo Odinga. And she has said that the President Uhuru Kenyatta means well for the people of Central Kenya. I want just to look at Mama Ngina Kenyatta's speech from the perspective. You know, in the world of business, those people, especially these things started from the West. You know, in the world of business, businessmen were fond of exploiting their customers, their clients. So for a long time, you know, the guilt conscience became too much in them, and that's why they came with something they called philanthropy, or giving back to the society. So I'm using this one as an example in regard to the Kenyatta family. You know, without Jaramogi Odinga in the 1960s, especially when he had been called upon by the colonial government, by the Queen, to form the government here, you know, if Jaramogi was a selfish guy, you know, he would have gone straight and formed the government, and he could have become the first prime minister of the Republic of Kenya. But you see, because he was not a selfish guy, he was a guy who loved this country and who was looking forward. You know, he said that bila Kenyatta, hakuna uhuru. And that's why he insisted that they must release Kenyatta. And he said Kenyatta was just here in Kapenguria. They should release Kenyatta and they should allow Kenyatta to come and form government because he was the eldest of them all. So I think the Kenyatta family, despite everything that has gone on over the years, especially since 1966, when Jaramogi Odinga resigned from government, I think for over 50 years now, the Kenyatta family, just like those businessmen have talked about in the West, have been guilty of what they did to the Odinga's family, because they know very well that without Jaramogi Odinga, then Kenyatta would not have become president. Then perhaps we would not have known much about their family. So I think this is now their time to give back to society. And by giving back to society, I mean giving back to the Odinga family. So they are being philanthropic to the Odinga family because they are now remembering, you know, that guilt conscience I've talked about. They are now remembering that, oh, without this particular family from Nyanza, we would have been nobodies. Perhaps Mzee Kenyatta would not have been president, and perhaps Uhuru Kenyatta would not have become the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya. So to me, I think they have decided as a family to give back to society through Raila Amolo Odinga. And again, this brings us to that point that Moses Kuria raised the other day, that point of oathing, the oath that took place in Gatundu in 1969. In 1969, I've just done simple arithmetic here on age. In 1969, Mama Ngina Kenyatta was 36 years of age. A person who is 36 years of age is an adult. So to find a person who is 36 years of age and who knew what actually took place, coming out clearly and saying the man we are supporting for the 2022 election is this guy, Moses Kuria calls uncircumcised, I think as a family, they must have sat together and considered this particular issue, because you know it's not a simple issue, issue where there's oathing and what have you, and even where there was an affirmation that will not allow people from a particular area who are ABCD to become, you know, and you know now we are seeing over 50 years later they have now changed from what it was in 1969, and they are saying that the man we are supporting is Raila Odinga. They must have considered whatever that took place in 1969, what Moses Kuria calls the oath. So to me, that's why the other time I was telling you people that Moses Kuria is being naive because he's a young man and he has admitted that he was not born by 1969. So to have raised issues that he did not understand and knew very little about, you know, that was high sense of naivety. Because for such a prominent family like Kenyatta's family, who understand the history of this country, to have come out outrightly to say that they are supporting Raila Odinga, and to us to seeing our first lady, I'll call her our first lady because she was the first lady of this country, also coming out to say that they are supporting Raila Odinga, then those issues must have been considered, and perhaps we never know. Perhaps even prayers. Bernard perhaps will agree with me here. Perhaps even prayers were said that let us pray we cleanse this thing so that now we allow Raila Odinga to become the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya. To Mau, to Narok today, we saw William Ruto was very uneasy on the issue of the Mau forest in Narok today, and you know he tried to brush it aside by saying that now this issue is finished, and what we are going to do when we form government, we'll do the fencing and everything will be proper. The other issue that I want to raise is this issue of we have been told of the dynasty of the three families. You know, when we talk of the three families, and we name the Moi family, we name the Kenyatta family, and we name the Jaramogi family. I don't know where we are leaving the Mudavadi's family, because if there's any person who is more dynasty, even more than Raila Odinga himself, is this guy who is now in Tangatanga called Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi was a guy who was a son of a senior public servant who became a senior minister in this country, and when that guy died, just as dynasties do in Britain or in any other areas, he inherited what was his father's seat, and since then what he has been enjoying is the inheritance from what his father had laid foundation on. So I understand, I wonder when they talk of dynasties and they think that it's only Raila Odinga or perhaps Gideon Moi or perhaps Uhuru Kenyatta. Where are they living their friend Musalia Mudavadi. Finally, today Kabogo has now come up with some new demands. You know, I remember my friend Jackson Mwalulu always tells me that 4 months in politics is a long time and we are yet to see anything. So today Kabogo has come up with new demands to the Tangatanga family, to the Tangatanga group, and he's telling them that for him to support William Ruto, they must come up with a blueprint for Mount Kenya within 2 months. 2 months from today, I think that will be the month of May. And he says, if they don't come up with a written blueprint for Mount Kenya within the next 2 months, then he will be bolting out of the Tangatanga. So as my brother Mwalulu always tells me, 4 months is a long time in politics, and perhaps we are yet to see anything. And as we go on, we are likely to see more developments before that date of 9th August 2022. Bernard, let me leave it at that and allow somebody else also to contribute. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate it. Let's keep talking so that we don't start fighting. Guru, namna gani?
Hello.
Hello, vipi?
Nzuri. How are you doing?
Mama kaongea leo.
Yeah.
We are great. Mama amekohoa leo. Sasa sijui kuna kaaje huko mlimani.
Unajua huyu ni mtu ya maneno chache sana. Anaongea tu when it is very necessary and very rarely. Kwa hivyo people hang on every word that she says. I think you say it was a very small but very powerful indicator of the thinking. Alisema kwamba wale wanaongea vile wanaongea na matusi labda ndio wamefundishwa huko kwao wakiwa watoto. That was a big hit on the deputy president. If he does not know Kikuyu, then he should look for somebody to interpret for him. Ni kwamba kijana yake hawezi kuenda kwa njia hiyo. Yeye ameenda kwa sababu akiwa hivyo ndio wale wamelelewa, basi kijana yake hayuko namna hiyo, kwa sababu hiyo sio njia ile alimuonyesha. In short, that's what she was saying. However, also important ni kusema kwamba aliambia watu wamsikize rais, kwamba hawezi kuwapeleka njia ambayo si mzuri. That is also powerful. Na kwa hii jamii, mama amefika umri akiongea ama mzee amefika hiyo umri, kuna wale wanamsikiza. Isipokuwa sasa kuna generation imekuja hii ya 90s ambayo inashinda kidogo, lakini wale wamekomaa kiasi wanajua kwamba hiyo matamshi haiwezi chukuliwa tu kwa mzaha. Ni matamshi inachukuliwa kwa nguvu, kwa sababu inastahili kuwa na nguvu kama hiyo. You can see the other thing is that people may not go even by the wording ama ile matamshi peke yake, but also the humbleness in which they were saying. Hakuna pale njia ya kuonyesha kwamba ni kifua inatumiwa. Mama ameongea kama mama, na njia ya utulivu na njia ya kurudisha watu pamoja. na nadhani that attitude is one that can pull people to listen very much to what she was saying. Sana sana hapa kwa mlima nadhani ile inafanyika saa hii ni kwamba there is a lot of fishing happening and watu watashtuka kwa sababu wale watu ambao wana ushawishi kadhaa watakuwa wamesimama na chama ya rais, na sijui kama Bernard umesikia kwamba mkataba ile ilisainiwa kati ya rais, kati ya Kalonzo Musyoka na kati ya hao wengine, ni kwamba ni kama leaked out, na kwamba rais atakuwa na about a third of the government through his Jubilee party. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba ataendelea kuwa na ushawishi kiasi sana sana juu ya ile jamii ambayo inamtegemea kwa uongozi saa hii, na kwa hivyo nadhani wakati ataingia hapa dakika za mwisho atakuwa na something concrete, kitu ya kuambia watu kwamba hii ndio yenu, mkiingia hapa kwa hii serikali, hii ndio yenu. Sio kama kule kwingine ambao hata ujui, umeambiwa na umeenda kwa mtu umeambiwa wewe keti pale kwa stool, akiingia kwa nyumba ujui kama atakuletea chai ama atakuletea uji, sijui kama mnakunywa uji huko kwenu ama ni busaa, huwezi jua ni nini atakuletea. Kwa hivyo ni tofauti sana kulingana na vile approach ile rais anafanya, ni kwamba ana kitu ambayo ameshika ameshika kwa mkono na utaiona ukiambiwa hii ndio nimewaletea. Ni tofauti sana na ile ingine unaambiwa wewe kuja kaa pale, tutakushughulikia mzuri, huwezi jua ni nini utaletewa baadaye. Kwa hivyo akienda namna hiyo, nadhani itakuwa kitu ambayo itakuja to change people's mind. Now, you are also aware that there are people who are very strong within the region. Somebody like Ngrishi, I think ameenda miles kiasi kwamba naona hiyo mama mwingine ambayo tunapea heshima sana anaitwa Martha Karua, ni kama sasa ameanza kuchanganyikiwa, sababu nadhani Ngrishi amefanya groundwork ile ya hali ya juu, kwamba yeye kuenda kuanza sasa kuchange mafikira ya wale vijana itakuwa ngumu. Hata yule mwingine labda ushaona yule ana kiti saa hii ni kama amekimia, kwa sababu unajua kule watu hawafichi. Hata ukienda kwa uchaguzi ushajua kama umeanguka ama umepita. They talk openly. These are people who are very open in their intentions. So nadhani Martha ameanza kutabataba, sijui kama ni her political rhythming that was wrong, ama alienda na mataberi wakamkosesha njia, lakini inaonekana sasa ameanza kutumia wanawake kumpigia ndebe kwamba labda achukuliwe akiwa deputy. Si mbaya na ni mtu anaheshimika sana kwa jamii, lakini naona kama pale pia amechelewa, sababu labda sijui, lakini labda wanaweza kumchukua, kwa sababu niliona Moses Kuria amemwambia karibu tufanye kazi, lakini ukienda ule upande mwingine ni pando ni sawa, wewe pando utaendelea kuwa my senior. I don't know what that wording was about. I believe it would be a great gain for Ruto if you are to be able to net Mother. The only thing is that she's made very strong pronouncements and that she cannot work with him, not once, not twice, several times. And because the way people know her, hata kwa pale ametoka ni kwamba ni mtu principled. Si mtu leo atakwambia ate tuna huu alafu kesho aruke huku. I think she is a very rare breed of a leader, especially politics. Sometimes it hurts her, but that's who she is. She has very strong stand on some of these things. Otherwise, we wish her well. I understand alikuwa ameitwa kwa hii serikali hii inaenda kuisha, apatiwe kiti ya cabinet, akasema kwamba hawezi kwa sababu itaonekana kama ati she's being compensated for her stolen elections. So on that principle she refused to take a cabinet position. Na hii ndio mambo unaona saa zingine inachukisha watu wake, kwa sababu anaona ile talent anayo ya leadership inapotea tu hivi bure bure. Sijui wakati huu itakuwa namna gani, kwa sababu asipoingia sasa, miaka nayo ndio hiyo inaelekea kuishia, na hata kuwa amesaidia mtu zaidi ya vile angetusaidia kama nchi, sana sana kupigana na ufisadi. Sasa the window of transfer inafunga haraka, na akiwa ushawahi kuona watu wakitabataba, nadhani hizi siku zimebaki kidogo, utaona watu wameruka hata chama 2-3. Leo uko kwa chama hii, kesho uko kwa ile, kesho kutwa una ile ingine, sababu unajua kuna watu hataki competition kwa nomination, wanatafuta tu pale wataning'inia angarau wawe kwa ndebe. So far kitu ingine ambayo ingeonekana sana labda itatokea baada ya pate nominations, unjasikia watu wengi sana wakisema wanataka kwenda independent. Labda hiyo ni kitu ambayo itatokea wakati kwa zile siku 10 ama ni 12 ambazo zitakuwa hapo katikati, wale watakosa nafasi kwa vyama, labda hapo ndio watajaribu kuingilia waone kama watajinusuru kwa hii maneno. Nadhani DP alienda kule Narok nasikia is a very competitive place, anashinda zake pale. Kuna manuguniko ya Mau Forest ambayo trust on the DP is not very strong, na sababu ni kwamba ile jamii yake, kuna jamii yake ilikuja pale, na kulingana na wale watu wa pale wengine naongea na wao, wanasema kwamba wanaona hiyo jamii kama they are destroying their environment and they cannot be very sure kwamba wakipata nafasi hawezi kuenda kurudi pale tena, na ikaleta shinda. Hiyo ndio shinda kubwa sana anayo, na ndio ulisikia akisema wataweka ua. Lakini sasa unajua swali ni je, amekuwa kwa serikali, kwa nini hakusukuma hiyo maneno iwekwe wakati alikuwa na nafasi, kwa sababu alikuwa nafasi hiyo miaka 9 kufanyia hawa wa Masai namna hiyo, kwa sababu ile trust iko pale, iko chini. Pili, wanaona kwamba ile kiti ya Murad Kir ni kama ingekuwa ni kiti yao, na hiyo ni jambo ambayo sijui wataangalia namna gani, lakini wanaona kwamba wakipatia watu nafasi sana watakuja wachukue viti nyingi sana pale kwao, na hakuna pahali ingine wao wanaweza shinda viti waende kwa mbunge isipokuwa pale kwao tu peke yake. Na njia moja ambayo Uhuru ameweza kushikilia hii community ya Masai ni kwamba kwa chama ile yeye anakuanga mkubwa kama Jubilee, anaongea na wazee pale, anawaambia atawaachia zile viti za chini kama MCA na MPs, na wamekuwa wakiendelea namna hiyo. Hiyo kura unaonanga Uhuru akipata Masai haipati namna hii, inakuwa negotiated kwamba tutawaachia hapo chini. Njoroge na Kamau hawatakuja kuwakanyanga pale. Nyinyi simama pale kama MCA na MP, lakini pale juu tupatie. So inakuwa kama negotiated. Sijui wakati huu itakuwa namna gani, kwa sababu kuna vyama vingi, lakini hiyo ni moja njia ambayo alitumia kwa hizo elections mbili amekuwa nazo. Kwa hivyo nadhani mambo iko namna hiyo. Bernard, wacha nipatie mwingine nafasi. Asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Guru. Appreciate it. I think there's no question. Just wanted to say on your analogy. They say in our village that if you enter a compound and you see smoke coming from the kitchen, don't prepare yourself for a meal. Say, wait for a word from the kitchen. The smoke may not be for food. It may be for something else. Yes, Mama Selina.
Nataka kumwambia Kuru ya kwamba hawa mama ya maendeleo, unaona wote wamekuwa na baba, na wote wale niliona pale na PS. So mambo ya Martha Karua kukuwa na msimamo saa zingine ni mzuri, kwa sababu kukimbilia, wale waliasa kukimbilia UDA wanashindwa hata jinsi wataporudi. But siasa ni timing, na yeye alisema hata wakati alikuwa na kina Kalonzo, na mimi nafikiria mngefurahia hapa kwa sababu amesema ile agreement alisaini na Kalonzo na Gideon iliharibika. So Kalonzo cannot go with that agreement kwenda kusema sisi okoa Kenya ama sijui inaitwa nini. Martha Karua anasema vile walimuacha nyuma, that day ili collapse. So kila chama inachiunga na ndio sasa Kalonzo atakuja na chama yake, Gideon alikuja na yake, na Martha Karua because of the women of Kenya. Saa zingine kuna usito na mtu anawekwa kulingana na mahali alipo na watu. Ile wamama ni milioni 4 wa Kenya wakiongozwa na national chairperson. Ukiona hiyo group ya hiyo wamama, in another 2 weeks utaona group imekuwa kubwa. So ile kitu tunasema ni kwamba yes, na mimi najua kama itakuwa ni kwa mlima. Watu wameongea kuhusu Peter Kenneth, watu wameongea mambo mingi, but still Peter Kenneth is comfortable. Ile kitu watu wanataka, watu wengi wanajua hii group imeenda kushikana hii ya Huda. They need a strong person. Martha Karua is not somebody atakuja kuwafatake baba. Na baba pia lazima atafanya kazi kwa sababu anajua huyu is Martha Karua. So these are the two people. Na usisahau Martha Karua was a lawyer of baba some time back. These people, they have worked together. Wanajuana. So wakati anapopatiwa Martha Karua kama running mate, najua mambo mingi itachungwa sana. Na kwa sababu ya mambo ya wizi, corruption, yeye ndiye alifunga hii katiba mpaka mnajaribu kutopoa amuwezi. So I know if she come there, she will be very strong, na hiyo ndio tunataka. Lakini mimi nilisema hivi, yeye ni mama, nimesema kila siku, kuna wamama wakitongozwa mara moja wametoa nguo, na baadaye hiyo mwanaume anaenda mwambia mwingine ujaribu, na anamwambia mwingine jaribu, lakini ule mama anasimama kitete kama mother. This is the person we want. Hatutaki hii wamama wanaenda kutingizana huko kiuno huko. Saa hii mambo imeumana, wawezi rudi mahali walitoka, wengine walituba mabwana, wawezi rudi kwa manyumba sao. But mother achai tu si mtu, mother anasema ukweli kwa upande yote. Anafanya kazi na wale watu wanajua wanamsimama, na at least Kenya imeharibika, it is true, but kuna wale at least wako na history ya nchi ya Kenya. So I really support her, na tunamwambia mama hatutaki kukaa nje ya history wakati Kenya inaenda kuundwa. Yes, tumefika jioni vile wanasema. Basi mtupatie tumalize na baba, alafu tuwatengeneze nchi, and then after that nyinyi mkuje mkimbisane na nchi yenu. Mkitaka kuchoma, watoto ni wenu. Mkitaka kuchunga vile tumechunga, Kenya ni yetu. Asante Penat.
Thank you, Mama Selina, and that's a good observation. In my opinion, Mother Karua does not fit into the local politics. She may want to play the Ngilu Kitui success in Kirinyaga, but the ground there is too muddy for her. She would be better off on the national platform than that wherever county politics. And even if she doesn't get the running mate slot, she will still be viable with the Azimio government. She'll play an important role because the reconstruction of this country requires those kind of experienced politicians. One of the things that is messing up our parliament is on how many fresh people we bring in parliament every time. The legislation is gone very low because we lock out brains and bring in, these empty shells that come to make noise for 5 years. So we must mix both the old and the new. The Bible says the kingdom of God is like a man who went to his house and brought out both old and new things. We cannot have a parliament that has all young tax and no old brains to help shape the legislation. So it is important that even if Mother Karua doesn't make it to the running mate, she should be either on the slot of being nominated into parliament or serve as a cabinet secretary. Her contribution is necessary, especially in this particular dispensation, this particular incoming government. She should not be left in the cold the way she was left out previously. It is important. 2013, 2017, she was in the cold. 2017, 2022, she's been in the cold. We have wasted that resource for 10 years. We should make use of it at this point in time. So I believe she should not be left out in matters decision making as far as this country is concerned. And looking at the Azimio approach, they want to have a holistic approach whereby they want everybody on board. They don't want to have an antagonistic governance system where there are always, exchanges and public, talking at each other. They want to have a harmonious kind of governance. And so if that is the issue, then the kind of cabinet that will be constituted and the kind of NEC organization that we put up will need to bring in all these people on board. I think this is the election where we're going to have that national dialogue that was being agitated for by NASA, whereby we will deal with all the issues that bedevil this country on a plain table so that we can put a closure to the things that need to have a closure, and then we take off and go forward. So she has played her role. She's still strong. She can make very good contribution, whether she's running mate or not. And so whatever position she's given, I'm sure she can deliver. We make her the DPP, and they'll let her prosecute everybody. When the file arrives, it's at the judge the following day. All these delaying tactics that anti-corruption has submitted a file, and then it takes 3 years to take somebody to court. Those things need to end. We should deal with matters within the time frame that is available. Thank you. Having said that, tumlete Bwana Kenywa. Kenywa namna gani?
Salama bana, Mr. Bernard.
Leo inaonekana net yako imekubali kiasi.
I think Alex has been messing up my internet wherever he is.
Aya, sasa kwa sababu ya hiyo, wacha twende Narok kwanza alafu tukuje kwako.
Okay.
Na waomba watu wa Narok tuvumiliane, na waomba kabisa kwa unyenyekevu tuvumiliane ili tuweze kupata ushindi. Nyinyi mnajua wale tunashindana na wao wako na njama ya kugawanya Narok hii kwa misingi ya kabila, na sisi tunasema neno la Mungu linatuambia katika Mathayo 5:9 kwamba heri wapatanishi, wale wanapatanisha watu kama vile viongozi hawa wamefanya. Mimi nawauliza watu wa Narok, msikubali tugawanyike, msikubali tuwekwe katika mirengo ya kabila hii na kabila ile. Tunataka tuungane kama watu wa Narok ili tuweze kukabiliana na changamoto za Narok hii. Tuungane ili tuweze kupanga mambo ya maendeleo ya Narok, mambo ya kilimo ya Narok, mambo ya miundo msingi ya Narok, mambo ya maji ya Narok hii, na mambo ya kutafutia ajira watoto wetu hapa Narok County. Watu wa Narok, jamani, mtakubali tuungane? Mtakataa ukabila? Tutakataa wale watu wa kuzimia na ukabila? Hebu nione wala wanasema tuko pamoja. Jamani, tuko pamoja, tuko pamoja.
Haya, Kenywa, mko pamoja ama vipi?
Hapo hakuna kitu amesema hapo, you know. Let me just say hi to everyone. Ni kila mtu ananisikia. So I've been struggling with my mic, my earphone, but now I decided to go open. So thank you very much. Let me say hi to everyone who is on the panel. And it has been long. I've been far away from Nairobi. I've been in Isiolo for quite some time. Network has been trouble on my side. But right now, I can see things are going on well. First and foremost, before I get into a debate, I just condemn what Moses Kuria said. And as a man from Meru, if Moses Kuria is a Marian by this time round, he could have been taken back in the house again for 2 weeks to confirm whether he is a real man or just a small boy in the village. You know, a circumcised person doesn't talk such things. And Moses Kuria has been winning the seat because of the insult. And Mount Kenya now have changed. We are not listening to those nonsense. And Moses Kuria will be out of government as long as he did that at Gatondo, where President Kenyatta comes from. In Gatondo, President Kenyatta is very respected man there. So Moses Kuria is just a malicious person, and actually nimeona Moses Kuria kama ni mtoto mdogo wa class 1. I think he doesn't deserve to lead any people. So that was very bad of that guy. And I think he's not even an honorable member. He's just Moses Kuria, just like that. I cannot give him that title of honorable. It's just Moses Kuria. So let me just continue. The other time I kept on saying that every community has his own leader. Every family has a leader. And most of people from the UD have been rubbishing that thing so much. The time I said President Kenyatta is our kingpin and our leader in Mount Kenya, people decided to say no. They took it as a joke. But finally they have come to realize that in Mount Kenya, you can never mess with our leader and just go scot-free. Everybody will wake up and talk. And you can see since Mr. Kenyatta came up and started supporting Baba openly, you see how things have worked. for Kenya kuisha. They are so troubled, and that's why they are throwing insults everywhere. Even if you go to social media right now, the people who are throwing insults are only from Kenya Kwanza. You can never find someone from Azimio throwing insults. Even if you go anywhere in media, the Kenya Kwanza people, they are the one who are throwing insults. Just like that, because I think their leader just trained them to do that. And that's not the right way to get to the leadership. So I think uongozi wataionea view sasa. That's what I'm going to tell them. Because in Mount Kenya, they have tried to focus with Mount Kenya. Literally, they don't know I'm one of Mount Kenya people. I see some Mr. Kamau, we are tuko wengi. So, and for us, we understand most of things. So we take that chance to educate people who doesn't know much about the leadership. And I think Kenya Kwanza, they are just messing up this country. And if they are given chance, trust me, in Mount Kenya we will suffer. And one thing the Kenyatta, Mama Kenyatta said, you know, Uhuru doesn't insult. He wasn't trained raised like that. And he said to Mount Kenya people, let us follow our leader. Our leader can never take us the wrong direction. He said that very well. And he said the one who are giving an insult, maybe they were raised like that. But for us, we should listen our leader. And trust you me, our leader is Mr. Kenyatta, and people are listening to Mr. Kenyatta very much. The other day, someone asked, if you go to Nyanza, you will never find people from Nyanza insulting Raila Odinga. You can never. If you go to Rift Valley, you can never find the Kalenjin insulting William Ruto. If you go to Ukambani, you can never find Akamba insulting Kalonzo. Go to Nyanza, to Western, the same way. Why is it is only in Mount Kenya? Someone from outside comes into Mount Kenya and buy few peoples who are there after their stomach and wealth for them to insult our leader in Mount Kenya. Why? It's only in Mount Kenya. And I think Mount Kenya people, they should learn about that, because the William Ruto guy wants to make sure in Mount Kenya there is no strong leader, so that whenever by any chance he gets the leadership, Mount Kenya, we are going to go back where we were for 24 years. No coffee, no tea, nothing. And I think Mount Kenya should understand that very much well, even the people who are just jumping up and there because of few coins. So for that purpose, let me touch a little bit about the debate. About a party transfer window closing for Jubilee. I think a new deal, I think it might be a tough thing for some people, because like right now, most Jubilee people have started going back to Jubilee, and most likely in Mount Kenya, people are going back home to the home party, because they have come to realize that if you cannot be given a lift by someone, then you decide that vehicle it's yours. That person might think of stopover anywhere he or she wants. So itabidi akisimama unasimama na yeye, akisema naendea mzigo unaendea na yeye. So you need to have your own party, your own vehicle, and people have started seeing that, and they are going back to their home party, the party that Ruto was trying to say is a tribal village parties. So for transfer window, I think it will be a little bit tough for both Jubilee and UDA. But as far as I'm concerned, UDA is trying to concentrate with Mount Kenya, and I can never promise them Mount Kenya votes. They should know that. Let me go about the reception of Ruto in Narok. You know, people now, they know. People have done research. Azimio, when the Baba is not around, Mr. Bernard, you are in a media station, you know how many rallies are in the country. in a day, even if the Baba is not around. There is Mombasa, there is where. Those rallies are to make people understand things. And it's starting from the grassroots. When the DP is not around, there is no campaign can go successfully because they say nothing. Na akikuja naongezea matusi. So people have started understanding things. And I can take the Narok people into wakati the Baba was a prime minister, I think on a prime minister, and he said very well, he will protect Mau forest. Whatever cost he will pay, but he will protect. And after Baba doing that, you see the Mau forest is there. We have rain every time, now and then. And Ruto wanted to use that thing as a political things. So for that purpose, about Narok, people now, they know Masai, they have learned, they have done research, and they understand. And as I keep on saying, in a shortest period time, UDA will remain in Rift Valley alone. People can take that to the nearest bank, but UDA not in Equity, they should look for another bank because Ruto doesn't want rich people. He wants poor people. So Equity is for people from Mount Kenya who are rich, and he doesn't need those rich. So they should know where to take that, because in few months UDA will remain in Rift Valley alone. And Bernard, sorry to say this, with even the people who are making noise, Akina Ndindi, Akina Rigathi, it's a matter of time. They will run away from Ruto. Because once they see they are going to fail, they will not stay there. They will run away. And in Mount Kenya, they are going to see fire. You know, the people have been unleashed. People have seen that our leader being insulted. Now people they have started. Watu wameanza kureact. Na haitaenda mzuri. Hiyo kitu haitaenda vizuri. It's very serious. So thank you so much. And for Azimio, I'm very much okay. We are doing better. We are doing great. Kiti ni yetu. Tunaapisha baba hata wafiche Bible. Tutamuapisha hata kama na exercise book. We don't care. So things are like that. Thank you so much.
Asante sana bwana Kenywa. Bible hizi kosa nimenunua kadhaa, nimeweka hapa. Hata wakifunga bookshop itapatikana. No. Let's watch this video before we bring in Mr. Kamau.
Kwa hivyo mimi sitazungumzia watu wako na ugonjwa wa kichaa. Sitazungumzia watu wako na ugonjwa wa kichaa. Mzee tulia upangwe.
Jina ni Jogona kutoka Murang'a. Yes, kutoka Murang'a. Is Kenya Kwanza dead or it is arrived? From where I come from, Kenya Kwanza is dead and died a long time ago. Kenya Kwanza imekusha na ilikuwa inafaa kuwa imekufa kitambo. Kenya Kwanza ni kitu imekufa na ilifaa kuwa imekufa kitambo. Imeishi kwa neema ya Mungu. Hauwezi kusanya wakora wote nchi mzima uweke kwa gunia moja ya Kenya Kwanza. Jana tulikuwa tuna round mtu anaitwa Jamrek Kamau atakayepigania Jubilee governor ya Murang'a. Na huyo ni moto. Murang'a hakuna kitu UDA itapata. Hiyo mnasema hadi MCA, it's not possible. Hadi yes, usicheze na sitting president. Uhuru campaigning Raila, is it good or bad? Uhuru campaigning Raila is good. Sababu Uhuru tulimchagua kama Wakenya wote atuongoze na aelekeze nchi mahali anaona inafaa. Kulingana na vile ameongoza na ile pesa ameinvest. Mnasema 10 trillion ameinvest kwa hii Kenya. na hawezi acha. Kama amejenga poti Mombasa, amejenga poti ingine Kisumu, hawezi achia nchi wakora kama Ruto na Sudi. Muhindi akishukisha mzigo Muhindi Muhindi nasema wakora kama Sudi na kina Ruto, Muhindi atashukisha mzigo port, inapotelea hapa katikati. Kwa hivyo huo sio uongozi wenye tunaweza tarajia. Kwa hivyo Uhuru campaigning for Raila is good, na hiyo sio kitu ya kufikiria. If Uhuru Kenyatta did not support Raila, can Raila defeat Ruto? What about hiyo mjadala bana? Okay, kama Uhuru hage support Raila still anaweza shida Ruto, kwa sababu Raila ako na wafuasi, na Raila sio mtu as a person. Raila ni mentality and a way of life. Kufikiria kama Raila. Tuna maintain that way. Yes. Crowds for hire. Which are hires the most? Which one hires the most? Okay, crowd for hire. Crowd, kwa nini watu wanahaiwa first of all? Kwa sababu wakati unahaya watu, utapata watu wa Azimio wamejaza ground ya UDA. Yes, wakati Ruto wamehaya watu wanaenda hapo, ni wale wanataka pesa, sio wale wana akili ya tangatanga. Tunaenda hapo, tunakula kenye tunakula, lakini kwa debe ni pande ya baba. So yeah, I will go. Hata kesho hiyo UDA ikikuja hapa aseme hakuna kurudia, dakika sinaisha. Okay, tunasema UDA ndio inahaya watu kwa sababu ile kitu wanauza it is only viable to makanga na mama mboga. Ikipita kwa vijana ya mbonda inakuwa kitu ingine haiko. Hawezi ambia ati mtu kama Mwangi wa Equity ama SK Macharia a support Sudi a whole docket ya treasury. He can't agree that. Hawezi. Hii chama ya UDA na Kenya Kwanza lazima ijitembeze kwa kuhonga na chotea vijana pesa ndio waattend hizo mikutano, because they have nothing to offer. Hakuna kitu mzuri. Kalonzo moves out of Azimio. How will Raila's politics be? Kalonzo hata akitoka ndani ya Azimio, he is one out of 21 people who are in Azimio. Kwa hivyo Kalonzo akitoka kutabaki wengine mbao. So it is nothing. Kalonzo cannot shake the foundation of Raila Odinga. Yes, the foundation of Raila Odinga and Azimio is very firm as we speak. Thank you, honorable members.
Okay, hiyo ni row from the ground. Mr. Kamau, karibu.
Hata mimi nitasema how are you, honorable members of the panel?
We are well. Thank you. Honorable member.
First of all, I want to thank the people of Bomet and Kericho for allowing and accepting to be hired to go to Narok. I think it was evident that the crowd came from the neighboring counties, which is not far. If you happen to use the Narok Bomet Road, kutoa watu Bomet si watu. Anyway, hiring is part of a strategy, and we also give it to him, because ukienda Nairobi usimame mahali tu kwa barabara uanze kuangalia juu binguni, several people will start watching, hata kama hawatakuwa wanaangalia kitu ya maana, na baadaye utakuta crowd imejaa hapo kiangalia juu, because people psychology inakuanga, kuna kitu inaitwa mob psychology. Yeah, unaenda unaangalia ni kama kuna kitu ina happen juu ya building, but there is nothing, and then people start following you, and so it's a strategy which might work or not work, but I think Kenyans, we are beyond that. Now we know that majority of the people attending rallies, blinded, are hired, and they are given some incentives so that the crowd seems to be big and everybody thinks that Narok is locked. I don't think Narok is locked. If you looked at that rally, you tell it wasn't even near the homestead. It was in a place where people have to be taken so that they can sing one song. But I think that is an ODM zone, just like many other counties in Rift Valley. Today, I also want to thank about Mama Ngina. Mama Ngina is our mother, the mother of nations, the mother of this nation. He came with a demeanor of a humble woman, despite the fact that Kabogo, Sudi have abused her. You have seen in TV talking about his breasts, nini, those kind of abuses. But if you see a person with a demeanor of humility, then he captures many people's imaginations, and people will believe her story, the other story that is of radicalizing people, thinking that if you abuse more, then at the end of the day, you will actually have attained something. I think Mount Kenya, by and large, as Mr. Kenya has said, we are reasonable people. We are going to place Kenya Kwanza where it belongs, and this will be vindicated the moment we get to the ballot. Those people are making noise and thinking that, okay, the fact be told that there will be those numbers that will go for Kenya Kwanza, but there will be a very big significant number that is going to support Baba because he represents the change that people are looking for. He represents calmness and the progression of this nation. You cannot say that you're going to liberate Kenya and you have never liberated it before. And that's why we want Baba. You can never say you're going to sacrifice for Kenya and you have never sacrificed before. I mean, you cannot start now. Yeah, if you want to sacrifice for the sake of this country, we would have seen it maybe in your 30 years in politics. But there's no single instance that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Samoei Ruto, has ever sacrificed anything, even his land or a car, for example, to go and take people to the funeral. I mean, you cannot tell me that is the man who will be the president of Kenya. It is not possible. It will not even be right in the eyes of God. He might quote all the Bible verses he wants, because even today he quoted all the Bible verses. But I can tell you, hii maneno ya kudanganywa na religion hiyo imekufika kimkomo. Unaweza enda kwa mchungaji kama Bernard akuombee, akuwekelee mikono, na ikiwezekana akuwekelee Bible, na ikiwezekana akuambia ulale kifundifundi hapo kwa balcony ama kwa majukwaa ya nini naitango the podium, alukaruke juu yako. You make these things look so spiritual. But we are not going to fall into that trap anymore. We are not going to fall into the trap ati mimi ni wa Mungu na mimi nitawasaidia kwa sababu mimi ni wa Mungu. Kuna verse za Bible hawa watu wa Kenya Kwanza hawasomangi, kama ile ya kusema kama nilikuwa nimekosea kama Zacchaeus na nikachukua kitu yako nitakurudishia mara mbili. Kwani hiyo Bible verse ni kwa nini hawaionagi bwana Bernard?
Ni mara nne.
Mara nne. Why don't they see those verses? Yeah, so that we know that you are really genuine in salvaging the country and the problems we have in this country. And therefore, we saw the hard crowd in Narok. We particularly, I can tell you for free, and this is something that you'll see once the election is done. The people that are from the mountain where I come from, we do not cherish rallies. It is very difficult. Hata Mwai Kibaki never held even one single rally in Mount Kenya. We only listen to him on he could only come on official issues, maybe kufungua maji, barabara, kwenda CDF or something like that, and then few people comes. But the majority of Kenyans follow, and particularly follow their leader from the background. They can see it on TV and stuff like that. So whenever you see people surrounding your car, you ask yourself one question: where did they come from? Wametoka wapi? Na wamepewa nini ndio waweze kuja hapa? It's a manipulation. It is somebody trying to con his way to presidency, and we are not going to allow that. He might become president later, but for now, no. The other thing is Jubilee. Jubilee has taken over now in Mount Kenya and in the larger northeastern. I've seen today the former CS of trade. It's a massive movement, and I think he'll get so many votes in northeastern. Jubilee will get so many votes and so many members of parliament in northeastern and Mount Kenya. UDA will get, I don't deny that. But one thing I can tell you for free, we are people who have changed and we are moving with the rest of Kenyans. We don't want to be left behind. This time around, Kenya belongs to everybody. And it's a Mandela moment for one Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga. So that is all I have to say today, unless there's a question that is burning somebody's heart that I can answer right now.
Okay, thank you Mr. Kamau. Mama Selina, ulikuwa na swali?
Nataka kuuliza tu Kamau amesema na ni ukweli. Amesema watu ya Central wakikuja mkutano, juu wewe ndio unaenda kuwatafuta. Sababu ni watu wanafanya kazi na ninajua kama unalipwa, kama ningeenda kibarua na naenda kulipa 200 ama 500, I will attend. But still I maintain kura ya Central karibu inaamuliwa. Haiamuliwi mapema hivi. Ya mwisho hiyo mkutano tumeona ilikuwa Narok, yes. Narok South mahali Ole Ntutu anatoka, kuna constituency moja ni ya mahali Ngina anatoka. 2 constituencies actually ni ya Wakalenjin. Lakini mambo ya Narok vile ulikuwa unaona, yes, walikuja na ni mzuri kupeleka watu, hata ni mzuri kupeana sukari. Unajua hii inji ya Kenya penat, kama uko na pesa ya kwenda kufanya mobilization. Mobilization is not voting. Mobilization ni kutokea kuona. But kwa sababu pia strategy ya kusema ndio ile watu ya Sonofet watuambie niko na 35, niko na 40%. Hii biashara ya Kenya sasa imeenda. Ile kitu nataka kuomba tu ni watulie, alafu tunataka watu ya Central mtupatiange update, na najua mama aliongea akiwa na uchungu, na hiyo ilikuwa ni wakati ya funeral, na mtu mzima akisema jambo kama hizo, na asa yeye ndiye alikuwa natokea wakati ile ingine kuombea hawa vijana, I think something went wrong. Lakini nataka kushukuru ya kwamba mama amesema amelea Uhuru mzuri, mahali ametoka hawezi kubali atusiane, na ndio kweli. Hata ile matusi ingine kumbe haikuwa yeye, alikuwa anasukumwa kusema hiyo matusi. So ni hayo tu, lakini ile batu imenishangaza ni Mudavadi na hiyo mwili yote kwenda kusema baba ni kama nashangaa pena these people after tarehe 8 wataenda wapi? Juu sasa Western imekuwa locked. Mutapeleka wapi hii watu wametusiana mpaka hata kwenda kuwaombea msamaha ni ngumu. Anyway, wacha tuone ikiendelea. Ya mwisho, najua wamama Kenya wanajua msimamo, na hapo ndio tunasema tukiwa wamama ya kwamba hatutaki kuachwa nje na siasa ya Kenya. Tunataka more governors, tunataka running mate. Mulituambia kama mama ni governor, baba ni deputy. So kama rais ni president, hata si tunasema running mate iwe mama. Mimi naunga mkono 100%. Mama karibu.
Yeah,
okay, asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa hayo mapendekezo na tutaona vile mambo itakuwa. Asante. Mr. Kamau, I think that settles. Kuna la kusema?
Ndio nilikuwa nasema hiyo story ya running mate, I think it is a matter of time now. Martha Karua will deputize Raila. You can vile mimi naona it will be, there's a lot of lobbying happening because you know she represents the majority, the women, and of course Mount Kenya. I think she's the most reasonable person to represent. I think Peter Kenneth and Munya, who we have been fronting, I think they can work with it. Their bigger enemy is to allow UDA to be in leadership. But when it comes to people of principles, I think it's just a matter of time. you might be surprised.
Martha Karua for running mate to Raila, it's a good combination to win an election. But the working relationship will not be, because we have two hardliners. Two hardliners are very difficult to work with. In terms of baba akisema tunapita kwa hii mlima tunapita. Mother pia ni hivyo hivyo. It's always good to have a balance. Kama mzee ni mkali, mama anakuwa msoft. Ili watoto wakianza wakiwa na ujumbe wanapitishia kwa mama, mama apelekee baba, kwa sababu mama anajua vile ataongea na baba. So Mother Karua, the feminine part of it is missing in the picture. She's the only man in PNU, and that has never changed, even with years. So I would want her to be part of the team. But the immediate person, no. Tunahitaji kama ni Magufuli kuwe na Suluhu. Suluhu mpole, mpembelezaji. Wakati Magufuli amefagia kila mahali, anakwambia msijali, ni baba. Hiyo mambo ndio inji iende vizuri. Lakini ikiwa watoto wakikimbia kwa mama wamechapa kofi, wakimbia kwa baba wamechapa kofi, wote wataishia msituni. That is my personal opinion, but all the same, let's weigh on it. Yes, Alex.
Bernard, I think it's a high time we should acknowledge and accept Kalonzo is the running mate for Raila. I don't know why people are denying, in as much as it may not sound good. And Uhuru knew what he was doing. This thing is not going second round. We are locking this man round number 1. And the calculations are very simple. We will lock him in Western, we will lock him in Nyanza, we will lock him in Northeastern now completely, Eastern and Coast. The guy will not have the 25% threshold as a minimum to even go to the court. And that is the reason we need Kalonzo. That's the simplest reason. You can't let Mudama play with a little bit of the 25 in the Eastern province. You must lock him totally and refuse him the opportunity to go to Supreme Court. And that is why Kalonzo was brought in. And you must acknowledge that mathematical concept. There is political tribal mortgage in our country when it comes to elections. We are not letting round 2 even be an option. So you guys, you cannot talk about anything. When it comes to Central, we have to acknowledge Uyumze has made some moves there. But look at this. Even if we were to try as much as we can, let us agree that a lot of the current MPs, whether they will come in or not come in, they have already been on his side. So we must acknowledge that. And the other thing you need to know is that now his people have acknowledged Raila is the president. Malala just told them, blank, the only person with a fanatical base that come without being paid is Raila Amolo Odinga. The rest is crowd to hire. So what does that tell you? It is locked, it is locked, it is locked. We are only playing where? Central. And you can see he's playing there. And a little bit of Rift Valley. But you have also to give him time to play so that he can play Rift Valley Kidogo and Arudi Central, Rift Valley, so that you make sure his money is over before we have 2 months to election. You don't lock him totally. So the game is well scripted. Kalonzo is our deputy president, whether we like him or not.
Sawa, Alex, tumesikia ya kwako. Mr. Guru.
I think pragmatism demands that the same ticket is not played out again. You notice that there has been a plan that was put in place a long time ago to have the 3 governors on Baba's side. The reason why Kalonzo capitulated so fast is because he already knew that he could not have an alternative, in the sense that his people know, first of all, that he can't win alone. Number two, they cannot go to the other guy. So for them, it is what this man can negotiate on their behalf. However, if he failed to do that, there were the other three who would look at the interest of that community within the wider Azimio. I think there is one thing that people must know here, that part of the reason why Kalonzo is currently confused is because the game plan has already been, put in place. And even in his own calculation as a person, as a politician, he's not foolish. He knows that even if he were to riot like today and take the other turn, I doubt how far he would go. Don't also forget that there is a BBI that is hovering in the horizon. Kalonzo will just have to wait for his possession, which I think could be the prime minister. That's what I see myself. Otherwise, you also notice that Jubilee, one way of reviving Jubilee in Mount Kenya and have as many MPs as possible is to have a very high visibility in the Azimio led by one Raila Amolo Odinga. That's why Uhuru has to go to the mountain with something that he is holding in his hands. It is a difficult constituency he is dealing with, and he has to work hard to lure these people and to convince them that I have brought some bacon home. So I think Kalonzo will just reconcile himself to the fact. And I think his interests will also be taken care of. I believe what you get is better than what you would have gotten if you went on the other side, even for his people.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. I would just want to lay that, put that on hold for a while, but I would say that the running mate issue for Azimio is going to be given different approaches. One is what Mr. Guru has said. Jubilee is a stakeholder in Azimio and must come up. And one of the things that really messed up, or rather was a headache for Uhuru presidents, especially in the second term, is the numbers in parliament. That was a major headache. That's what drove the matter of handshake. And you see the way the president has been very happy, the way he was helped by ODM to pass things in parliament. So they want to safeguard that in parliament. And one way of doing that is secure a majority of seats, especially on the Azimio parties. And so Jubilee needs to lock out UDA in Central. And for Jubilee to lock out UDA in Central, they will need that thing in the hand that Guru is talking about. And the DP slot is a more visible and more elaborate as at now. Then the BBI coming in later, that is a promise of which is subject to the change of the constitution for now those prime minister and other seats to come in. And so as from what I'm seeing, the DP has to come from Jubilee, and then the calculation will be Jubilee specifically as a party, then regional, it has to be the mountain or mountain in diaspora. We should also not move that out of the picture. Get a DP who is originally from the mountain, but he could be in the diaspora, because there is a vote in the diaspora that needs to be cut, and that is also going to be a matter of consideration. But like Martha said, kiti ya UDP si ya kugombania, ni yule anachaguliwa kama rais, anachagua mtu yule anataka kurun na yeye. So it's something that you can't lobby for it per se. But
I have a question.
the situation, the people involved will make a decision. Who was talking? Alex.
Yeah, I had a question, Bernard.
Yes.
You know, there was a, there's nothing that happens in politics by accident. And the leakage of the power sharing agreement between Uhuru and Raila is in preparation to what we might anticipate, not in totality, but it's preparing us in mind that he will still have an upper hand. And I'm not sure if Kalonzo in all his mind in negotiation will have agreed that Uhuru still will be the prime minister and then the vice president will be in the prime minister. So do you think that matrix will work? Because we are still waiting for the BBI thing next week. Do you believe that Kalonzo in his agreement and whoever that they negotiated with, including Bakau, will have agreed, that that's the kind of agreement he will sign?
You know, the agreement here is being negotiated on two different plates. The first plate is available. The other plate is waiting either the ruling at the Supreme Court as well as the passage of the BBI. There are two stages for the BBI to be ratified in order for it to be enacted. So that can only be on hold until it is passed. And so you can't bank on that 100%. So we share what we have on the plate now, and then if the other plate comes, we also share that plate. So as at now, what we have currently, according to the constitutional provision, is the DP slot for this election. Then when the BBI is passed, then we share the other slots. So it can't be just, we factor in the BBI when there are no guarantees, because it will end up like the constitution in 100 days, I become prime minister in 2002, which never took place. And so I don't think even Kalonzo would want that. So as at now, ni story ya kushare the 2010 constitution provisions first, then if the BBI brings, itakuwa kama bonus, then watu wataongezewa. Lakini kwa sasa, the BBI is out of the table, in my opinion.
I will urge us not to go to speculation, which is like gossip. Let us wait and see. But meanwhile, let us concentrate on what is more important, and that is how to avert, the breakup of our great coalition, because this is the week of many defections. So let us pray for our coalition, and that is the most important thing. But the rest here is speculation.
Yeah, true. That's speculation, and we should not belabor it too much. Mama Selina, nataka tuende kwa Njiru. Hao watu wajaongea watanipiga mawe.
Okay, moja tu. Alex.
Yes.
Unatetea Kalonzo na sisi yote tunatetea Kalonzo. What is going on with Kalonzo? Baba amekuwa nje for 1 week, amerudi, is nowhere to be seen, is not in Ukambani, is not in anywhere. So, kwani unataka hii mtu yako akuja aletewe kiti kwa chikoni kama ameketi? You know, if you wonder, kama unataka kukuwa running it, you have to show, yes.
Mama Selina.
Everybody is running up. Yes, I'm asking you, Alex.
Okay, let me tell you one thing.
Kalonzo?
Okay.
Why are you looking for Kalonzo?
Let me answer you. Kalonzo was brought there purposefully by Jubilee to strengthen Jubilee power to negotiate, period. If it was in our powers, ask Themba. At some point we said we don't want him. But the person called Uhuru Kenyatta knows how to do a masterstroke of politics. He knew through his cathedral mindset that Jubilee in itself cannot marshal ODM. And that is why they are doing all they can with all these small parties to negotiate. That's why even Amazon King has to hide under Jubilee, because he knows we will trash them all in Kilifi. So Kalonzo, we never brought him. But as of now, because the coalition is being signed by two people, and you saw that, it majorly is Raila Amolo Odinga, and the political advisor is the person called Uhuru Kenyatta. So the person standing for Uhuru Kenyatta is Kalonzo Musyoka. But Kalonzo Musyoka also has issues at home. He has to make sure that he does not lose his clout, the little he has. So whatever negotiation is going, he's also doing repair damage. And we must do everything also to help him. Hii kitu haiendi round mbili, my sister. Hii 50 lawyers ambayo wanataka, we will not allow them. Round one and Ruto gone home. That's all we want. The rest tutajaribu kuona vile tutafanya.
Alex, are you 100% Uhuru atapatia, sorry Penat, are you 100% kulingana na vile Central linakaa, are you 100% Uhuru atasema Kalonzo tosha, and now you say it again, Raila tosha?
Nipe pesa yako, nipe namba yako ya M-Pesa. Tunyamazie tu hapo, nipe namba yako ya M-Pesa. That is it. Hapo chini.
Haya basi, mkiexchange hiyo namba na mimi muongeze ya kwangu hapo. I want to say that let's give it time. Let's give it time. There is a lot that is happening, and I'm sure that the amicable solution will be found. There is more to be used. And nice story around one, hiyo iko settled. Hii kitu ni round one. Hakuna hata kama nani anaondoka ama nani anarudi. Hii kitu ni round one, na ni asubuhi na mapema, hata ifiki saa 5. So msisumbuane na story ati there will be no reason even the people to go to the Supreme Court. There will be no grounds for that. So let's just ensure kila mtu ametoka ameenda kupiga kura. Aswa in our strongholds. Hawa watu wa stronghold yetu wa kusema hii ishachukuliwa bila kwenda kupiga kura. They must wake up early. Wote tumepiga kura by saa 5. Tunaanza kuhesabu. Saa 8 mambo inachemka. Saa 10 kama miti haijakatwa imekatwa, ile imebaki. Kila kitu inamalizika by midnight, everything is finished. So mtu asitusumbue sai. Hii mambo imeenda. Pita hapana, sitaki sasa maswali sai. Twende kwa Njiru. Pita unakuja kuongea after Penny. So ngoja hapo utakuja kuongea. Njiru, uko?
Niko kabisa, habari yako?
Naomba kamera yako ionyeshe uso wako ndio tuendelee kujuana habari.
Okay.
Habari sasa ni mzuri, naona kichwa yako.
Okay, fine, thank you. Mimi nimefurahia discussion yetu leo. Maybe kwanza kusema, maybe kuingililia the areas discussion hiyo mmekuwa mkisema hapo kidogo between whether Kalonzo to become a deputy or not. Mimi niko na wasiwasi moja, although maybe Alex atakuja maybe kutuambia maoni yake, but mimi ile wasiwasi niko nayo tukirudia hii ticket ya Raila na Kalonzo, it might get some baggages zile ambazo tulikuwa nazo 2017 and 2013, and to show inclusivity and other issues are being taken care of. I would wish that the people, despite everything, hata kama ni negotiations zinafanywa na nini, I wish they can be able to redesign that ticket, because I can tell you that we might lose some bigger stakes by just retaining the 2017 ticket. So I wish they can be able to review it, and they see how they can bring other people in equation. One, because Kalonzo mwenyewe amekuwa akionyeshana indecisiveness, and I don't think at this particular time that Kalonzo has shown credibility of being a national leader. Yes, he can be a leader of Wakamba, but I do not see him showing credibility of somebody who has influence beyond the Ukambani front, and that is my fear. That one was just a note of what people were saying here. Okay, let me now come into the whole scenario. Now the election is set, and we are having now Ruto and Raila as front runners, and we can see now everything is shaping towards those two factions. And we are now hearing people with experience talking about this thing. Na unajua kwa hii maisha many things zinakuanga many things get traction depending on how experience is. That's why unaona like the people who love football here unakutanga zile matimu ambazo zinashinda Champions League sana ni zile ambazo zina front people with experience. So ndio unasikianga kila saa lazima ukuwe na watu wazoefu. So that one is very much necessary. And Ruto faction is missing experience. Yeah, they could be having energy because of bringing very controversial issues here and there. Whereas somebody like Raila Odinga is running on status quo and changing some of the things which have not been working for so much. So there are so many things which Ruto want to bring and change and bring a lot of disunity, which is making very many experienced people not want to work with him. And to me, I value experience more than any new things which are working. So kwa maoni yangu, I've watched the Ruto campaign, and the challenge I'm having is that he doesn't look presidential, and being a presidential material in terms of the way you talk and the way you assemble your machinery is very key. Number one, for you to be presidential is how you approach people, is how you show your experience, is how you communicate. So there are so much things which show a presidential characteristics. So I'm worried, nikiona ya kwamba that the people who are in these two factions, that they cannot be able to identify somebody who doesn't have presidential characteristics. Because sasa mimi nashindwa sasa, after tumemaliza kutusiana, are we going to platform our next 5 years kwa hiyo matusi? Yule mtu ambaye auangri na yeye lazima mtusiane. I wish we can be able to disagree in a civilized manner, whereby we can be able to assemble a campaign policy and we can talk to each other in a civilized manner. And I think that is one of the experience which the deputy president need to get. Maybe after 10 years, we can think about it. Maybe he needs 10 years to get that quality. Although somebody like me, even if he gains 100 years experience, I cannot support him because he has too much mud on his eyes, which I don't think he can serve me right. So today's story about Mama Ngina just confirmed where majority of high-thinking Kenyans are. And I think now we need now to get serious on this thing. Whatever Mama Ngina did today was a confirmation that Uhuru has not been acting blindly. Unajua saa zingine akina Ruto hapo wamekuwa na some people hapa, even when David Murathe alianzia kuongea hapa, watu walianzia kuwaita walevi. Only that now things have started now unfolding now. Na watu wengi wataongea, hata sio Mama Ngina peke yake. Very prominent Kenyans are going to speak and they will say what they are saying. So from what Mama Ngina said, we can see Uhuru is working on experience and Uhuru is working on advice. Uhuru hakutokezea tu siku moja akasema mimi sitaki huyu mwenzangu hapa. There is a trail of issues not working right, and people like Mama Ngina are now coming up. Remember that Mama Ngina is a connection between old and new generation. They are the conduits in which we can be able to read history, the Kenyan history. If we want to know about things which used to happen about Kenyatta, we are lucky that people like Mama Ngina, they are still around, and Mungu akiweza kumpea uhai, and we still have her in our next 2 or 3 elections, they can still be very valuable people in the society because of connecting history, and especially sasa wale vijana wadogo hawajui hata Kenya imetoka wapi. So they need to listen to people like Mama Ngina, Kenyatta. Those are the people who have been holding this country together. Forget about those people who ambao wanasema sijui hawa watu niwezi sijui. I can tell you our grandfathers were with them those time. So like me, I can, I always like to being rational. My grandfather had an opportunity to become rich. He didn't do it. I don't know why he didn't do it. So, saa zingine, we do not need to come here and criticize people simply because they got rich, because of the way they were able to position themselves, because of the way they were able to work hard. This idea of criticizing people because they were able to assemble wealth is not right in my way of thinking. And I should not come here and start saying that Mama Ngina and the Kenyatta people stole their wealth. I need a proof to know that they stole their wealth. My grandfather had an opportunity to steal if the only way to get wealth in Kenya is stealing. So to me, my grandfather had an opportunity to become a Kenyan prime minister, but I don't know the reason why he didn't become. So this idea of abusing people because God positioned them to get positions is wrong. Whoever is abusing these people, they had an opportunity to become leaders, but we don't know what happened to them, but tunajuanga uongozi unatoka kwa Mungu. Hata Ruto, for him to kufika hapo amefika, it is through his hard work and some other maneuvers he has done. And I don't think that his preceding generations, we will be putting them to task to defend the reason why Mr. Ruto became rich. It will be upon that generation to prove itself. So that's why it is very wrong for a generation to criticize another generation. That is why, like for example, mtu kukuja hapa kuanzia kusema pengine watu wa Maumau walifanya vibaya. Let me tell you, a generation should not stand to criticize another generation, because that generation can also be criticized by succeeding generations. A generation should always treat with regard what happened to the other generation. We remember there is a generation which fought for our independence. So I feel very bad when I hear this generation ya hawa watu ambao even some of them they don't have very good articulate points, wanatusi some of the people who gave us a country. It's wrong. So Mama Ngina was on point today, and I like the way she did. At least now I'm confident Uhuru is working on an advice sheet. Number two, there was Mother Karua being fronted as the deputy president. Only time will tell, but we should still shop more. Mother Karua has still been too much on handline, so I still want to see more qualities. To me, being fronted by maendeleo ya wanawake, being supported by women, to me it is not enough. I want to see more of her inclusivity in leadership. I want to see more of her charisma. I want to see something more bigger from her in terms of assembling a campaign team, bringing people on board, and not only being on the criticism side alone. I want to see her on how she can be able to assemble a team, how she can bring positive energy on a team. That's what I want to see, not about criticism and only saying that every hakuna timu hainawezi hapa. I want to see how she can be able to assemble a team and combine with another team. Okay, hii story ingine ya Kenya Kwanza and the way they are campaigning in Narok, again, I do not see much on them. I'm expecting to see them assembling a very good campaign team. To me, I know Narok people have been voting for Raila Odinga. Kajiado has been voting for Raila Odinga. Masai people in general, they have been voting for Raila Odinga. So to me, I think Kenya Kwanza, they are just in their new entry. And those crowns which came to them, I think they just wanted to see this new man in town. Who is he? And I think people just came there to listen to the deputy president and maybe to see if he can be able to stand. But the sad thing ni vile niliona kwa hiyo kampeni ya Kenya Kwanza leo, they now brought the Mau issue again. I don't know why the Mau issues have to be political every time when we are in a campaign. Sasa hii story ya Mau imeletwa tena, and it was very sad for me. We know the reason why we need to conserve Mau, and now the deputy president is now bringing the issue of Mau in the campaign. It's so sad. And I know Mau has costed Raila Odinga campaigns in this election, in the previous election, but up to today, I still believe we need to conserve Mau, and we cannot make Mau a political thing. So that's one thing which I think the Kenya Kwanza team should abstain from. They should not be talking about Mau. they should be talking about how we should be conserving environment. You can see the drought which we are having in Kenya now. Sahi watu wako na njaa. And partly is because of the way we have not been conserving our environment properly. And the long-term effects in vile unasikia watu wako na njaa kila pahali. Let me tell you, if we are going to destroy our environment, hiyo njaa itafika hata Nairobi sasa. Forget about the way it is in the dry counties of Kenya. It will extend and extend. So we have to come up with a good mechanism of feeding our country, and one way of feeding our country will be from conserving the environment. Lastly, I also wanted to talk about the way now we are now seeing the campaign unfolding. I think now I can see that Raila Odinga has more credibility of becoming a president in Kenya now. I can see he has managed to unite Kenyans. I can see now Raila Odinga is having support from everywhere in the country. Sasa siwezi sema ati Raila Odinga akona support. He has a skewed support. He is not like Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza has a skewed support, part of Rift Valley and Central. And that's not how you win an election. You win an election by homogeneity. You have to have homogeneous support from the north to the south. But I can see the support of Kenya Kwanza is still skewed in some sections, whereby you see them having support, very big support in some regions, and very small support in other regions. So it is skewed, and I think they have to upgrade. But so far, Raila Odinga campaign is moving very well. We now need to see now his advisors coming on board. We now need to start seeing this the team or his team coming up. At this particular time, we now need to start seeing the people who will become his deputy president, the people who will become his cabinet. We now need to see the business community which will support him now coming on. So we now started coming the Nairobi business community, the Mombasa business community, Kisumu business community. Now those people now have to start coming up and ramping up this thing, because again they also form a critical mass which forms the support. Lastly, as I finish, is in the issue of Matusi. I can say Matusi will bring a lot of suffering to our Kenya, and it might take us to the previous places where we were in 07. And I think we have evolved, we have changed, and our country is changing, whereby we campaign on a healthy platform, we finish our campaigns, we vote for each another, and we finalize our campaigns, and we wait for the next election. Kenyan election is changing. We are giving Africa a clean sheet of how campaigns should be done. And I think 2022 is a sheet that campaigns can be done, elections can be done. We finish our elections in 2 days, we know the winner, and we settle. And the people wait for the next election, and we allow the government to do its work. Thank you, and that is my submission for now. And I'm happy for Azimio. I hope they can do the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Njiru. We appreciate it. Let's bring in Mzee. Penny, how are you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Imekuwa sasa, imekuwa. Habari yako Temba?
Salama. Namna gani leo?
Baridi leo. Yeah, lakini ni poa tu. Sasa panelists wetu wale wanaangalia good day. Na kwanza kabisa, I hope Alex is right. Kalonzo awe DP wenu. Na hiyo ndio tutapata Central rahisi sana. Hata mzee Raila alibetray Nyachae kupata kura ya Central. Hiyo ukipata ya Central na Rift Valley, hizi ingine ni just the icing, topping the icing. So we hope that you guys can choose Kalonzo, because you bring a lady that is really very emotional on the lady side, and you will give us a problem in Uda. But we're still looking at it. But sisi tukiingilia Uda, tukiingia kwa parliament, roho ya kwanza ya kutolewa kabisa ni ile election act, something was to legislate people how they get into our party
That should be done away with. And the other one is the NCIC or NICIS. I don't know what the initials, because that is an organization that's supposed to tell us how to talk to each other, and yet they're getting millions and millions sitting doing nothing. They don't go do anything to Raida. They didn't do anything to North Korea. So let us be very clear as to how we spend our money. Some of this, it sounds good, but it doesn't make any sense at all. Na yangu Bernard, ni kuambia hivi, na I'm very glad Mama Serena yuko hapo. Nyinyi lazima mkubali, and I know you are plenty of you are in Azimio. Lazima mkubali kushindwa. Mseme tukishindwa tutakubali. Na sisi tumesema kutoka UDA tutakubali na tutakuwa opposition. Opposition is even more powerful than the government. The opposition, we have watched opposition after opposition after opposition if you are organized. So kutoka leo, I wish you guys can tell that you will accept the loss. I have accepted. But you guys think that you will always win. You will always criticize Kajiado. You will always, everywhere we go, you criticize it. We don't mind. You have a right to do that. There's no problem with that, because he offered himself to be a public figure. Anybody public, you should say anything about them. But if you are private, please muniache kabisa. So sisi, ngoja nimalizie hapo nikisema kwamba sisi UDA tunataka nchi zetu iendelee kama zile za Singapore, South Korea, all those countries. And like I've always said, they were even poorer than us. But it's only leadership that we are lacking, directed that we are lacking. Hiyo tu Bernard, ndio nilikuwa nasema, na asante sana kwa kunipatia wakati, na ninapenda kuja hapa sana because there is a lot of challenges. There is a lot of things that you hear how ODM or Azimio is operating. But I would have not known that until I listened to you. And I have my friends, wanazungumza vile Alex anasema, they say they love, like love. When you say love, it's either your wife, your husband, your kids, or your mother. But when you love another man, I have a problem with that. But that's okay. Because ndio nasemaga kugombana ni kitu mbaya. Ini ideas tu. Hiyo ni kusema idea. Lakini Aramashaba akishindwa tutamwambia aende nyumbani. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Thank you Penny, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Peter.
You can hear me, Bernard?
I can hear you. Inaonekana you are ever ready. Are you unataka kufufua ever ready? Paka power.
Bernard, I was ready because I've waited for long. Allow me to congratulate those who have commented before me. They have done a fantastic job. And one thing I want to go straight, I will be very brief because the other people also want to talk. One thing I observed today is that the bottom-up economic model is running away, and we are not able to feel it as the way we used to feel it before. I don't know what has happened. Ama advisors walienda wapi, waliama, maybe with a free loan or transfer, but we'll get to know that one better, because I've even tried to follow the argument that the campaign chairperson, that is the governor for Turkana, the UDA, the way he has been articulating these issues in Citizen against the Nderitu Murithi, the campaign chair of Azimio. It is a clear indication on where the government is likely to go, because the other one is arguing without the facts, and another one is arguing with the facts. And the way they are saying that they're intending to create the jobs, it is not clearly, because you cannot tell me, Bernard, that distributing some cash to the youths will be a way of creating jobs. You will actually be destroying the economy, and you will be destroying the currency. And we don't want to go to that. As they are saying that they are setting aside 50 billion, how are they going to distribute this 50 billion amongst the youths who are not employed? How is it going to create the employment? We want to listen to people saying how they are going to create a conducive environment for the foreign investors to come and invest, rather than telling us they are setting aside 50 billion to be distributed to the people. And I want to tell you that ever since the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza have been distributing coins before, we have been witnessing chaos in most of their rallies. But since they stopped, we have not been witnessing any kind of chaos. It was a clear indication that the money that was being distributed in terms of millions and thousands, that was what was bringing chaos in their campaign rallies. Now they're running a campaign without an agenda. The agenda is an old man that they don't even respect. I think there's no school that does not teach about respect. Kila mtu mwenye alikanyaga shule, kitu cha kwanza alifundishwa ni heshima. To some of us who went recently, we still have it in our head. Maybe those who went long time ago, it has gone. But I think they should also need to maybe to be given gumbaro to learn that respect is not bought, but respect it starts from you. Once you respect people, people also respect you. And then another thing is that I want to say that Jubilee is coming back with a force, and they realized that the game was that where they were not able to sell ODM, Jubilee is taking it very fully. And very soon we are seeing Azimio building the very big house. Na nataka kuambia kwamba jinsi ambavyo alisema kwamba safina imeshang'oa nanga. Kwa hivyo ijalishi Kalonzo amening'inia ama ako ndani, kile kilioko chenye tunajua kwamba safina imetoka, na kama Kalonzo ameingia, hata kama amening'inia, mwishowe wakati floods zitakuja kuisha, mafuriko, we will get with him. That is what we know. We don't want to know the position he's holding, but he should come out clearly as a man and tell us what is like what maybe the reducible minimum is putting, so that the other group that can also help him on a way of discussing on what should be done. But otherwise, keeping quiet is wasting time, and in fact, is slowing up. People are asking what happened. Your guy said that is moving this way. Could it be there's also a cold talk behind the tents that we don't know? The guy should also come out and tell us his direction. If he's changing the direction, it's very free, but he did this because we take the first statement that comes from your mouth. For the third time, he said that Kenyans, I say Raila Tosha, and that is what we go with. Doesn't matter the direction that he will take. We already accommodated him, and we want to see him kindly coming out and even campaigning. As we are talking, I'm in Ukambani, but there is no campaign that Kalonzo is carrying out in Ukambani. But I thank God that most people that are here in Ukambani, they are saying that what they are going to do is that they are going to weigh who is likely to be the president. They're not going to vote because he's our man or he's our person, he has been our loyal leader. They are going to vote for somebody who is likely to ascend to the power. And then finally, I want to again to talk about something that these people, most of them the KAA, they've always been saying that they're the front runners of the Mamamboga, the border, the other guys, the kiosk guys, and so on and so on, the chicken sellers and so on. I want to, from where you sit, Bernard, that the information that we have pertaining the DP is that ana shamba kubwa sana ya kuku, analisha kuku wengi sana ambao wanaweza zalisha mayai zaidi ya milioni moja kwa siku. And I want to ask you, Bernard, when have you heard about the DP distributing the chicken to these low farmers, wale wanawaita wa mama mboga, wakulima wadogo wadogo? Wangepewa mstari wa mbele, wapewe kuku kwanza, wawe wanalisha as they are wait for this 50 billion to be distributed to them. But we are not seeing this. This is like frying an egg using water. It is hard. It is not going to be an egg again. So I think they should lead as an example. They should start distributing what they have right now, rather than waiting for the 50 billion that we are not very sure on who is going to be the owner of that 50 billion. We never know, because the elections are not being done. They have not been cleared with the IBC, so they are not even the presidential candidate as it stands right now. And they have started talking about the money, and they're saying that the budget that is going to be passed in 2 months, it belongs to them. We have no problem. We want them to come to the parliament so that we support that budget. It goes through very fast. And then finally, I want to say that concerning the Narok campaign today, there was no agenda totally. The agenda was not there. It is not articulated. The only words we hear every time and then is bottom up. They're not telling us how they are breaking down this bottom up to reach out to that mamamboga, because not all people are mamamboga, not all people are border riders, not all people own kiosks. There are youths who have finished their graduates that they do not have a job. They have specialized in various fields other than border and selling boga or even selling these avocados on the street. they are not telling us how they are going to help out these youths that are languishing in poverty. They are not even able to get 3 meals in a day. So that is what they're also supposed to come out and tell us. And they should also not complain about the high living standards, because they are the ones responsible for the highest price of mafuta and so on and so on. And all those aspects, they are trying to run away to wash themselves, but we know them. Kenyans have been civilized, and the Kenyans that they voted 2017, they are very different from the Kenyans that are going to vote in 2022, because knowledge have been pumped into people's heads, and the people are becoming more wise and wise every time and then. The only problem we are having, Bernard, is that this group of age 18 to age 30, most of them, they have not read history. Most of them, they do not know what Kenya has been before and what Kenya is right now. They have just found Kenya, and most of them, they are carried with cheap politics of that I will represent your views, I will be the one who will be able to help you, and that is not the reality. I think they should sit with all the people to be told the stories, so that they get to know where Kenya has come from and where Kenya is now, so that they should be able to make a very good decision. But otherwise, I allow the next person to bring in his or agenda. Thank you very much.
Okay. Asante sana Peter, asante na shukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tutasonga mbele kabla tusikie iko kitu. Wacha tusikie kitu kwanza. Okay, here we go.
Ngina Kenyatta waded into the President Uhuru Kenyatta succession talk with a call to residents to support the president's position. Now, in rare comments on political issues, Mama Ngina said that President Kenyatta will not mislead the people of Kenya and that the president has the best interests of the nation at heart. She made reference to the broken relations between President Kenyatta and his deputy William Ruto, saying the DP had abandoned his boss. Now, she spoke during the burial of Nelly Wanjiko, mother of Bishop Ernest Karanja. Here are some of those remarks.
Na mumenye na kuria mgororete na mutongoria wanyu ndangihota kumuonia kuria njira iri tagirire ndimwire muthie na mbere kumenya ati mutegeti na haria mundu aikaire niwe gwikire thambo iriaga na ndari na uru no ningi ungikionio uru ni uria munyinyi waku ri wagetindania nake githie na mbere ndeke mwire kuria aramuonia murore kuo ndamucokeria ngatho muno ni undu wa guka kumagaria my cousin. Thank you.
Okay, one more.
Welcome back. You're watching Siasa Fiesta here on Morning Prime. Before we took a short break, we teased out this particular statement by Kalonzo Musyoka, just harking back to an interview that he had with the media, where he said it will be unthinkable. It will be unthinkable to support Mr. Odinga for the third time. It will be the most stupid. I will be the most stupid to once again support his bid without a measure of reciprocity. And Aaron Chirot would promised, yes, we'll circle back with you on this particular statement.
Two things. First of all, before I go to Kalonzo, there's something I want to debunk. I've had Otiende mention it, and I think Dan Manzo keep on mentioning it. But it is Otiende's side that keep on speak about it many times in rallies. Oh, corruption. There's no need even to worry. If we save money from corruption, will be able to execute projects. You know, as they say about numbers don't lie. And I'd wish Otiende would take time to consider the facts as they are, as opposed to just a good vibe and a story which cannot help Kenya out of the situation that is in.
When you talk of
what
numbers,
you know,
which numbers are you talking about?
Kenya currently collects 1.6 trillion in revenue. That's by and large everything that we collect as a country on average the last 3 years. Our debt repayment stands at 1 trillion Kenya shillings, meaning of that 1.6 trillion, a trillion is not even on the table because we collect and
service the debt.
It services debt directly. You're left with 600. Our recurrent expenditure, GOK, that is money to pay salaries for teachers, policemen, all these civil servants, pay rent of government offices and all those things, whatever they operate in, stands at 700 billion on average every particular year. Those two items alone have completely wiped off revenue. You haven't sent any resources to the counties, which from if you take an average of the last 3 years, is in excess of 350 billion. You have not even you have not spent 0 shillings in development budget. So what is the long and short of what I intend to inform my two good friends is that there is, first of all, nothing to even steal. So talk about, forget about the long stories that you speak about in rallies and come to the reality that as a country, unless we have a good conversation about this debt issue, there's absolutely nothing to spend. So let us stop those ignorant conversations on such a high-level platform. So I come to Kalonzo. You know, this Kalonzo conversation is quite interesting because Otiende would rather forget everything that Kalonzo has said about their side of this contest and latch onto something which, personally, I've tried to scan through media and I watch Kalonzo quite closely because he's a leader I respect. I have never seen him say the things Otiende says about him, that one, he was completely exclusive, that he cannot work with the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. As he has been about the ODM leader, and you've quoted this interview that Otiende always wish, you know, every time you brings it up, he has a very nice theory about it and says, no, we rely on what he has said later. He do really wish to forget this conversation about what Kalonzo said, that he'd be a fool if he chose to back Raila Odinga for the 3rd time. And the thing that I'd wish to say is that why is Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, you know, who is his main campaign engine in this particular election cycle, why are they blackmailing Kalonzo Musyoka? Why do I say they are blackmailing him? When you see the movements of these 3 Ukambani governors, it is meant to sort of like threaten Kalonzo. Those statements have come from none other than Otiende saying that if Kalonzo doesn't make up his mind, you can see the political space that he used to occupy is now being threatened by Alfred Mutua. Come on, please, give us a break, Otiende. Surely, who is Alfred Mutua? Who is Kivutha Kibwana? Who is Charity Ngulu? In the space and plan of the politics of the region where Dan Manzo come from. Stop using these 3 governors to try and send in feelers and say, you know, we have the ability. Even when you see the kind of rallies they are mobilizing, you can see that this is state resources. This is all planned by government of Kenya to try and just beat Kalonzo into submission. Can you give the good gentleman time to make up his mind? I'm sure he said, and I watched him, I think 2 or 3 days ago, he said, we are listening to the partners, but we are more keen on dealing with partners who are genuine. Partners who are honest. Why does Kalonzo speak about honest partners? Because he remembers that, for example, in 2017, he went and hunted with ODM. Immediately after the elections, and there was something to share. Number one, in the name of the handshake, Raila Odinga took the entire, whatever good fortunes that came out of the handshake and shared absolutely nothing with the rest of his NASA partners. When there was money from the political parties fund, you know, ODM as a party denied access of these funds to the rest of the 3 coalition partners that formed NASA to them. Very bad behavior, which somehow conveniently they now want.
Is that true?
Yes.
The money has not been paid up to today.
Up to today. And wait, I finish.
The money has not
Look
been paid.
at even the kind of language the Secretary General.
But there was intent. There was intent to pay this money.
Wait, there are two issues. Number one, you know, if I hunt with you, this money ODM has had access for the last 3 financial years. It is only until recently that they started saying, oh, you know, we can talk. When they all of a sudden it dawned on them that they needed Wiper and Fort Kenya and ANC, that they said, oh, after all, we can share with it. But for the last 3 financial years, when Wiper has been calling for a fair distribution of that kitty, remember the kind of things that the Secretary General of ODM used to call them. He said these are leeches, you know. How do you expect that Kalonzo will suddenly forget that ODM unleashed Sifuna on him to call him a leech and certainly just begin working with them? Those are the things that Kalonzo keeps on referring to every time he speaks and say, even if we were to enter into talks, it will be talks with people who are honest. There is no honesty on the part of ODM. I told you on 3 weeks ago here that the reason why we passed the Political Parties Amendment Act, it is called the Raila Insurance Law in the political circles. It is meant so that if you go into any political agreement with Raila Odinga, at least it can secure you. Because anybody else who has worked with him from previously, they have always been shortchanged. And that's why we have all these challenges that they're experiencing. So the long and short of it is that do not panic, Otiende. If you make your bed, please be prepared to lie on it. That is the challenge that you are having. People are not keen to work with the ODM leader because of his tendencies to always renege on the things that they promise and their bad habits. You know, this insulting behavior that you have on these other leaders. When I have never seen Sifuna apologize for the things he said about Kalonzo, Wetangula, and Musalia Mudavadi. Then suddenly you just expect that they'll easily come up and support Raila Odinga. I mean, people have got to be honest, and those are the challenges that his side of the political divide continues to experience.
Yes. We need go no further than page 4 of the Nation.
Page 4 of the Nation?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Right at the top, where the writer, goes through the history. And in the small caption there, the former vice president has categorically ruled out getting into a coalition with DP William Ruto. So his options are either to join Azimio La Umoja or go all the way to the ballot, and he does the analysis. But if you are afraid of reading the Nation, then just Google. You will see. You will see these statements were made even on 28th of January. These statements were repeated on 2nd of February. So it's not my creation, Aaron Cheriot. I have no reason to create words and put them in the mouth of my good friend Kalonzo Musyoka. He himself said this, and he has said it categorically. Now, it is not to say that earlier he had not ruled out working with Raila Amolo Odinga. Of course he did, but that was earlier. He later changed his mind. And in terms of what he's saying, if then you go, for example, to page 13, of the Nation, if you see what Kalonzo said over the weekend, and you go straight to paragraph 6, where he says that Kalonzo said that the talks, he was talking about talks with Azimio. The talks would decide whether he would once again support Mr. Odinga or it would be the other way around. All I was saying, and that is factual, is that Kalonzo Musyoka has ruled out working with DP Ruto's coalition, but he is entertaining the possibility of working with Azimio if the talks are structured. That is all. So there's no reason for Aaron Cheriot to feel jittery and attack me, because that's just a fact. And the fact that earlier he had ruled out working with Raila is neither here nor there. Only a fool never changes their mind. Anyone who is not a fool is free to change their mind. Now, let's come back to this. And I told you this last week. We are now discussing Kalonzo Musyoka. And again, my friend Aaron Cheriot has succeeded in mentioning Raila Amolo Odinga 5 times. Because every time we go to anyone,
is in relation to the topic actually.
He keeps seeing shadows of Raila everywhere he goes. So when he's talking on infrastructure, Raila, Kalonzo Raila, Gideon Raila, Ruto Raila. Seriously, how can a man be obsessed with another man like this? I can. But I understand, because I think you dream about him a lot. And it's a good dream because he'll be president. Let me tell you this. You have no reason to bring out, for example, issues of sharing of political parties' funds. Daniel Manzo here knows that as a matter of law, there is no basis in law for the other parties who are in NASA to claim a legitimate share by law. If there was, the court would have ordered, because there was even a court case. But ODM backtracked as a matter of courtesy. Two things. One, the monies that the political parties are entitled to have has never even been released anyway. Okay? I think I think the ODM is owed, was it, in the last calculation, was it about 6 billion or something? The money has never even been released. We want that money ourselves to help us with the campaigns. So when they talk about that money, like there's some big money, that money was released and wasn't shared, it's not true, because we ourselves are struggling to persuade the national government to release it. But having said that, the ODM agreed to share, not because it is entitled in law, but as a matter of courtesy. And that discussion has never been withdrawn from the table. The question of who says what is above the principles. You know, the parties have party leaders. If the party leader of ODM says something, then you can quote. But if I say something, you can't start bringing that on a discussion table, that's now what you are putting on the discussion table. You know, trying to raise, bottlenecks at a time that the negotiation like that will not take you anywhere, Aaron. Now, Aaron says that we keep saying that corruption money, is hardly there, it will not solve these things.
But I sit... Before you start that conversation, I wanted to ask you, you say it's a matter of courtesy.
Yes.
There was a memorandum of understanding. They claimed that these on the table as well. And this was deposited to the political parties registrar.
The memorandum of understanding was not about sharing money. It was about sharing positions. Sharing positions when we get government, which we never did. So it died a stillbirth. It was based on the assumption that we would get government. DP and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, as I understand, had their own memo of understanding, and it was in terms of sharing government. The DP got his fair share of the government. I think he got half the ministers, half the PSS and various appointments, which now he's trying to run away from. Now, that they did because they got government. In our case, we believe that Raila won, but was not declared. So we never got government. So there was nothing. It died still. But
then why have you been painting ODM in a bad corner?
Yes, is based on the assumption that you will get. Look, like me now, I am running again to defend my seat for Areda, and there are people who are negotiating on all sorts of.
Thank you. Iko kitu karibu pole, hiyo ilikuwa ndefu sana, lakini I think it has some further for us to ponder over.
Yeah, that's good. Mjambo wa Kenya wenzangu.
Yes, karibu.
I've been listening for a while, but I've been in the background. But anyway, I've only three points to make.
Yes, move closer to the microphone. Move closer to the microphone. Your audio is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's better.
Yeah, I'm saying that we all Kenyans. We're Kenya. So when Kalonzo talks about the funds that ODM owe him, it's like talking about NASA was dead and long gone. Professor Mutua told us already. So it's like wewe ni kama kupe unajaribu kunyonya damu ya ng'ombe, ile ng'ombe imekula kitambo, imeisha, ngozi imeanikwa. So Kalonzo is just confusing. I really didn't want him to come to Azimio. We kind of needed him, but nasikia tu kama nimemchoka. But I think that the remarks that Mutula Kilonzo is making, and Dan Mwanzo, that he has to be the running mate, I think that's kind of outrageous. But we also have to agree with Alex. It's like a deal that it's already been made. Something that he was convinced to come to Azimio, where we'll give you this if you come. But these are the politics of Kenya. We never get what we want as a people anyway. No. So it's the lesser evil. That's what we go by. That's just that for me on that point. On my second point, I really wanted to I tell Mama Selina, whom I love very much, hello, Mama Selina, that I agree with her when she says that Mother Karua, is a tough lady. She's an iron lady. We all know that. But at the same time, I also agree with you, Bernard, that Mother Karua just she's too much to deal with. And I was on a clip. I think it was on an NTV, and someone said Gideon Moi and Kalonzo said that her demands were just too much, and she was too stubborn. So I think that Mother Karua should realize, for her to move forward, kuiga mfano ya viongozi kama rais wa mkono wa Tanzania, unaona, just be able to negotiate with other people. Don't let the waves take you too deep into the ocean that people can't swim to you and come and get you back to the shore, because kila mtu ataogopa, the sharks will kill us all. So get close to the shore where you can also swim close, so you can negotiate, and also be relevant. But the truth be told, how many votes does Martha Karua have? What about the numbers? How many votes can she bring to the table? Gideon can bring a lot of votes than her. Kalonzo can, more votes from her. So where does that leave her? So, you cannot back. You can back the loudest, but if you don't have the biggest bite, really, you're not that relevant. But and my final point is that people like Moses Kuria should just be ignored. Days of saying that people are not, circumcised, not circumcised, those days are gone. Those are the days. We understand that Raila was demonized in the mountain. And some people still believe that till today. I remember days that people used to tell us, kula chakula, ama tute Raila. That was it. So Raila was just this demon, but now we've come to see the light. He really means well, and I think it's his time, and I think people should shine people like Moses Kuria, and Moses Kuria, ashamed of himself. When it comes to the election that happened in Kiamba, we all know what happened. And now, if you let Ruto into your bedroom, and Moses Kuria did not feel any aspirant. So basically, Ruto saw that, watu unakuwaga hivi, so I can just come and unawapatia kitu kidogo and you just take over. So that's what Ruto has been doing over and over and over and over again. So now, there's nothing, there's no way for him to salvage himself. Even his own self-image, yani utu wake umeisha. Unaona? So what aende pumzike, ajichunge, he gets better, and he come up the next cycle. Kenya is a cycle. Okay? Every election is a cycle. So my thing is, we know who's talking what part. Azimio imeisha, tumeshinda. So the problem is just the so-called VP slot, and it seems like Alonso has been promised something, the way he's talking, but I agree with Alex. They are just preparing us to accept the inevitable, which I really want Kalonzo to get a slot. I thought Peter Kenneth was the best person to go with. But all in all, I hate to disappoint you, Mama Selina, but I don't think Kenya we are ready for female VP. It happened in the US. Hillary was the best, but she just didn't get it because people were just not ready. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Yes, Derek. What is it?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Now
morning from Nairobi.
Yes, from Nairobi. Yeah. About Kalonzo and Raila and the NASA agreement. That thing from the start was just okay, but after things were unfolding, you get a clear indication that it's from Langata. Now, Kalonzo knew very well that Raila, there's already a candidate, ODM candidate in Lang'ata, and they just decided that we are putting, like, we are also giving out our candidates. Now they went as far as losing to Korir, which was very wrong. But they had a coalition. It means they could have had an agreement that we are going for this. It means because we are a family, let some of us salvage our interest and we go ahead. Now that's where the hatred started, because they were fighting in between. Now for about the deputy president, Martha Karua, she's a good lady, iron lady, a good lawyer, but deputies are, her deputies in Raila will be a problem because that lady is erratic. They may also have a different direction like Ruto and Uhuru. Now we need a sober man, someone who, like me, I'm suggesting someone like Peter Kenneth, or someone like Mwangi wa Equity, someone who's a bit sober, or Kalonzo. But Martha Karua, no. We are not ready for another fight in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Derek, for that. I think we'll conclude this clip before we proceed.
Me for chairman of CDF, maybe you'll do this. If I, for any reason, I was not to win, how would they come to me and say I did not honor my bargain? Because what it was premised on never came to pass.
Yes.
But let me finish this. The question of corruption.
Corruption, yes.
We have it on the authority of the president that we lose 2 billion to corruption every day. If you calculate 2 billion to corruption every day, that is 60 billion a month. How much is that in a year? You know, that money alone, and we have no reason to doubt the president because he's the president. In any case, no one has ever challenged him, not even his deputy, in terms of those figures. I sit in the Public Accounts Committee. The figures that come before us are just astronomical. Look, just last week we were re-examining this question of Aurora and Kimwarer. And the peers, Dr. Belio Kipsan, who was not there then, but is now the peers, came and demonstrated to us these guys just paid some company, some Italian rundown company, 7.1 billion. 7.1 billion in advance for nothing. To date, that 7.1 billion, there's not even an envelope that has been bought for to cover it. And then that company, the Italian company, goes to file for bankruptcy. So this is money that could have been put to good use. 7.1 billion is not small money. You look at the figures we are talking about, Ketraco. You look at the figures across the board. Corruption alone would help us not only reduce the debt ceiling, it would also help us to reduce the deficit by, I think, 70%. And we would have, if we were just to take 7.1 billion and subsidize the farmers that Aaron Cheriot was talking about, by how much do you think the cost of production would come down? So you can't wish away corruption. You know, their side of the coalition like to wish away corruption. I told you they don't want to hear this word corruption. They don't want to hear such words like theft.
Thank you.
But that's where we must emphasize. That's where we must start.
Right.
Then we'll rationalize the expenditure.
Right. Let me ask you briefly, then I come to Dan Maazo. Belio Kipsang appeared before your committee, but he's on record saying that he is not privy to this particular report on Kimwarer and Aurora. So where was he coming up with this? Where was he teasing out this particular statement? That
let me clarify.
And how come he is not even in possession and custody of this particular report?
That's part of the question we asked, and we are going to get that report soon. The question of how much was paid for Aurora and Kimwarer is different from the report.
It's different from reports?
Yes. The report was a special report sanctioned by the president in which the peers for infrastructure, the then peers,
Infrastructure,
Professor Maringa, was commissioned to do a report. And he did that report and handed it over to the president. Okay? Now, it is our assumption that a report such as that should also be available to the relevant peers at the time. It was not Dr. Belio Kipsang then. But when Dr. Belio Kipsang came, he says he asked for that report. He is yet to see it. So we told him that as the PS, please get that report formally and bring it to us. Because it can't be our business to start tracking it within government. However, separately, there was a question, an audit query on the payments that were made. There was a payment of 4 billion and a payment for 3.1 billion, all of which were made in advance to the companies. Those payments went. Now, apparently, there was a guarantee. Usually, you know, when as a company, when you are being paid, you're also required to bring a guarantee. So there was a guarantee, I think one by Standard Chartered Bank or something, then one by Heritage or something. Okay. So now, our question was, for what reason was that money paid in advance? It could not be established to us. Our second question was, is there anything that has been done with this money, even clearing a bush? The answer is no. Our third question was, now that this company, one of the two companies, has already filed for bankruptcy, what are the prospects of recovering this money? We could not get an answer. The best answer we got is that they would be trying to see if they can ask the companies that guaranteed the payment. But you see, that doesn't help anything because the money is gone. So the point I was making is that there are very many examples. There are hundreds, tens and hundreds of examples of Aurora and Kimwarer. If we could just control that, we would go a long way.
All right, thank you. Dan Mazo, back to you, because you've also mentioned on this forum that you, on the ground, UDA is getting traction, you have the numbers. And if you were to call election today, Deputy President William Ruto will actually get the votes in Ukambani. What empirical evidence do you have so far?
I'm not saying
because I think
I'm not saying you get the vote in Ukambani.
What did you say?
Ukambani vote is totally sealed behind the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. It is a vote in Central Province. Up to today, Central
in Central Province.
In Central Province,
okay.
Yes. Up to today, Central Province is very strong. Behind the Deputy President William Ruto.
Yes.
And we are looking forward for Jubilee to be able to recover Central Province, failure of which then it will be difficult for Deputy President to lose in the election.
Let's go back to
let's something he said last week, which I was hoping he'd repeat today.
Yes,
that the general feeling in Ukambani is that if Kalonzo Musyoka was to go back and deputies Raila, then chances are majority of the residents will not work with him that particular journey. I once watched a press conference which I have seen other leaders, that was Dan Manzo here last week, but I have seen other leaders say the same.
But Dan Manzo cannot be taken on that because he speaks from both sides of his mouth. Listen, if indeed he believed that UDA is so popular right now that they would win elections, he would not be talking of Kalonzo negotiating with Azimio, because then he would be saying that they would be negotiating to lose. He would be saying that naturally they must negotiate with the party that is going to capture power. But he's not saying that. So Dan Manzo is part of the clique that is misleading Kalonzo Musyoka, and his advice must henceforth be ignored.
He's actually part of those who are being honest with him. Just search me a second, because last time he was there, he actually say negotiation with Azimio is completely off the table.
Yes.
We are not even going to think about it. But here today is speaking something else.
No. Negotiation.
No, isn't that what you said last week?
Yes.
I'm not really misquoting you.
And I've just said
it out.
Yes, and I've just mentioned it this morning. The only negotiations we have with Azimio is if
they can back
the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. If the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka is not the presidential candidate of Azimio, then we go it alone.
But who should we believe? Should we believe you or Kalonzo himself?
Yes.
Kalonzo himself says there are negotiations, and only then will it be decided whether he supports Raila or Raila supports him. You are saying otherwise. I think we should believe.
But why that rally? No, let me just ask him. Was he watched what Kalonzo said yesterday? Forget about what Otiende is saying.
No.
Who should we believe? By the way, who should we believe? No, we will play that in a moment, because just wait.
Okay, thank you. I think Mama Selina, you can come in.
That was good. Negotiations and Manso anashindwa kujibu vile wanatakikana. But my interest sana ni ya pesa ya Kimwarer vile Amolo Otiende ame-explain na amesema vile walifanya, na unaona Cheruyot hapo hakuna mtu ametaka kuchipu hiyo. so wanataka kurukia hii mambo ya Kalonzo kama walikubali, but okay, we have talked about it, lakini unaona anasema anaweza support Raila. Unakumbuka nilikwambia Penat, a virgin lady akaingia kwa room na mwanaume na wafike huko ndani ifanyike vile ilifanyika, haita succeed ama ndio msichana akitoka nje hata aseme haikufanyika. You know, a lot of women, there was a, let me say this, ukipata mama amepatwa hata na mume wake ama nini amefanya, akiulizwa akiwekwa kwa kona anasema hapana, hata hakufika mahali. You know, she's trying to say hata leo akitaka kurudi betray community yake, na kama alikuwa 50% hawezi move. Unajua watu wengi watakangi mambo ya ameitwa watermelon. Okay, Ruto anaweza kumkubali juu ako desperate, but community, unajua ameitwa watermelon, kuna Ngilu, kuna Kifuta, kuna huyu Mutua, ndio wataambia community tuliwaambia. Kalonzo pia si kijana, anafukusana na time.
Mama Selina,
time ni mbaya sana penalty. Kama umepita
Mama Selina, your network has issues, eh?
Yes.
Una katika, kwa hivyo itabidi utoke urudi tena.
Oh, okay.
There is some issues with your network.
Okay, that is fine. Let me
rectify and then you come back. Arun, namna gani?
Yeah, Mr. Bernard niko fiti sana baba.
Yes, the understar himself. Wangwana wanasemaje?
Wangwana naona wako fiti, manzee wako fiti. Naona hivi karibuni wanaweza kuwa wanaita vijana wetu manzee wala ambao watataka kutumiwa vibaya, but naomba kuwa wasiteremke mapema, tunawahitaji. So sijui niendelee ama namna gani, kuna kitu nataka kudipanga hapa hivi ya Aaron Jeruyot.
Okay, subiri kwanza Mama Selina malize basi ukuje.
Hizo.
Okay, thank you. So nilikuwa nasema Temba, no penalty, ya kwamba ni ngumu sana ukiambia watu tunaenda hii barabara and then of a sudden unarudi hii barabara, itamchukua hasara because people have already decided mwezi ine si kidogo. So kwa Kalonzo ako kwa hali mbaya. I think hata leo asipopata deputy hawezi toka, anachezea Wakamba, ana play, you know, anajua exactly what it will be. Lakini unajua nilikwambia nyinyi ndio mko na hiyo msichana ako ready, unamwambia atoe nguo lakini anakataa, lakini si kukataa, anataka utoe. Sasa Kalonzo knows, anajua ile kitu anapata, lakini sasa hataki kutoa hiyo nguo, anajaribu kusema hapana, aone kama vile itafanyika. So cool down September, kufanya hiyo watu yake wanamsupport. Ikifika the last minute, kama sasa imefungwa parties, you cannot go anywhere, watu ya chama yake wameingia, sasa atarudi kuambia I do not know, sikujua vile nilisign, but Kalonzo knows hiyo kiti ya running mate hakuna, it is not there. That is why ataki kuonyesha watu yake, because today akisema ameingia Azimio, then wanaambia umepatiwa nini, na unasikia ametembea akilaumu Ngilu, ameenda akiambia Wakamba Ngilu ndiye aliniharibia, ameenda akisema Charity Ngilu aliharibu kwa Raila. So Charity Ngilu, Kivuta Kibwana na huyu Mutua walienda na watu. So Kalonzo kunegotiate imekuwa light. That is why hawezi ambia watu yake what is the problem. But Penat, believe me or not, in another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, anajua ile ameambiwa haita speaker, ameambiwa haita anything apart from running mate. Kwa sababu Uhuru pia yeye ako neck, hawezi toa watu, na vile anaona Ruto amechukua Central, anaanza kurevive Jubilee and then tell me anakuja kumwambia Jubilee sasa yote sasa tunaenda kwa it cannot happen. Hata kama mnasema Uhuru aendi mahali, hata kama hataki kwenda mahali, lazima hata yeye akae nyuma ya mtu yenye. Ninakumbuka Uhuru Makto alikuwa nominated member of parliament. Moi akaleta Uhuru in one man akuwe chairman, sijui ilikuwa ya nini. And then Makto akatolewa na Uhuru akaingia. You cannot just bring him na uweke yeye mbele. Kwanza lazima akae kando, mwingine aingie, kama ni pipi ama ni nini ifanyike nje mtu akuje. So as we are talking, watu ile wanajua siasa, that Kalonzo Musyoka that is why he's not even happy. That kama angekuwa running mate, anajua ni running mate, the first day alisema Raila tosha, angekuwa kwa crown. But now ako kwa bus yenye achali, but tunasema baba ameendelea, Uhuru bado ameshikilia. Unajua ukiwekwa kona, huyu mtu amewekwa kona, Ngilu 3 governors wamemshikilia huko, Uhuru ndio huyu wako hapa. Kalonzo alituambia mnanilaumu nilidelay, it is Raila who refused to come to sign the paper. Nakumbuka dakika ya mwisho alisema mnanilaumu, but mimi nimetumana tuongee na Raila, he has no time of talking to me. So kuna vitu sijui watu wanaelewanga aje. Chukua hiyo maneno kidogo kidogo. Raila hajashika simu. Ya mwisho nilikuwa nimekaa chini 6 hours. Uhuru tulienda Karen, tukakunywa chai, sijui tukakuja wapi, tukafanya nini, waiting for Raila. He said it was opposite, because Raila hawezi kuja kuketi chini na wewe na akubali ukue running mate. He has his own plans. Yes. So I think it is that, lakini wa Kenya ni vile hatutaki ukweli, but the truth is that Kalonzo Musyoka ni wetu, but kiti ya running mate inacheza mahali. Ndio unaona Central, hawa watu wamekataa kukua running mate ya DP, ni vile Jubilee imeanza kuamuka Central, mpaka watu wameshangaa. Heri niende tu niombe kiti yangu ya member of parliament, maybe I will come back or not. Thank you, Bernard. Wacha niwachie watu wengine.
Okay. Asante sana Mama Selina. That is a good one. Arun, you can come in now before we bring Nancy.
Yeah. Asante sana Mama Selina. Najua Mama Selina na mambo ya warembo sometimes ananipiganga tena hilo wazee, yani analetanga hizo analogy mpaka ninamtolea kofia. Oh yes, so nakusalimia mama, wewe ni wa muhimu sana katika hii forum yetu. Nancy, brother Iku na Mr. Bernard, na ndugu zangu pale kwa comment section, the likes of Jack na wengine. By the way, leo kuna forum hii ya Azimio Youth under Princess Amy, nilikuwa nazungumzia kuhusu mambo ya debt hii yenye tuna wafadhili hawa the likes of IMF, World Bank ya 8.2 trillion. Nilikuwa nazungumzia jinsi ambavyo tunaweza ilipa. So kama by the way, kama uko interested, unaweza ingia pale uone the 4 types of debts whereby tuko na maybe secured loan, unsecured loan, revolving loan, alafu tuko na installment hii yenye whereby unaweza ilipa from few months to 30 years. Unaweza pitia hapo ucheki, then kutoka hapo utasaidika sana. So ile ripoti ambayo niko nayo mbaya kutoka kwa wale ancestors wetu wenye wako kwa mchanga inasema namna hii kwa vijana. Kama wewe ni kijana ambaye sasa hivi huenda umeshaambiwa nao viongozi kuwa election matokeo ikitangazwa isiwe maybe ni Raila Amolo Odinga ametangazwa baba, ama isiwe ni William Samoei Ruto ama Kigame ama Wachakoya, kuwa utaleta shida. My brothers and my sisters, habari niko nayo ni mbaya, kuwa Raila Amolo Odinga na familia yake wataingia Chumbochet, William Samoei Ruto kikiumana wataingia kwa Chumbochet na waruke kwenda ng'ambo. Wewe watakuacha Kenya ukifanya nini? Ukiumizana. So my urge to young people ni ile, please tudumishe amani huu wakati wa campaign period, wakati wa uchaguzi na baada ya matokeo kutangazwa. Hiyo sasa ndio habari njema. Lakini habari mbaya yenye nimewaambia kuwa kama utasikia vile viongozi watakuambia kuwa enda riot ama enda ufanye uanze kucause chaos barabarani, Matiang'i ashatengewa shilingi 1 billion na upuzi. Matiang'i ashaweka maaskari over 15,000. Magari imewekwa zaidi ya 2,000 zenye zitakuwa zinakimbia. So risasi ziko, tiagas iko kwa wingi, jela milango iko wazi inakungoja. Please.
Umesahau tangi ya maji. Umesahau ile tangi inanyeshea watu maji.
By the way, yeah, kuna ile gari yenye inafika ina fence, inatoa sijui wire mesh wapi bana, ina fence barabara. Sasa hakuna gari inaweza pita hivi. By the way, niliona ile yenye pale Uganda, niliona iko na ile maji yenye inatupa, iko na different colors, kuna pink, kuna blue, nini. Hiyo maji mazee kukuza namna hii, sasa unachukuna hivi, rungu inakuangukia aidha kwa kichwa. So hiyo ndio ile habari mbaya ninaambia, ninatangazia mavijana. Alafu ardhi, unajua ardhi imefunguka, inameza tu. Wewe the moment utaenda upatane na mauti, ardhi tu iko hapo tu, utazikwa. And that is very wrong. Hatutaki vijana wajihusishe na mambo ya furugu. Alafu na Chebukati naye, unajua Chebukati ama electoral bodies ndio wanafanyanga vijana kama hawa wanatumiwa vibaya, wanaaga dunia before hata wengine kuacha vizazi, before hata wengine in fact kurudisha pesa zenye wazazi wao walitumia kuwapeleka shule ama kuwasaidia. So Chebukati, I'm urging you, tumekupatia 40 billion. Can you please give us a free, fair and verifiable elections? Chebukati aache kitu tunaita side shows. Hizi side shows ndio zinafanya vijana wanapata hiyo mwanya ya kufanya nini, ya kupewa tu pesa kidogo na viongozi, then wanaanza furugu. So my urge to Chebukati, atupatie uchaguzi ambayo iko free, fair and verifiable. Then kutoka hapo ikiwa Chebukati round hii ataamua kubangle elections, asiende kwake sijui ni Mululu ama ni wapi pale, ni immediate akipango hii election namna hii, Kodiaga, Kamiti, Shimolatewa, in fact iwe ndio nyumba yake. That is my urge. Back to the topic. I want to deconstruct Aaron Cheruiyot. Aaron Cheruiyot nimemsikia sasa hivi, hata sijui mbona Otienda Amolo akamwacha akaenda na hiyo nini. Aaron Cheruiyot amesema kuwa sisi vile baba Uwanga anatuambia kuwa kuna pesa mingi iko Kenya ambayo inaibiwa, whereby baba anaweza pata the 6,000 baada ya kufanya nini, ya kufunga corruption loopholes. Ushaona sasa, ndio zile familia ambazo hazina mapato yoyote wapate kupewa 6,000. Tukiangalia vile tutaanza mambo ya industries, ndio watu wasaidike. So Aaron Cheruyot anakuja anasahau kuwa in fact juzi William Samoei Ruto alituambia kuwa yeye anajua kuwa 100 billion sasa hivi zimeongezwa mara 5 folds. 100 billion uwanga zinatengwa to opaque institutions ndio ziibwe. So wakati Aaron Cheruyot anapotuambia kuwa eti hakuna pesa ambazo zinabaki baada ya budget kutangazwa za kuibiwa, ni uongo kabisa. Hiyo ndio jambo la kwanza, because William Samoei Ruto alituambia 100 billion times 5 uwanga zinatengwa. Sasa hizi pesa uwanga zinatolewa Mr. Panad wapi? Where? Hazitolewi hazitolewi mbinguni, hazitolewi kwa ardhi, pesa ziko Kenya. Alafu na jambo lingine, the president mwenyewe alituambia kuwa daily we are losing 2 billion out of 6 billion zenye zinakusanywa daily, mapato ya siku, we are losing 2 billion. William Samoei Ruto and his entire team, they did not come out waambie wa Kenya kuwa no, president unatudanganya kuwa 2 billion zinaibiwa. So sasa hivi hiyo notion yenye anasema kuwa Kenya hakuna pesa ambazo budget yetu inabeba to an extent, zingine zinakuja kuibiwa. Wakati president alipotuambia kuwa 2 billion zinaibiwa, kila mtu alishika. William Samoei Ruto alishika hiyo because hakukataa, which means Kenya tuko na enough money, pesa zinaibiwa. So mpango ya baba vile anasema kuwa he is going to close loopholes ndio pesa zipatikane za kugharamia 6,000 to the vulnerable families. Hiyo kitu ni ukweli kabisa. So Aaron Cheruyot ni your statement kuwa Kenya hatuna pesa, toka hapo, unatudanganya. Lastly, because niko hapa mpaka asubuhi, niko hapa mpaka Temba akuje tufunge studio. Baba, for Baba in fact, he has said that he is going to make Kenya go industrialization route. So this is going in fact to enable or to attract expertise ambao wanajua mambo ya umuhimu ama uzuri wa industries, so that they can be able to come into Kenya wapate kuinvest. So the moment these investors wakikuja, job creations for our young people itakuwa realized. So ile kitu wakati industries zitakuwa build, ile kitu tutasema bye bye kwayo. Number 1, export of raw materials. Number 2, tutasema bye bye to imports of items which we as Kenyan people, tukiwa na our industries, we can be able to produce, because we have got enough raw materials and we have got human resource, that is young people ambao mnaona kuwa there are millions who are in fact jobless. Alafu na kitu kingine, ile kitu wakati through Baba's government akiunda industries, mambo ya imports of items, no, mambo ya export of jobs kwenda abroad tutaipigia kwa heri. Reason being, unajua wakati tunapopeleka raw materials kwenda ng'ambo, wa Kenya wanafuata hizo jobs kwenda ng'ambo, kwenda ku add value on those products, alafu tena tunaziletewa Kenya, tunazinunua kwa pesa mingi. Thank you so much. Back to Mr. Tempa. Niko hapa mpaka che.
Well, thank you, our sister. Tempo will be coming later. Mnafunga station pamoja, lakini kwa sasa hivi tunasonga mbele. Nancy, namna gani?
Salama sana Bernard.
Nimeulizwa swali.
Yeah.
At DP akifanya Musalia Mudavadi akuwe deputy president, watapata kura ya Western yote.
Kwanza Bernard, kabla niingie kwa hiyo swali yako, ningependa tu kuongezea pale kwa Mama Selina. Kwenye Mama Selina ameongea akisema juu ya Kalonzo. Unaona Kalonzo, unajua inafika wakati mtu unaongea maneno yenye ujui alafu baadaye inakuja kukuumiza ama kukutopea amani we mwenyewe. So Kalonzo alijaribu kuongea akaapa ya kwamba hawezi unga baba mkono. Yale matapika yenye alisema, yani alitapika akarudi akakula ye mwenyewe. Unaona? Sasa ni kitu yenye ni kama aibu inamsumbua. Mimi naweza sema Kalonzo ako sawa, ni venye tu anajaribu, yani anajaribu tu kujirenew, ajirudishe online. Yani ni mtu alikuwa amepotea, but ni ile kutafuta tu umaarufu kwa njia yenye anajua. Unajua nilisoma mahali wakasema
Sorry Nancy. Nancy, bado upo? Atukupati. Okay. I think she has a network problem. Let's see how to help her. Lily, how are you?
Hello.
Lily. Yes, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I saw your face. What happened? You changed.
Yes, for now. Allow me.
Okay, go ahead. Give us your contribution.
Okay, my contribution is about what has been happening in Mount Kenya. So today I saw Mama Ngina Kenyatta pronounce herself in this because it has been really disheartening and disgusting. I'm from Mount Kenya and I've never imagined such thing can happen. We are kind of increasingly disrespecting the elderly or meaningful men and women who have fought for our country, and we are not giving them respect they deserve. I know it's political season, but this doesn't give anybody right to disrespect our elders or other people who have defended our independence in this country or who have fought for multi-parties. Because I live in London and I can tell you, or I can assure you, how they embrace those people who fought for their freedom. Every year, we really do remembrance of those people. And it's high time people to give respect for those people. Today, I have heard that these older men and women from Mau Mau, going to pronounce themselves in court. This is serious, and people, they should know so. So people, they can sell their agenda without insulting each other. We should be respectful because we don't want our country to go like Rwanda or Somalia way, or what is happening to our neighboring country. We should really be careful. And I'm glad that we can hold such talks in kind of this platform. And have been watching the debates bunge la vijana la wanaishi as well. And I can see it's how the debates which have been going around in Kenya. It's only, sorry to say, these stupid politicians, they are going around they have gone crazy. And the other thing which I've been thinking about, why can't we have cap for this politician to spend? Because it's involving a lot of money. So people are really gone mad because they're spending a lot of money. I think it's all what is triggering all this anger. And Moses really should call out. So that's all I can say for now.
Okay, thank you, Lily. We appreciate it. Let's keep educating our generation. There are some values that we seem not to have transferred to the younger generations, and that's why we have a runaway generation that has no regard for the elders. But I believe we can do something on it, and what we're already doing, conversing about it, I believe is part of the cure. And let's forge forward. I believe we will make a difference, no matter how difficult it looks. Yes, Mama Selina.
Yes, I want to tell Lily, unajua kuna mtu anayeenda kununua nguo kwa duka. Unapata mtu amenunua nguo too expensive na quality ya hiyo nguo ni rahisi sana. Alafu kuna mtu anayeenda kwa duka akapata nguo mzuri, design na pesa kidogo. So ule mtu ametumia pesa mingi kununua nguo, akikuona umevaa nguo yako anakasirika. So the problem is some politicians mkutano sao ni kununua, yani hakuna mtu anakuja kwa mapenzi. So they spend a lot of money kumobilize, kuita watu, kununua watu. Then now their mind wako na matusi kwa sababu kwanza ako na hasira, ajui kama atarudisha hiyo pesa na vile mambo imeenda. So it is really too bad kwa sababu inasema samani, unajua msichana ule anachiusa na ule anatulia hawawezi kuwa pamoja. Ule anakaa kwa msasi yake mpaka anarudi kuchukuliwa nyumbani, si sawa na ule ameenda huko. We mwenye umechipeleka kwa atakuwa anakupiga, anakuambia I did not come for your parents. Hata ulikuja peke yako, But kama mtu amekuja kwa wasasi wako, hata akitaka kukukusa atafikiria ako na heshima, atakumbuka ni, unajua. So hii maneno ya siasa ya Kenya imekaa kitu kama hiyo. Vile tunaita wengine kama we stay. Sasa hii watu politicians wamekuwa malaya ya siasa, let me call it like that. So ni mbaya sana kama wa Kenya na vijana kama watajichunga. Vile Aaron alikuwa amesema, watatumiwa, wakikufa ni wasasi yao ndio watakuwa na shida. So tunataka kuambia watu usiende kununua kitu yenye haikutoshe. Ukiona mtu anatembesa, wachana naye, kaa na we utapata haki yako. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mama Selina.
Yes, can I say something? Sorry.
Yeah, quickly please.
Yes, sorry. Mama Selina, venye umesema ni ukweli. Because here, huku wakati wanafanya ni election, even you notice there is election in this country. It's so peaceful. You have said your card, you go for polling station, you vote, you can vote even on online. No one cares who gets in, who doesn't not get in. I've never seen those commotion. This year is my first time to vote as a Kenyan, and I'm really looking forward to it because there's a lot in stake here, and we should give it to somebody who will carry forward and will carry our country in dignity. We cannot allow people just meddling anyhow. We cannot allow that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lily. Let's go back to Nancy Neti Lileta Kizaza. Vipi Nancy?
Yeah, ilikuwa network problem but nimesolve.
Haya, karibu basi.
Sasa nilikuwa nasema kuko na mahali nilisoma nikapata ati kumbe kila mtu akiingia katika hii siasa ama wakati huu wa campaign anapewa kazi yake. Asa Kalonzo, kama mjajua, sijui mbona mnaendelea kumwongelea sana. Kalonzo venye ako hivyo ako kwa kazi. Kazi yake ni kukeep media busy. Unaona? Yaani media zikuwe busy, zinamwangazia sana sana, na huku kampeni zinaendelea. Hiyo ndio kazi Kalonzo amepelekwa huko, sababu hakuna kazi ingine yenye atafanya saa hii mpaka venye tutakuwa na zile serious campaign like kama imebaki like 1 month or 2 months, ndio tutaanza kuona tu huyu Kalonzo vizuri after nominations. Hasa sijui mbona mko na shaka na Kalonzo. Kalonzo ako sawa, Mama Selina, Kalonzo ako sawa, ni ile tu venye yani hajielewi. Yenye aliongea bado yanamuuma, yanamsukuma, mbona niliongea hivi. So that's why sometimes ukiongea kitu just jaribu kujifikiria kwanza ndio ujue unaongea nini, sababu hakuna mtu anajuanga ya kesho. Alafu Penat, talking of insult, for example like jana Niki kuko na mtu alikuwa Akinyi aliongea hapa na uchungu sana juu ya Winnie venye aliongea, na leo pia mmesikia Mama Ngina ameongea, na venye alikuwa anaongea ilikuwa uchungu. Ukisikiza, sielewi lugha but nilikuwa nasikia tu hiyo sauti ikitokelezea uchungu wa mama. Sisi Waluhya tunasema enda ya sala. Unasikia uchungu. Hata kama ni president bado tu ako na wazazi bado wanamuona tu kama mtoto wao. Hawaoni president sisi ndio tunamuona, lakini mzazi anamuona tu kama mtoto wake na ni lazima imuume. Of which hao watu wanatusi alafu wanaweka mpaka mama ndani. Unaona? Hawafikirii nchi yetu ilitoka wapi. Nchi ilitoka mbali, Bernard. Watu kama hawangejitolea kusimama, hatungekuwa saa hii venye tuko hivi saa hii. Nchi zingine zenye ziko surrounded, zenye zimetusurround hapa Kenya, ziko na shida. Ukilinganisha na shida yenye tuko nayo Kenya, huwezi linganisha na nchi zenye ziko za kando kando hizi. Hasa watu wakue, wakomae kimawazo, si ati unaomba unataka kutumia matusi ama unataka kutumia kudemolish mtu ndio upate kura. Nafikiri DP anajaribu kutumia Moses Kuria ndio ajaribu kuuzia watu wa Central uoga venye wakati wa Kibaki na wakati wa Uhuru imeuzika. Lakini sasa hii ninaweza ambia tu watu wa Kenya Kwanza, hata muende mwambia Wakikuyu kitu gani, sasa hii hawatanunua kabisa. Kuko na mtu mwenye atawafuata tu kwa hiari yake, na kuko na mtu mwenye ameamua tu atafuata Azimio kwa hiari yake. Na hii kupiga kura, hatuwezi lazimisha mtu kupiga, ila tunaomba tuwe mwenyewe uangalie nchi yako unataka iende wapi, na we mwenyewe ujisimamie tu. Ukiuza nchi yako ni sawa. Mimi nakuja kusema ukweli, nakuja kuheshimu kabila moja tu katika hii nchi, si kwa ubaya, but wacha tu kusema ukweli, Wajaluo wamesimama katika hii nchi, wanataka haja yao ni kutamani tu kuona nchi ya umoja, nchi ya upendo, nchi ya amani. That's why wamepitia hali ngumu. Hiyo ndio sababu uliona Oginga Odinga alisema hawezi ingia kwa hiyo kiti mpaka Kenyatta achukue. Yaani anahakikisha nchi iko katika hali yenye inafaa. That's why uliona baba alisema 2002 Kibaki tosha. Alikuwa anajaribu kututoa katika ile regime ya Moi, kututoa katika zile mauaji, vitu zenye zilikuwa zinafanyika katika hiyo government ya Moi. Alijaribu kabisa. Watu hawaoni hiyo, lakini wanaona tu venye yani wanaona mpaka wanamuongelelea mbaya, sijui venye macho yake iko, lakini hawaangalii ile price alilipa. Hawaoni ile price alilipa, wanaona tu ubaya wake. Lakini sometimes inauma kama mzazi, inauma kama mtoto. Unashindwa uanze aje, unaweza sema ni siasa, lakini wakati unakaa hivi unaona ni mtu wako, ni ndugu yako, ni baba yako, ni mama yako, anaongelewa hivyo, inauma, of which amelipa hiyo price kwa sababu ya Kenya na Wakenya wote. Na sasa hii tuna survive, sasa hii tuna enjoy hii life venye sasa hii tunaongea online hivi kwa sababu ya baba. Kama sio baba na wengine wengi hatungekuwa mahali kwenye tuko. Lakini sasa leaders wetu sijui wamefika wapi. Sijui wanataka nini. Tuwaombee tu Mungu abadilishe mawazo yao, watuongoze kwa njia yenye inafaa, ila wasituombe kwa kura kwa kutusi mwingine, wakuje tu wauze sera zao kwa amani. Alafu Benati, mambo ya nini ya security, si tunaomba tu zile IEBC official wapewe security ambayo itakuwa yani yenye itakuwa guaranteed. Yani wape ile security yenye hatutakuwa na pukta nayo. Kwa sababu gani? Ukiona yenye yamefanyika huko nyuma, hatutaki turudie. Ile majina yenye yanaanza na O ndio imejaa sahi kwa IEBC, na hatutaki tupoteze mtu sahi kabisa. Tunaomba tu wapewe, hata kama wanasema sijui wameweka security, sijui imejaa, sijui wanakuja watasimamia uchaguzi vizuri, hata kama wataweka nini, lakini wape hao ma IEBC official security ya kutosha. Watu tujue ni nini itaendelea, tupate kuwa na uchaguzi wa uhuru na haki, kila mtu aridhike na matokeo yenye yatatokea. Alafu nini penalty ile kusema sijui ati DAP sijui ati kusema ati Western, ati sasa Western msali akiwa DP Western itachukuliwa. Bado wako na kazi. Kwa sababu gani? Mudavadi bado, wacha tu tuseme ukweli. Mudavadi hana sauti, wacha tu tuseme ukweli. Mudavadi hakuna kitu atakuja. Hata wacha tu sasa huyo DP akose kukua kwa rally, Mudavadi akuje peke yake Western na Weta. Na wasinunue watu, akuje tu peke yake. Kama wanataka kusema wanaweza chukua Waluya wawape DP ndio wachukue kura zetu, wacha waachilie tu Mudavadi na Weta wakuje watuongeleshe, tuone watu wagani watakuwa kwa hiyo umati yao. Hapo tu ndio watakuja kujua kama kweli watakuja wakuwe na umati kama ile ya kawaida. Nitawashukuru na nitawaamini, lakini kwa sasa bado wako na kazi. Musalia hana sauti. Kama yeye sasa hivi venye tunaongea, MCA wake mwenye MCA ni mtu wa ODM. MCA ni mtu wa ODM. Lakini kuko na mtu tu anasema ati tunataka tupe Musalia DP ati ndio tuchukue kura za Western. How? Aje? Atachukua aje? Hiyo bado ni uongo. DAP tumeweka mizizi, tunapanda, tunazaa kuzaa. Sasa hatuogopi. Ukiona kazi yenye Eugene amefanya ni kazi kubwa. Eugene na Wamunyinyi. Na ninaona wanajaribu kabisa, wanang'ang'ana. Ukilinganisha kazi yenye Munya na Eugene wanafanya, hao watu wanafanya kazi. Saizi tunaona mahali kama Meru, Munya amejaribu kubadilisha Wameru tu mara moja na amewaweka kwa box. Hiyo nini, hiyo Mount Kenya East, naona huko baba atatoka na kitu yenye itakuwa ya ajabu. Lakini sasa shida iko tu huko hii Mount Kenya hii ingine. Lakini tunajua president akiingia tu hivyo kuko na venye ataenda waongeleshe na watakuja. Ile kidogo yenye tutapata, tutashukuru tu Mungu kwa sababu kura za baba bado ziko tu intact. Kura za baba ziko, watu wenye tumekuwa watu wake madai. Tumeona juzi Malala ameconfess kwa station kubwa akisema ya kwamba mtu tu mwenye ako na genuine followers ni Raila peke yake, hao wengine ni kununua. Sasa mtu hajai simama urais, hatujui na anajipiga kifua, ananunua, of which watu wake ananunua. Bado tu mnanunua ukweli, ati mnasema atashinda. Atashinda aje? Baba ameshinda hizi election zote, hakuna election baba amepoteza, na hii sasa ndio inaenda kuprove venye baba alikuwa anashinda, of which hata raundi anaweza enda kushinda na 70 plus, si ile 50 yenye mnasemanga, si 50 plus. Sasa wacha tu tuseme ukweli, watu tung'ang'ane, tujaribu kuuza sera zetu ambazo zitakuja kusaidia Wakenya. Tunajua baba anatutakia mazuri, kupigania nchi kwenye ametoa nchi yetu. Baba anatutakia mazuri na tunamwombea mema awe rais, na tunajua Kenya itaenda mbele. Bernard.
Thank you, Nancy. That's elaborate. We appreciate it. Ruto Jr., nobody's kicking you from the studio. It's either you're not configuring your gadget properly. If you don't allow StreamYard to configure your camera and audio, every time you come in, you will be kicked out automatically. It has nothing to do with me. But I've been waiting to give you an opportunity. So try and come back, and you will air your views. It is none of my making. It has everything to do with how well you configure your gadget. If you don't allow StreamYard to configure for you, you will make a mistake. And when you make a mistake, that mistake will cost you. You will not be stable in the studio. People who came in the studio and they are stable. If there is an issue with your configuration, that is how the app is built to behave. I don't have to kick you out. Thank you, but continue attempting to come back. You will get a chance to speak. Ruben, how are you?
Bernard kidogo, wacha ni peana nafasi kwa Ruto Junior, nitarudi baadaye, nitakuwa comment section.
Sawa sawa, thank you. Bwana Ruben, are you there? Okay, inaonekana Bwana Ruben pia hayupo. Martin.
Bernard, iko ni kama ako na swali, sijui ama nini, amebeba mkono sana.
Na iko kitu?
I think his mic is mute.
Sorry,
his mic. I think his mic is mute.
Iko kitu, you
yes,
saying?
I was saying nimeinua mkono mpaka nimechoka, nimeshindwa kwani kuna aje. But anyway, I understand people's concerns. But I really want to make a... Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, although not very clearly. You are using headphone.
Yeah, let me take it off.
If you're using earphone, remove so that your mic can pick clearly.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
That's better. That's better.
Yeah, I was saying I wanted to make a contribution when it comes to Mudavadi with the Western vote, and also what Mama Selina was saying about Kalonzo. Now, we all know that Kalonzo is just trying to survive politically. Unajua ni ule mtu ambaye anaangamia, yuko chini ya maji, amekanyagwa, he's drowning. There's Mutula Kalonzo, kuna wachana Mutula Kalonzo, I mean Mutua, Ngilu, na Kifuta Kibwana. So he's trying to stay relevant, but part of him trying to stay relevant, ni kuonyesha hawa wengine kwamba he's still weighty more than them. You know, listen, whatever has a beginning has an ending. He needs to realize he doesn't control, Ukambani the way he used to, before. So him trying to say, oh, leo mimi niko huku, kesho niko pale,
I mean, he's really, made us believe again that tulikuwa tumeweza kumsamehea kwamba yeye si watermelon, yani watermelon kabisa. Ukituliza sasa hivi anakaa kwa fence, that's what he's doing. So him saying that he wants a DP position, he's coming to demand, anataka kupewa DP position, wakati amekuja amechelewa. It's a first come first serve basis, so we cannot allow that. I've grown up looking at all these politicians, nikiangalia hizi tabia zao zote venye wako, if you serve your master, you'll be rewarded, unaona. But Kalonzo is a little too late to serve the master, like Raila said, amesema Raila kept him waiting. Of course Raila had to keep him waiting because Raila has more options, unaona. Maybe venye nimesema before, if you ask me, I'm leaning towards Peter Kenneth, because I want this Azimio thing in the bag. Nataka tushinde kabisa. Sitaki kusema ati atukuchukua someone from the mountain imeponyeka namna hiyo. It's a sad thing. That is how Kenya is. But we have to play according to the rules of the day. If we want Raila to get a certain amount of percentage from the central, we have to choose somebody from the central. Or we have to agree with which Uhuru is the kingpin right now. He's running the show. And another thing is, which I agree a lot about Mudavadi. Mudavadi has never gotten a lot of votes from Western, and we've not seen a strong leader from Western from the days of Masinde Murilu, from Kinawamalwa, senior, people who spoke and commanded the crowd. You felt, their pain, or you felt their mwelekeo wao mali walikuwa wanajaribu kukupeleka, So Mudavadi kuja hapa kutuambia kwamba yeye he's doing it for the people, he assured us alipo kitu kidogo na ameenda huko. Wacha lambe hiyo ice cream alipewa, ikiisha akae huko nje, so that's my take for that. Thank you.
Okay, asante iko kitu. Thank you. That's a good one. Alambe ice cream. Jua litawaka, itamelt, alafu atabaki hivyo hivyo.
Kabisa.
Wow, na wapi huyu Martin? It was your turn. Ama tupatie Honorable Evans kwanza.
So Bernard.
Yes, how are you today?
I'm good, man. Thank you so much for asking.
Karibu.
Thank you, sir. Sina mengi because I just joined. Today I didn't have the opportunity to listen through the whole thing. So hata sijui mada ni gani. I just joined as soon as I got home. I'm just seizing a reply too from what the people said. Yangu itachukua tu very small amount of time and alafu nisikize ndio nijue mada ni nini. Hata sijui mada ni nini. Ndio nimeingia. Today was just a bad day for me. I didn't really listen normally like I do. But nilikuwa naandika notes like normally I do. Kalonzo, huyu jamaa ametoka kuongea. Kalonzo, honestly and honest to God, I don't know if we really need Kalonzo in this thing. And I think he comes in with too much demands. Sijui, mi ni Mkamba nimetoka Machakos. Really, I really don't know. You know what? Yes, we do need him in our side. But bado sijapata Kalonzo mali yuko because there's Mutua, there's Ngilu, there's Kivutha, there's all this thing. And somebody coming up, Kalonzo akikuja na hiyo demand yenye ako nayo. Yenye mpaka anataka kugeuza ikuwe Azimio, sijui OKA, sijui nini. Honest to God, I don't know what, mi hata sijui kama anataka hata akuwe vice president. Honest to God, I think we can get somebody better than Kalonzo. I don't know, na nitagongwa. But mimi na muliniuliza the other day if it's a personal thing. I don't know if it's a personal thing, but I just believe Kalonzo, knowing him, knowing Ukambani, knowing everything that I've known about Ukambani, he's not one of the best people in Ukambani. He's like a dictator a little bit. Like ukisikiza hata akiongea, naambianga watu, we nyamaza pale, sijui nini, like he needs to be listening himself. Me, I have a problem with Kalonzo. Kuna mtu anaweza kama ni personal, but maybe it's very personal with me, and maybe I need to stop that. Story ya Kalonzo, I don't really want to talk about that. I don't even know where he's there. Tugiacha wengine kabisa, mimi But I keep on saying in this forum, we need to move on in our lives and think about what is big in our lives. And as we're talking about Baba, we just don't come here to talk. We go out there and talk to people. Today I talked to about two, na najua ita sound vibaya, but two Kikuyus that are like, hey, tumekubali kabisa tutachukua Baba. This is the time to go. And they are talking about, you know, the vitu za za Ruto, what happened, na zile vitu hatutakagi kuongea watu wakina Ruto hapa, zile hatutakagi kuongea you know, zile vitu wamefanya, like, you know, like ukenda Weston, Muteshi, and the corruption part of it. People are starting to talk about it. And I'm happy that Kenya is starting to join together today. I'm happy. I'm so happy that I can talk to Kikuyus that last election hatukuwa hata tunawezongeleshana. Walikuwa nakimbia huko, mimi nikiwaambia hey Raila unaongea Raila nini? But today they are talking about Raila. And that's the Kenya we always need. That's the Kenya Bernard, Themba, kila mtu anasemanga kwa hii kitu. That's the Kenya we need. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who's the president until we can all sit together. Mimi saizi naongea na Wakikuyu wananiambia, Baba, hata wataki kuongea jineu mwingine. I'm not saying he's not he's not a Kenyan. He's also a Kenyan. Siku yake itafika. He needs just to change his words. His ways. And again, sisemi ameiba kitu, lakini kama ameiba pia watu waende jela. Sijasema ameiba kitu mimi na nisigongwe.
Sawa. Thank you, Martin. Now nimepigwa mawe sana due to public demand. Ruto Junior, kwanza anza na kuonyesha sura yako, alafu toe maoni yako. Ruto Junior, upo? Unmute your mic. The mic is beside your name. Okay, you said we are afraid of you. What is it? Okay, although nimefanya kazi yako, nimepatia nani. Ruto, are you there? Okay, Honorable Evans. This is serious. Okay, then let's go to the veterans. Stony PK, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm good, Bernard. How is everybody else? Selina, Martin, Penny, Nyagaka, Alex, Iko Kitu.
Hey. We are great. We thank God.
Huyu Ruto Junior ana tabia mbaya sana. Ukimuita ana disappear. is known kwa hizi mitandao is ni jamaa chali hivi. Yes, Lily na wengine hamjambo. Good to be here once again, and I think I'll just delve into what you are discussing, although sijasikiliza na I'm assuming muko katika hii mada ninaona hapa chini. Nitaanza na UDA dilemma. UDA, they are claiming they don't have any dilemma. But we know the way they have been putting brave face, even when the boat is sinking. They put on that very brave face that anakwambia tu we are afloat. Maji inafika kwa shingo, inafika kwa mapua, wanazama tu na wanaonyesha very brave. They are very brave people. But truly speaking, we all know that all the parties have serious challenges when it comes to nominations, and most parties are wishing that day never comes. Hiyo ya maneno ya nomination, they are hoping that they wake up one morning and things will have sorted themselves. But on the other hand, also there are a lot of meetings, there are a lot of consultations. Some like Azimio side, they have really sent teams out there to kind of feel the ground in some parts. Maybe they may not have covered the entire country, but they are doing that just to be able to know their candidates fairly well, because if you go to the ground, ukiuliza wenyeji vizuri without being biased, you can feel. And out of that, I think they will be able to make some very critical decisions and also to put strategies to supervise fairly fair nominations. But it will be a challenge. The only danger is that whoever will feel aggrieved, then the problem is that utakuwa umetoka, umetupwa nje, and you have to either decide to swallow it as it is, remain in the party, and ungoje uone kama you can be assigned other duties within the party, or else you just jump out and then you try again as an independent candidate. There we are seeing like there will be so many independent candidates, and then of course ukiwa ulikuwa Azimio na umeruka ukaenda independent, there is no way wewe utakuwa tu ni Azimio damu. So that is the cushion we are looking forward, that whoever will be thrown out ama ule atajump kwenda independent, you will still be having the uniform of your mother party. So basically a lot of counseling is being done, and people being told that it's not the end of the world. It is not about I and myself. If it's about the community, then people should not feel seriously aggrieved. Azimio in Nairobi, yes, Azimio in Nairobi is really stamping authority. And this is where Azimio will have also very huge challenge in terms of nominations. Kanini Kega yesterday spoke about it, and he said that they will try as much as possible not to have candidates competing among themselves when there is a UDA or a Kenya Kwanza candidate. If it's Kenya Kwanza and one Azimio, that's fine. But if there are 2 or 3 Azimios and then one UDA, they will intervene. And they said they will be able to come and arrive at a consensus so that they protect the seat, not to lose to UDA, which is good. And there is a lot of friendliness, because people are being asked to look at the bigger monster. The bigger monster is the Kenya Kwanza. That is the big danger. Hii ingine yetu itakuwa tu ni friendly fires, and then we agree. Otherwise, and that seems to be, kind of resonating very well, that people, number 1 is to get Baba there. Number 2 is to try and get very well coordinated soldiers, foot soldiers for Baba. And then, of course, Baba and his team have promised that, of course, when government is on their side, there is a lot of work, a lot of space, a lot of positions that people can, if you are competent and if it's fairly done, kila mtu atapata kitu ya kufanya. You don't have to be an MCA to be able to support and help the communities. You can do that when you are given an appointment within the county. You'll be able to still play the role that one would want. And that's the spirit I'm so happy about. I wish that could be really developed such that our politics doesn't become a matter of life and death. Watu wanataka kuuana kwa sababu ya hiyo. I also like us to demystify things like, MOUs becoming also serious death, that the wording was not this way, we developed that community and, people serving people, other than I and myself. Then, of course, there is this other issue of transfer. Yeah, the transfer window is like Jubilee, I think, closed today. There was a rumor they might extend until towards the end of the week. That I don't know, but I think it will be. Lastly, the insults. It was good that Mama Uhuru alizungumza, and it is unfortunate that we have gone to that extent, to an extent that we provoke such a respectable lady, senior citizen. We provoke her for her to come and kind of start issuing a statement. It is bad. It is an embarrassment on our part, and also an embarrassment to whoever is propagating these insults. Unfortunately, I'll blame the clergy on one side. The clergy seems to have loosened their whip, because you see, when it comes to matters ethos, I think the church should be in the forefront. They should not sit and wait to see the fire being lit, and then they come now to try to put it when it's already aflame. I'm referring to some of these occasions that DP is attending. You see clergy clapping for him when he makes some very, very interesting remarks. Like in Muranga, he was teaching people something I had never heard ever since when I went for Bible school classes. He started quoting the Bible and explaining very interesting things that I got curious to go and refer, because he was insinuating that there is no dirty money gets cleaned, and nobody has come to kind of counter that or explain some misguided ideas. So these insults, this bad language, I think before even the commission that is in charge comes in, our church should intervene. They should preach that during the sermons, and even call people out, call the DP, call whoever, call Moses Kuria, call them by name. Mheshimiwa Flani, please avoid this, so that they tone down. Otherwise, if they are left to continue like that, those inflammatory statements will accumulate to bad things. And we've seen this happen. Unfortunately, as a country, we've been retrogressing in terms of very many areas. Our tolerance level for a lot of bad things is there. We tolerate. Somebody talks, somebody insults, you keep quiet. It's like we wait to see. I imagine of a child holding a glass and then unamwambia ukiangusha itavunjika. The kid and I drop inavunjika. So we are doing that kind of a thing, because we know what will happen. We know what when people start hurling insults and bad comments to each other. watu kuanza kukasirika as if these two competitors are not Kenyans. These are Kenyans. Whether it's Ruto or Raila, these are Kenyans, and all of us, hakuna mtu atahama. Yeah, but what we should do is ensure that we listen to the ideologies and we shave off the emotions. Wacha nisimamie hapo kidogo, nita comment about Narok later. Nikisha analyze about the hired crowds.
Okay. Thank you, Stony PK. I appreciate it. Nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Mama Selina, iko nini?
Yeah, nimesikia vile Stone PK amesema. Sijui kama kuna mtu nataka kusema out of Kenya kwa mambo ya pastors na kanisa. Wakati Uganda pastors na bishops wale wakubwa walichukua pesa State House, kuna siku walikuwa na sherehe hii ya kuweka hii ndege sinaruka juu, and then over sudden hiyo ndege wakati wali release sote silianguka. As we are talking today, all the bishops na pastors wale walikuwa wamehusika na hizo pesa za corruption na hizo ya State House, they have died one by one, and I want somebody to check on it. Wali release hiyo nini ndege sa white, but kwa sababu hawana ile, wamekula corruption, wamekuwa na hiyo uongo, all of them have gone. I wanted just to say that about watu ya Mungu na kanisa. If wakishare hiyo pesa na kusema ni mzuri, they can borrow and see what happened to Uganda.
One of my senior preachers in this country is called Dr. Kayo. It is said that there was a time he was called at State House during Kibaki's time to pray. And when he arrived at the place, he said, I've come to pray like you said. And the president offered him a meal. And he stood up and said, you invited me here to come and pray. It is praying I will do. He said, but you should eat something. He said, it's not possible for me to eat something here. And he said, why? And he said, no prophet eats with the king and fails to partake in the sin of the king. So the moment you begin to eat with the king, you can't avoid to carry the baggage from there. There is something amiss with the church as at now in terms of politics, and it has been gradual. It was a very well calculated move, and it started as early as Moi days, because Moi had a rough time with church leaders. And so there was a projected way of how do we silence these people? And that was begin to buy them bit by bit, to buy their voice, buy their loyalty and all that. And then you reach a place where you can now silence them completely. And it seems DP was a very good student at that point in time and capitalized on the same. And that is why you can get even senior ministers come out vocal and says, even if he's a thief, he shares with the church. Others, they steal and eat alone. Now, those are statements of people who are irresponsible, both spiritually and wherever, morally. And, they are not providing leadership at all levels. And so we should appreciate that we are living in a very dangerous time, because whoever steals the voice of reason and steals the voice of sanity in any society, he must be a very proper thief, because the moment you have stolen the right, okay, it's like the tailor is seated on his sewing machine, and then you steal the tape measure. Okay, the tape measure doesn't play, it's the only thing that can make him do something. If he can't measure, he can't cut, he can stitch, he can do anything. So stealing the church or the voice of the church is paralyzing everything within the society. And that's something that we shouldn't take lightly. And any politician who attempts to do that, then you know he knows what he's doing, and he wants to have a country that is lawless, run away with the lawlessness and corruption and everything else. Because you will not corrupt the tape measure if you want things to be straight. You will not mess up the standards if you want everything to be according to the standard. So we need to check this very, very seriously and ensure that the coming generations don't inherit this mess. Hii excuse ya kusema ni siasa kwa sababu ni siasa tuna suspend other laws. The laws of nature don't know politics. They know the way they were set to operate, they will operate. I have said here, the force of gravity will work whether you're playing politics or you're playing prayer or you're playing fasting. You can't jump from a tall building and say, I will fly because I'm in the spirit. You will still drop. Why? That law, that principle will work regardless of what you're doing. So let's not trade principles of life for political gain. That's a big mess, and we are where we are because of that. Let's refuse to allow ourselves to bend because somebody wants us to bend for their sake. It's proper. So church leaders, I am one of them. Let us guard the place that we've been given by God to protect the soul of the society. At least people will hear what we are saying and value it, not support something simply because it's from our tribe or it's from somebody paid me to do it. Just look the way we do our press conference as church. We will just finish a press conference to condemn something, then another clique of the church will come and support the same thing. So this confusion, we don't need it. NCCK calls a press conference and condemns this. Then there is the other one who come and say, we don't agree with NCCK, or NCCK does not speak on our behalf. We also have something to say, and whatever the president said is okay. So we need to come a place whereby, as a church, we have a one standard, which is the word of God. If something does not agree with the word of God, let us all condemn it. And if it is to be supported by the word of God, let's all support it, regardless of our denominations and our different affiliations in terms of our administrative arrangement, because that's what I take it. NCCK is for administration. There's the other one, all these formation, Pentecostal, those are just administrative things for the Attorney General. As far as God is concerned, the Bible is the standard, and we all ascribe to the Bible. So the Bible is applicable generally. Catholics, every other persuasion, we apply the Bible. So with the Bible, we come together. Then these other things, we use them for administration. But all that said, let's keep the conversation going. I'm still hunting for Themba. When you see him, arrest him for me, please. Kuna mtu hapa amesema niende kulala. Namuombea. Ama nifunge station. GFHGG. Hii ni GHC tu. Nasema go to sleep. I will go shortly. Thank you. Nafikiria tumsikilize nani? Penny.
Yes. Thank you. Asante sana.
Kwa hapa lakini navunja sheria. Penny na Alex mnanitesa sana. Tulikubaliana screen is not supposed to be black. And you are senior citizens here, yet you keep violating it. I throw you in the quarantine.
I will go out next time.
The same thing. So please, if you want to stay on the screen, you keep the camera on. If you don't want to stay on the screen, you make your submission, you disappear, another person comes. When you are ready to be on the screen, you come back, we'll always admit you. Lakini story ya kunipatia overtime ya kurusha watu quarantine na kurudisha, naomba mnisamehe mapema tu kwa jina la Yesu. Penny, make your submission.
Nimekubali na wewe 100%. Na singetaka kuanzia maneno ya kanisa, lakini kanisa ni ngumu sana. My uncle that raised my dad was a preacher. And the preachers have a lot of influence. And Bernard, you should know. So the influence, like in the mountain,
for the last 4 years, there are rumors that Ruto was buying the churches, the preachers, who are very influential at that, because the people trust them to begin with. So you guys have to, all of us have responsibility to look into that, because yes, I want an older government, but I want a government that is balanced, that doesn't steal, that cheat the people, a straight up society, because they're in my kids, my grandkids will live. I've told you before, our daughter in Germany, she don't want to come to America. She loves Kenya so much. But hii ni story ya macho kwingine. Bernard, wewe na hao vijana wote, huyu wa Machakos, Stone BK, huyu Mama Serena, hata yeye ndiye ananifanya ninakuja hapa ndani. Kuna Alex. Gawaje nyinyi nyote ni watu ya ODM wa Azimio. You have ideas that are very, very seriously needed by anybody. Especially, huyu nani Alex amenijava sana juu ya politicians. Wengi najua ananiambia watashinda. Hapo kweli kabisa. Lakini hii ya Kalonzo, I wish he's right too. Because that's the only easiest way for us in order to win. Because Kalonzo, yes, comes with the numbers. But then you lose the mountain and you lose Quest. Whatever we get, this will be more than what Kenyatta and Ruto had. I'm not saying we will win all this, but it will be good numbers. Then he gets his own live to fight. According to what I've listened to you guys say that he's not going to get even live to fight. But and I don't know which government, which country some of these gentlemen live in. And like today, he bought people to go there. But when you guys go and bring back from Nyasa to whatever, nobody has any problem. But lakini kitu ya kwanza kabisa ni kujua kwamba why is Kenyatta so active in this politics? He has a right, but there is no government that you guys praise. You yourselves praise all the time that has had any statement like this. You guys keep saying CCM, Chama cha Mapinduzi Tanzania, the ANC South Africa. You praise it very well, every one of you. But I've never seen them have a history like this. Na Miserina, waja nimalizie kusema kwamba Miserina atawafundisha hata historia kidogo ya Ukiki Amayo na Joseph Kamoto. Hii ni watu walikuwa project za Moi. Moi anamwekea hata constitution ile ya nyumbani kabisa, bado anashindwa. The gentleman from Kenyatta's place, Kiambu, all of them have defected, if not most of them. So we see how we will win, but you guys keep saying we will win, and I keep coming here to listen. How we are not going to listen? But I respect your opinions, and I like the energy that you have for Baba to win. There's nothing wrong with that. That's I don't know who said it, but Baba has a very, very strong-willed people following him, and that is very true. Hitler did it too, but how long did he stay? But that's a joke. Okay, asante sana bana.
Thank you, Benny. Like the leader, so is the followership. So if the followership are that strong, you can imagine the lion that is leading the pack.
You know, Penny, that did not come from us. It came from your own Malala.
Of course, now, you know, kama kitu ni kizuri, hata ukichukia, hawezi reduce.
He was right. Whoever said it was right.
And then if he was right, Penny, if he was right, these crowds to hire you people are having in Narok, it will dissipate, it will deplete. You know, you just got money from the US. Now you are able to pay the crowds. And we know it. So don't worry. Hakuna mahali Kisii, we have fumigated yellow fever imetoka Kisii. Western imetoka, Coast imetoka. Mahali tumewaachia tu ni Central, ndio mupeane pesa huko.
Okay. Thank you. Let's make progress.
Can I answer him?
Yes, please, quickly. Penny, respond.
Just one sentence. I don't want to kill time. Just in one day, you guys get Kalonzo. We get about 10 people elected. That will figure. And most, I mean, the energy that you say you have, Barara said, is that you can have 10 people against 100, but you guys are united and strong. This 100 can be wish-wash. That's all I think he was saying.
So Penny, I think your wishes will not come
I
true.
need to answer
We
Penny
are
on
too
this.
smart for that. So we will come up with something formidable. By May, the kind of song you will be dancing, you know it's Lero Lero ni Lero. It's nothing else. Even UD and every other thing will come to Lero Lero ni Lero. So relax. Naomba tusikilize hii tape alafu ndio turudi kwa mkururo. Ancestor nimekuona lakini naomba nikukatishie hapo hapo.
Registers 20 companies, gets contracts, is paid millions. The millions, admittedly, she says she carried millions in bags and sacks like potatoes. And then you want to tell us stories. Oh, you know, this is... Please, give us a break, my friends. You know, Kiingereza mingi, mnafanyia catwalk hapa around. Na ni wazi pesa ya umma imepotea. Mwenye hiyo pesa anasema aliweka kwa gunia. Sasa jameni, kweli dunia hii, you know, we must be honest with ourselves. That we must be honest with ourselves. And we will call a spade a spade. You know, it cannot be. Na sisi kama serikali ya Jubilee tutasimama imara na tutaangaliana macho kwa macho. Wewe kama utapatikana umechukua pesa ya umma, my friend, utakiona cha mtema kuni. Pesa ya umma ni pesa ya umma. Ati mama anafanya hapa kwa saloon, aende register kampuni 20 siku moja, aende apatiwe kandarasi, alipwe million, karibu inafika billion. Yeye mwenyewe anasema mimi nilikuwa nabeba pesa hii mamilioni kwa gunia kama viazi. Really? Halafu mnatuambia mnatembea hapo kuongea Kiingereza mingi ati unajua sasa imekuwa imeenda ikarudi. Hiyo ni maneno gani hiyo? Wacheni upuzi bana. Tuambieni ukweli. Pesa ya umma kama imepotea, tuseme pesa ya umma imepotea. Na wale ambao wanahusika wawajibike. Tunaelewana ama tuelewani? Si ndio namna hiyo? That's what we want. And we are not going to take nonsense from anybody. We will not agree. We are going to be very firm. You know, the masterminds cannot be walking around doing catwalk on us when public money has been lost, giving us long lectures on influencing investigation.
Yes, Ancestor.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Bernard, our speaker. Ebu mute kidogo, kuna echo. Mute kidogo, asante. So, hiyo video tu ni ya William Samoei Ruto. Na huyu mwenye alikuwa na catwalk, ndio uliona pale, ilikuwa ni UK, Mama Selina na sijui, ni UK ama ni US. Akinini, wakati alipokuwa anaanza kuongea, jamaa ana smile tu namna hii, nikana kwamba yani sitaki kuongea, niko kwa TV yani, but walikuwa naogopana yani, walikuwa naogopana. Unajua wakati mimi niliona macho kwa macho.
Ancestor, comes small. Thank you.
Asante. So ningependa kuambia Mama Selina hivi, alisema kuwa kuna mabishops na masheikh na mapastors ambao pale Uganda waliaga dunia in 6 months. In fact ilikuwa 6 months time. Haya ndio majina. Wa kwanza anaitwa Archbishop Dr. Cyprian Kizito Luanga. Huyu ni juzi tu last year. Alafu kuna wa pili anaitwa Bishop John Baptist Kagwa. Watatu anaitwa Owobu Bosi Bisaka. Wa 4 Sheikh Nuhu Mzata, huyo ni Muslim. Alafu kuna Sheikh Dr. Anas Kalisa. Alafu wa 6 anaitwa Pastor Agustin Giga. Hao ndio wale wakati 20 ilikuwa before hii election ya 2021 January.
It was
2021
kama yeah.
Yeah, lakini hiyo issue ilifanyika maybe 2020 December November hapo towards end of the year, ndio hizo ndege zilirushwa angani zikakataa kupaa, na hawa walianguka in 6 months time. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you for that added information. It makes it more solid. Oh, sasa tuende kwa nani? Alex, you have not made submission today, have you?
Yes. Mimi leo nilihubiri bwana. Ukumbuke?
Oh, there's someone. In fact, I have the notes. Hey, when I become the minister for religious study, religion and prayers, you will be conducting prayers at the assembly.
Najua Kasudi anataka kazi yangu na kifua, lakini atapata.
No, Kasuti yeye ni elder. Elders wanakagua wale ambao wamekosea.
Hiyo hatuwezi tukashindana bwana. Hiyo ni yako hiyo, lakini mimi
Kasuti achukue sadaka. Sadaka ni ya Aaron.
No. Aaron anaweza kuweka sadaka vizuri. Kasuti hapana. All the same, let's hear from who is this? Lily, you have something to say before we bring in Kasuti?
No, at the moment. Later.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Kasuti. Sorry, yes, Nancy?
Mi nataka tu kuwashukuru kwa maombi yenu. Maombi yenu si mchezo. Wacha nikuambie, unaona, niliona jana kama for example captain anaongea anasema ati Jimmy Wanjiki ati wenye DP alihudhuria NDC yake ati wanaazimio tumekasirika. Na kuambia hiyo ni pepo yenye ilikuwa imetumwa huko kwetu. Tuliituma back to the sender na tukuwa tunajua sender ni wapi. Na ikaenda sasa imerudi kwa sender. Wacha tu maombi inafanya kazi. Muendelee hivyo. Alex, muombe sana.
Thank you. Back to sender. They will locate their way to their sender. Yes, Kasuti.
Nimekuja. Sijui kama utaniruhusu nivae kofia nyingine hapa ya tofauti tena kidogo tu.
Subiri kidogo. Alex, huyu Ruto Junior ana request. Hebu nani atampatia nafasi ya kuja hapa?
Sawa, hata atatoka kidogo.
Wacha nimpatie
Aaron na Alex, create room for Junior Ruto to kuja aje. Okay, Ruto Junior, you can now come in. Make sure you allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio. Everything. You will be able to speak clearly. Karibu. Kasuti, endelea.
Mimi kuna kitu kimenikasirisha sana na ningelipenda tu niongelee kama Mkenya ambaye niko maeneo haya, na pia vile kunavyoenda huko nyumbani, ndugu yangu, naona every time unajua, wakati walituma Sangoko kwenda Saudi kutahimini ile hali wanadada zetu wanafanyia kazi huko na mazingira, when he came back home they don't give a good report. na ukifuatilia vizuri utakuta ya kwamba agency nyingi zenye zinasafirisha watu Saudi, au watu at the end of the day wanahusika. So sasa imekeuka, wanadada wanauswa kutoka Kenya, akifika kule, na ningependa tu kama hii sauti itafikia wale wanaofikia, before you sign anything, don't sign anything that is written in Arabic because you don't understand what is written. Iwe contract, iwe nini, don't sign anything written in Arabic. Because watu wanajiuza wenyewe, hawajui. Unauza viungo zako za mwili, hujui. Wewe saa ile utapelekwa, wewe unalishwa kidogo, ati unasikia kitefutefu, ndio huyo nakimbia unapelekwa theater. Pelekwa theater, vitu zako zote za mwili zinaenda, alafu wanasema ati alidonate. Mama mgani ama mtu mgani ataacha familia Kenya uende ukafanya donation kule huku ughaibuni? Kama ni donation usifanyie Kenya. So hii kitu imenisumbua sana. Alafu serikali yetu, mtu kama huyo analetwa nyumbani, hawezi wakachukua nini yoyote, wakafuatilia, wafanye postmortem, wajue ni nini kimekula huyu mtu. Wao wanachukua tu mwili, alafu wanaenda wanaizika tu haraka hivyo, without following the procedures to know what exactly caused the death of this person. Wengi wanawawa, wengine wanasukumwa. Unaambia mwingine asijui alifanya nini, ikio kisanduku vile kinakuja kutoka huku, mnakuja mnaambia harakisha, alafu inaenda. So that was by the way, but muadvise watoto wetu wale wako huko, wale naona Mama Selina
nataka kusema juu niko na mtoto. Unajua wakati umesema imenisumbua sana. Msichana wangu aliambiwa wamepata kazi, wanaenda kufanya airport. So wanaanza kusainia contract. Agents wako Nairobi na wengine wako Mombasa. Msichana wangu alifika hapa mzuri, alienda Dubai. So wakati alifika, mtoto anasema waliwekwa rumi kidogo kama peti sita, alipata wasichana ama wamama 20 ndani. Mkifika hapo, passport, simu, kila kitu inachukuliwa. Mtoto yangu amekaa 2 years bila kuona passport yake, bila kuona kila kitu, na wakiwa kama, alafu wanakuja kuparetiwa. Sasa wanaenda kufanya kazi ya Auskar. Msichana yangu juu alikuwa anaongea Kiingereza, alipata Wahindi madaktari. So hao Wahindi wakamchukua. Mtoto aliteseka, lakini nikamwambia heri Muhindi kuliko utoke uende kwa hiyo watu ya hiyo nchi. Let me tell you, tulikuwa tunaomba, mtoto analia na hakuna vile unafanya juu ana passport, ana chochote, na wanawalipia ndege, ujue hivyo. So unapelekwa kama wamepeleka kila kitu, so uwezi toroka. Msichana wangu amepata passport yake tarehe 1 hii March. Amemaliza 2 years bila kuona passport yake, bila kuona kila kitu. Mimi nilikuwa akifika mwezi 2-3 ya kwanza nilikuwa natumia mtoto pesa juu hawezi rudi nyumbani, na sasa ako huko. Sasa ananiambia kuna Wakenya wengi sana wako Saudi Arabia juu wameshikana na maombi, na wenye wamekufa sasa sana vile unasema si wa Kenya, ni Waganda. Hawa ya Waganda, na anasema inaandikwa na Kiarabu kila kitu. So hakuna vile utaambia asisign, kwa sababu akifika, imetokea Nairobi, wamefika huko wamesign, hawajui chochote. Lakini kuna na embassies yetu wanaongea na wenye wanatuma, so hata wakienda kulalamika hakuna kitu wanafanywa. Msichana wangu alishikwa na COVID tulikuwa na wasiwasi sana, lakini Mungu alisaidia akatoka. So hiyo mambo unasema si mchezo. Wakati nimeona mtoto yangu amepata passport yake, so nikamwambia kama hata angepanda ndege, lakini pati mzuri ukimaliza 2 years, sasa una renew contract ya every 3 months. Na hiyo every 3 months unajitafutia kazi. So it is a very bad country. Vile umesema ni ukweli, lakini watu yetu na wako wengi sana, watu wametorokea juu hakuna kazi Kenya. Na ile pesa hiyo watoto wanaenda kulipwa, Uganda wanalipwa 900 pesa ya huko. Hiyo 900 ni 25,000 pesa ya Kenya. Hiyo 25,000 pesa ya Kenya, watu wenye wanafaitika ni watu kama ya Uganda, kwa sababu wakipata hiyo 900 ni pesa mingi kwao. Lakini ukishamaliza 2 years upatiwe passport yako na ujitolee, unapata sasa kutoka 70,000 maybe mpaka hata 100,000, that is like 3,000 pesa mingi. So pesa kwanza ya Arabu ni mbaya sana, haitusaidii wa Kenya, kwa sababu mtu akilipwa 1,000, can you imagine hiyo ni 25,000 Kenya money. So nina vile umeongea nikasema nisinyamase kwa sababu imeni affect na niko na mtoto, lakini ilipiti nichukue hatua kali sana na maombi, na ilikuwa ni wakati ya COVID. Sitaki kupoteza wakati, lakini watu wenye wako na watu yao, na kama kuna mtu wako na relative, wanaambiwa mtoto yangu nilikutanisha yeye na watu wengine, nikamwambia atafute Wakenya wengine wenye wanaomba, at least ijulikane mahali iko, in case kitu ifanyike, wenye wanakuwa na simu yake ndio wanaambia wasasi. Hivyo tu ningetaka niseme.
Okay, thank you. I think Fred, you are the one speaking, and Ruto Junior.
Yeah.
Everybody waits for their turn to speak. You don't come and take over. So kama huwezi tulia mpaka wakati wako ufike, sijui nitakusaidiaje. Because you can't come in and be given priority to speak just like that. If you can't listen to others now, what are you coming to say? Fred, go ahead. Okay. Ngoja Fred, so, kuna iko kitu ako na swali. Okay. Ni swali ama nini? Iko kitu ya audio is failed.
Sasa nilikuwa nasema,
yes.
Unajua kwenye mama Selina amesema ni kweli sana. Kwa sababu unanisikiza?
Yeah, it's okay. We can get you now. Go ahead.
Nasema kukuwa na Mayanga sister alidanganywa akaenda Saudi Arabia. Sasa kuna Saudi Arabia akaambiwa kwamba huko atakuwa anachunga mtoto mdogo. Sasa kufika huko wakamnyang'anya passport na kila kitu. And I feel very guilty. Very, very, very guilty. Mpaka naweza nikalia saa hii. Kwa sababu ni mimi nimtumia pesa ya kwenda Nairobi kushughulika na those paperwork. Sasa huyu mang'aa mwenye alimpata wakaenda na yeye, hakuwahi kuona passport yake. Passport yake aliambiwa umepewa agent. Sasa wakati walifika huko akasema wakakula vizuri, akaona kumbe maisha itakuwa hivi. Akaniambia mimi nikafurahi kabisa, nikasema maisha ya majuu ni kutafuta, you make the capital, uende nyumbani ujijenge. Kidogo nasikia ati ametolewa huko. Sasa amepelekwa anaenda kuchunga wendazimu. Anasema mwendazimu anakimbiza, anazunguka meza mpaka kichwa chake kinakuwa ni kizunguzungu, na akikosa kuzunguza meza huyu mwendazimu anamuuma. That is satisfaction. That is yani mimi nikashindwa nifanye vipi. Tukamwambia basi wewe rudi nyumbani tuambie how much do you owe them, tuchange tunume pesa, urudi nyumbani. Wakaanza kuweka vitu eti sijui venye tulipia, sijui visa, sijui nini, ikiwa vitu vingi. So tukasema Hata tupigie embassy. Let me tell you something. The embassy in Saudi Arabia is one of the most useless embassy I've ever spoken to. Bure kabisa. Bure kabisa. Unapigia wanakwambia tuende uangalie rules online. Now how do I go online and start? I can read the rules online. Naweza nikasoma ndio. But interpret the rules to me. Nimekuja kama nataka unisaidie. Hawakusaidii. Because they're in the cahoots. Na serikali ya Saudi Arabia wataki kuonekana wabaya, wazuri. Sio wako kwa fence kama Kalonzo. Sasa mimi Kenya naomba tu if we can clamp down on these agents na embassy ya Kenya pia ijue kwamba sisi pia ni binadamu, because ukifika huko unauzwa kama kuku according to your weight. Kama wewe ni mzito kuita huyu unapewa huyu, kama wewe ni huyu, kama wewe ni mzuri mrembo kushinda huyu unapewa huyu. Alafu mwenye mama sana anasema na nani alisema na Kasusi, ukirudi nyumbani unarudi bila hata your kidneys, your what, because ushanunuliwa hizo vitu zimenunuliwa. Sasa unazika nini nyumbani? Even if the spirit awakens inaanza kudemand vitu, what can we tell them? It's very sad. Na nimekasirika sana. But our government, wacha niamaze tu hapa. Asante.
Bernard, can I?
Yes, Nancy.
Naweza ongezea kitu hapo hivyo, sababu inani affect hata mimi.
Sawa, endelea.
Venye mama Selina ameongea na Freddy ni kitu yenye iko na ni kitu inafanyika. Kusema ati sijui una sign contract, hakuna mambo na kusign contract. Wacha tuseme tu ukweli, sababu Bernard, hapa ni mahali penye tunataka wakubwa wetu wasikie, sababu tunaomba ile serikali yenye inakuja next ikuje iangazie hayo maneno, itusaidie, iingilie itusaidie. Tuko na agents mingi sana Kenya. Wengine ni wale wenye yani mtu alishai kuja huku na anajua njia za huku, sasa anaiba watu, anawaleta tu kwa njia yenye haieleweki. Na uko na agent zimejiandikisha, ila wanatoa hongo kwenye serikali, na ninajua kuko na watu wakubwa tu uko ndani ya serikali. For example, mimi niko Saudi. Mimi tukianza tulikuwa tunaambiwa eti usisign contract ya 800, 850 ama 900. Lakini wakati wa kutoka ikifika unadanganywa tu Bernard, unaenda kulala kwa hizo nyumba zao, alafu utapandishwa gari muende mpaka airport. Mkifika airport wanakupea passport yako huko, sababu kila kitu ni free, hakuna kitu unafanya. Sasa hao watu wanatoanga like 60. Ndio sasa venye nilikuja huku madamu wangu akaniambia wanalipa 600 6 riyal 1000 per person. Sasa hizo tuko na ofisi moja ya huku na ofisi moja ya Kenya. Sasa hiyo ofisi ya Kenya wanagawana 8,000 sababu ni 16 wanagawana 8 huku 8 Kenya. Hiyo ni around 300,000 per person kwa agent wa Kenya. Unaona? Sasa hiyo tuseme imesimamia, wametoa 25 passport, visa nini, alafu huyu mtu baadaye tena ndiye atatumanisha air ticket. Sasa agent wanafaidika kutokana na sisi, na ukifika huku ukijaribu kupata shida alafu utafute usaidizi kutoka kwa hiyo agent ni ngumu sana kupata, sababu yeye already ashaweka pesa zake kwa mfuko, hakuhitaji yeye, kama ni kufanya mambo yake ashafanya. Sasa hizo nikipiga hesabu tunafanya kazi moja na Philippines, Bangladesh. Hao watu serikali yao imewaangazia Bernard, kwa wiki wako na off day, na sisi tunafanya 24/7 na 900. Hata wengine wanafanya mpaka na 800. Hata na hiyo yenye Mama Selina anasema ati siji 900 ni 25,000 azifiki. It is like 22 to 23,000. Inalingana na ile rate venye iko. Sometimes inakuja 22, sometimes inakuja 23,000. Haijaifika 25. Hizo ndio pesa mimi nimefanya ABZ. Ni pesa zenye nilikuwa nafanyia ABZ Nairobi kwa kushona manguo. Hizo ndio nilikuwa nafanyia. Sasa mimi nilikuja nikijua sababu tulikuwa tumeambiwa tunakuja kutengeneza 40 per month. Hiyo ndio ilifanya nikaacha kazi yangu nikijua nakuja kufanya profit, yani kufanya kazi ya kunisaidia, lakini nikaharibu kabisa. Unaona? Hiyo 1,000 ya Kenya ukipiga na ukienda kwa pesa ya Uganda ni 39,000 pesa za Uganda. Sasa you can imagine Muganda anapata pesa ngapi per month. Unaona? Sisi tunafanya kazi moja na Filipino anapata 2,000 to 1,500 to 2,000. Mnafanya kazi inatoshana. Sometimes hata wewe sababu ni Mwafrika unapewa kazi mzito, lakini Philippine pesa anapata ni mob kwa sababu ya serikali yao iliwasimamia ikawasaidia. Sasa unajua hiyo 2,000 ni like 70 to ni like 65 to 68,000 per month. Lakini wewe Mkenya mnafanya kazi moja unapata 22 to 23. Sasa hiyo ni kitu ya serikali yetu inafaa iangazie, na kama inaweza tusaidia iweke maagent wajiandikishe, alafu kila mtu akitoka ukata tulikuwa tumesema kama ni ukweli wanataka tukuje tufanye kazi sababu tunasaidia kujenga uchumi, wafanye nini? Watupe mpaka na mateti certificate. Ukitoka huko ujue tu na umerisk ni kukufa ama utarudi kama we ni mzima. Unaona? Sasa ni mikakati tu yenye wanafaa waweke. Hii mambo ya kuuza kidney si ya kwanza. Kuko na dem fulani mimi nikikujanga ilikuwa 2019 nikikaa huko. Kuko na dem nilimpata kwa afisi but ilikuwa afisi nyingine tofauti na yangu. Huyo dem alikuwa kichwa ilikuwa imepoteza network. La kushangaza dem akajaribu wakamfikisha Kenya. Juzi ndio nimeona kumbe watu wameenda kupima kidini yake moja ilikuwa ishatolewa, umeenda tu kupata hana kidini moja. Sasa ni watu wenye ukikonjeka kiasi unaenda alafu unafika OC wanakupea madawa unalala wanakufanyia vituko zao. Nashukuru Mungu sasa hii nafunga karibu miaka 3, lakini nashukuru Mungu hata kichwa ijai niuma. Hiyo tu ndio nashukuru Mungu, sijai kula hata banado. Sijui ni Mungu mgani huyu mwenye sijui, lakini nashukuru Mungu kwa ulinzi yenye ameweza kunipea nikiwa huku. Alafu hii mambo ya pesa kidogo imesababisha, unajua Wakenya ni Wakenya tu bado. Hiyo yenye Mama Selina anasema ya kwenda ati una renew contract ya 3 months kidogo sielewi, sababu Wakenya wamefika huku pia wameanza kufanya biashara. Mtu anatoka au anakuuliza Nancy unafanya kazi yani unapata pesa ngapi? Nasema napata 850, napata 900. Kuja huko nje tunapata 2,000. Kuja huko nje. Ukienda huko nje ndio unaenda kupatana na wale mabosses wenye walikuwa rejected. Sababu for example huenda msichana wa kazi alikufa kwa nyumba yake, serikali ikampea marufuku hata waileta msichana wa kazi kwa nyumba yake. Alafu wakisha kuja alafu sasa wasichana wenye tunaita kemboi ndio wanaangukia watu kama wenye walikuwa rejected, walipewa red flag. Hawawezi leta msichana wa kazi. Sasa mtu kama huyo hata upate shida of which wewe ukifikanga airport ya huku Riyadh, huku huku Gulf, post mwenye anakuja kuchukua anachukua passport. Anachukua kitu unabaki nayo kwa mikono ni contract peke yake. Lakini passport unapata wengine mpaka hata simu hawakupei ruhusa ya kutumia hiyo simu. Asa unakuja hauna mbele wala nyuma. Ukitoroka kwa hiyo nyumba ya boss mwenye alikuleta, ukienda kwa hiyo boss mwingine ni ngumu sana kupata usaidizi hata kwa huyo agent alikuleta, sababu hauna passport, hakuna venye utaweza rudi kwa boss. Hapo ndio unaona hata mtu akienda akilia aseme apate usaidizi, bosi akona haki ya kusema aliniibia akatoka kwa nyumba. Sasa watu wanaogopa, ndio unaona Wakenya wengi wanaishi huku miaka mingi bila kurudi nyumbani sababu hawana passport. Alafu embassy ya Kenya iko na shida, haina usaidizi wowote. Hongo, uko na shida lakini unaitishwa pesa utowe ndio ikusaidie. Hapo tu ndio shida iko kabisa. Lakini ya kusema kuna kuongeza, mimi for example, mimi nyumba nilikuja, nilimaliza contract yangu last year na nikaongeza tu the same nyumba yenye nilikuja. Lakini sasa kusema sijui ati kuko na contract ya kuongeza 3 months, hiyo inakuanga for example, ukikuja huku ukimaliza 3 months wanakupeleka OC kukupima mara ya pili wapate kama ile medical yake yenye ulitoka nayo Kenya inafanya iko sawa ama ilikuwa ya uongo. Sasa for example, kama walimaliza hizo 3 months, hiyo 3 months yenye ulimaliza ndio kaenda kupimwa, ndio wataongeza juu. Kuko na boss wengine wanaanza kuhesabu kuanzia ile siku ulipata medical ya Saudi Arabia, lakini kuko na boss wengine wanaanza kuhesabu kuanzia siku ulifika, siku tu ulifika. Sasa mimi sijui kunaendanga aje, lakini ile ya kuongeza 3 months sometimes naona inaniganganya, lakini ni sawa tu, la muhimu bora akuwe mzima Mama Selina.
Okay, Nancy, nitakutumia namba yake. Patu mzuri nakwambia, alienda akakuwa kwa agency akakaa 2 years, alimaliza 2 years, ako kwa Muamerika na asai as we are talking anapata 25, lakini mwenye alimtolea juu alifumilia kwa ofisi yake ukikaa sahi unatoa ya 3 months anachilipia 1500 pesa ya huko kwenyu. So hiyo nini yake ako nayo, alafu atakuwa akichilipia akitaka kukuja nyumbani anarudi, lakini ako na passport yake sasa, ako na makaratasi yake, lakini alitafuta akapata kazi kwa Muamerika. So sahi anafanya kwa Muamerika na akakomboa nyumba, ako na wasichana. Kuna wasichana wa Kenya wamekaa pamoja. So hiyo ndio imesaidia, ako Dubai. Nitakutumia namba yake, alafu unaweza pigia yeye kwa sababu ako na wasichana wanaomba, wako Saudi Arabia na wanajua kuna watu wanateseka sana. Lakini wale wako Dubai at least wako sawa, kama wako sawa. Kuna wasichana wengi hata mimi nimeongea nawa, na mimi nakwambia kwa sababu nilikuwa na shida sana na msichana yangu, lakini as for now nimefurahi tu amepata passport yake na amepata kazi. Akimaliza hiyo 3 months ana renew. So akikuja nyumbani na amejitolea, so hakuna mtu anaficha hiyo passport yake. Nitakutumia namba yake, alafu mnaweza ongea na yeye kwa sababu at least yeye ako sawa kwa sasa.
Sawa Mama Selina, nashukuru sana. Nashukuru kabisa, utanitumia alafu tuongee na yeye. Mimi nashukuru Mungu wenye nilikuja kwa hii nyumba, nilifika hiyo 3 months wenye walinipima, wakanipea passport yangu, wakanipea kila kitu, mimi mwenyewe ndio ninachichungia, sina shida kabisa.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina, thank you Nancy.
Tutampatia Pena, tutampatia namba yangu.
Okay, sawa. I think, yeah, I have your number somewhere. Thank you. And Nancy also. So I will link the two of you. Fred, wende umebua maneno na Ruto huko ananipiga vita. Bwana Ruto.
We are talking, Ambia Ruto, we are talking a very sensitive and very, very important issue here. So
Ruto, ingia studio, kaa kwa line, time yako ikifika utaongea. Ukiwa kwa comments unasikiza, ukiwa ndani ya studio unasikiza. So sijui ni nini unahepa, but all in all, kila nyumba iko na masharti yake. Huwezi kuja hapa kutupanga na sisi hatupangwingwi. Pole lakini. So Fred, endelea na usemi wako tafadhali, na tamatisha Jakindube nimeona mahali.
So wacha nimalize kwa kusema hivi. Nilikuwa nasema hiyo mambo yote in order kusaidia ule mtu ako pale nje mwenye anataka ako na tamanio ya kukuja kufanya kazi Gulf. Kuna vitu vitatu zenye wanga zinafanyika. Wanaenda mashinani, watu wanaenda mashinani kule chini, kule watu hawajui chochote. Umepatikana kama umesoma kama ule mtoto wa Mama Selina, what they normally do, wanakudanganya, wanakuambia tutakutengenezea passport, tutakulipia visa, tutakufanyia hii mambo yote. Hiyo gharama, wakisha kuambia hivyo, wao mdosi huko, yani wanaitwanga sponsors, anatuma hiyo pesa, yani anakununua in cash. So the moment you land, ana take charge of everything. So ukiwa mtu mwenye umesoma, nasema ya kwamba kitu cha kwanza uende kama mtu anataka ukuje ufanye kazi huku, akutumie visa, right? Ndio hiyo. Toka pale enda foreign affairs, uende for foreign affairs upatiwe working permit kutoka Kenya, wakuidhinishe kutoka. That is the genuine procedure. Alafu contract hiyo itakuwa imeandikwa kwa Kiarabu nusu na imetafsiriwa na Kiingereza. So you will read and you will know what you are signing for. Na ukishapewa hiyo kitu, ukisha sign hiyo kitu, utajua unaenda wapi. Na kama agent wako amelipwa pesa hiyo yote, alafu anakudanganya hapa nilikuwa nataka kufanyia hivi, ukiwa na vitu zako, it's very different. Kuna watu wanatoka huko kwa sababu kuna kila kitu na umejilipia, unaambiwa mali unaenda kufanya kama kazi ya hoteli, wale watu wanafanya catering, kuna watu wanafanya kazi mbalimbali. Lakini watoto wetu wale wanaenda kazi ya nyumba, wana take advantage kwa sababu wanawaambia unaenda free. Hakuna free, unanunuliwa. So unafaa kufanya kama vile mdosi wako anataka. Lakini kama umejifanyia hizi vitu zote, utakuwa na bargaining power. Wewe umeniambia hii, nipatie hii na hii na hii na hii. Na kama tamzi zako na za ule agent wako haziingiani, unamwambia wache hiyo kazi ikae, nitatafuta kazi nyingine. Because you have a right also to demand what you kile unataka kifanyike. Lakini in the name of pa alafu unapitishwa, alafu ukienda embassy pia kwa sababu hizo kesi ziko nyingi sana, mpaka embassy zinashindwa kustahimili, kwa sababu pia wale watu wanafanya kwa embassy ni wakorofi kabisa, cause wachakuwa corrupted, wamekula pesa ya hawa Waarabu, wamekuwa wameharibika vichwa. So kile kitu tu kinakusaidia, kisaidie ukiwa Kenya. Ukisaidia ukiwa Kenya, hata huko kwingine kote utakuja, na ndio unakuta utalandi in safe hand, utoke pale umalize contract yako na urudi nyumbani safely. Lakini ukiona tu anaanza kukupeleka, tunakupeleka kwa ofisi, sijui ngoja hapa kidogo, hiyo wakikwambia unapelekwa kwa ofisi, unaenda kukaa hapo vile Mama Selina amesema, utauzwa kama ng'ombe kwa mnanda. My friend, utauzwa. Mtu atakuja pale anakupa gain na anakununua. Akisha kununua hauna say my friend. Utafanya chochote kila anataka. Hiyo ndio utumwa iko. So we need the government that is coming on the place, ifanye vile hao watu wa Philippines wamefanyia watu wao. Policies, ndio tunasema policies is very important. Kuna policies ya hizi countries zingine za watu wao, hutaki mtu wetu, wachana na yeye akae kwetu. Unamtaka sharti ufanye A, B, C, D. Once you comply with this one, they release their people to go to work. So wanapenda wa Kenya kwa sababu Kenyans we are very hard working people. That is hiyo nayo hatufiji. Wanapenda wa Kenya kwa sababu they are very hard working. Unakuta Mkenya anafanya kazi ya Wafilipino 3, yeye ni mmoja. Na ukienda kwa nyumba yenye iko na Wafilipino, wako Wafilipino 4. Alafu unaambiwa Mkenya anakuja anapombelezwa huko, ananunuliwa, anakuja analetwa kwa hiyo nyumba, anafanya kazi mtu mmoja. Nyumba iko na nyumba kutoka chini, kutoka basement, ground floor, ukuje first floor, second floor, third floor, uko peke yako. Uoshe hiyo nyumba, wewe kazi yako inakuwa, my friend, hiyo kazi ya agent hiyo, ukiambiwa unaenda kwa ofisi.
Kwani uko huko? Kwani wewe uko huko?
Sisi tuko mahali tumepika kelele. Aaron atakwambia huku tumepika kelele sana, tumeweka watu on dose. Huku hakuna hiyo mchezo.
Kwa hivyo uko hiyo nje.
Mimi niko Qatar. So huku tumepika kelele. Hiyo embassy tunaendanga tunaleta fujo. Tunaleta fujo paka Wakatari wanasema hapana, hatutaki fujo kwa sababu wanatujua. Tukileta fujo huku kazi inasimama. Kama ni magari demonstration tumefanya, tumevunja mavio za magari, tumefanya maandamano, na hiyo moja instead moja inalainisha kila kitu. So wacha nimalize Bernard kwa kusema hivi, advise our people and tell the people who are, wale watu wenye wanauzika na hii mambo ya inaitwa ngaje hii labors, watu wa transfer of labors ama sijui nini. Kama country hizo laws sifuatiliwe jamani, sifanye kazi, tutamaliziwa watada, tutamaliziwa wanadada, kwa sababu wao ndio victim kabisa. Watoto wetu wataishia huku tukicheza tu, tukisemanga tu serikali saidia, wataisha hivyo tu. But najua ikiwa imefikia Mugambi hapo Pastor Bernard, na kuna watu wengi sana wanatudisama hapa, na kuna wale wako wanaongea na watu fulani, hii kitu najua itaenda hivyo na itafikia wenyewe. Cause mimi nilisoma, kuna hiyo document nilikutumia. Wakati nilisoma hiyo document, ukisoma mistari za kwanza pale juu, utaona huyu mtu ameambiwa ABCD, lakini ukimalizia pale chini wanasema ati alikuwa ana donate, so in the process ya donation akashindwa kustahimili. Who leave his country or for her country to go in a different country to do donation of his organ? Ni nani? Hakuna mtu anafanyanga hivyo. Inamaanisha ulinunuliwa, na wakati ulinunuliwa umepelekwa, unalishwalishwa kidogo, alafu we kichwa inakuuma kidogo, wanakupeleka. Wakisha kupeleka, na ndio ambieni watu wenye wako huko, ukienda hospitali, story ya kukupeleka ati kuambia ati sign hii karatasi, usisaini karatasi yoyote. Ama ati unapelekwa ICU ama unapelekwa theater, usiende. Kuna wale watu wanabahatika, wanakuta African doctors kule, wanawaambia usisaini karatasi yoyote kama si mimi nimekuja kukuambia sign hii, kwa sababu inamaanisha hivi. Wewe wakati tu utaweka tu sahihi yako hivyo, wewe umeenda ukiendanga. So tafadhali tufuatilie na tuelimishe wengine wale ambao wanataka kuja upande huu, especially hiyo Saudi. Hiyo biashara iko juu sana, iko juu sana, inaokopesha hata dunia.
Asante sana Fred for bringing up that. We will do a dedicated show for the same, so that we share the required information with the concerned parties, probably over the weekend. But it's good for bringing that up, and we really need to up the game. I pray that this is because we are having, like I said initially, wale watu tumepeleka bunge ya 2012, 2013, 2017, 2022, wametupatia nothing in terms of legislation. Walienda tu kuimba chorus. These matters should have been addressed and stringent laws established, because you cannot hold a country or anything without the requirement of the law. So these matters need to have good legislation, progressive legislation, these agents who are transferring people from there, they need to be under the law, not to be doing things juakali. When it comes to a life of somebody, it should not be taken that way. In the past, even to get passport, you needed to prove you are able to pay for your air ticket before you are given passport, to control the transfer of population from one region to another, and then secure your nationals when they go to a foreign country. But now you just walk in, walk out, and you're gone, and the country is not aware where you are. When things happen is when now they begin the firefighting thing. So I believe that this is a serious matter. We need to work on it. I will not look for Ruto Jr. Themba, you're welcome.
Thank you, Bernard.
I can see the Pan-African spirit is arresting you. Please be arrested.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and I beg to sign out immediately.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I'm here.
so that I'll be able to face my other work later. Hao watu wote wameongea, hakuna mtu hajaongea hapa, wasikudanganye isipokuwa wewe mwenyewe. So anza na wewe mwenyewe kufanya submission. Kasuti atakuwa chairman wakati tunafanya submission, and then you exchange the powers, and mfunge studio mkitaka saa 8 ya mchana. You have all powers to do that. The Lord bless you guys. Let's do this again later on in the day. You are blessed.
Good morning, good night. Sasa hatujui hata kama unalalanga.
Thank you. And Mama Selina, namba yako sijaiona, nimeona ya Nancy. Niwekee hapo kwa private chat kama unaweza.
Ama huku ni safe, Bernard?
Niko na ya Nancy. Yako sijanini. You know, you transacted with Wekesa. Or I can get it from Wekesa.
Hata ya jana ni Wekesa.
Eh?
No, I thought niliandika Bernard.
Let me see. Sawa, I will find it. If I don't get it, nitakutafuta. Usijali. Thank you.
Okay. Wacha niweke sahi.
All right.
Yes. I think sasa hii private chat sijui inatumwa aje.
Let me put mine, then you will WhatsApp me. Let me put mine, utanipatia kwa WhatsApp. Kwa hapo kwa
imekuja ama?
Inakuanga na delay, ngoja kwanza. Go ahead.
Okay, asante Bernard. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you are. Naona Stone PK, naona Fred Kasudi, Ancestor, Harun the Ancestor. Alafu naona iko kitu leo, iko kitu amepata nafasi kuja hapa, iko kitu anasumbwanga huko kwa comment.
Na kuweka kwa chat leo naonekana.
Leo naona iko kitu amekuja hapa. Imekwaje ukapata nafasi huku leo? Na wewe ni mtu wa huko chini, unapataje promotion? Imekwaje ukapata nafasi huku leo? Na wewe ni mtu wa huko chini.
Unajua Themba, unajua kuna vitu zingine waga zinaweza zikauma mtu mpaka we mwenyewe ukajifikiria, yani you just have to talk to yourself, you know, mpaka we mwenyewe useme we mwenyewe. kwa mfano, kwa sababu kuna vitu zinanisumbua, kama kwa mfano tunajua kama yani tukiongea jinsi za yani visa vya Moses Kuria, unajua ni vile vitu ambazo zimetukuza tangia hizi za zamani za Jaramogi Kenyatta. Baba yake Kenyatta alikuwa anatuambia kwamba Wajaluo hawajatahiri, wale sio si wanaume, hawafai, unaona mambo kama hizo, unaona. Sasa Moses Kuria anakuja kusema yeye mwenyewe ndio jamaa hajatahiri, hafai kuwa rais, unaona. Sasa mambo kama hayo yanauma, unaona. Mimi mwenyewe, unaona, mimi mzaliwa wa Nyanza, hakuna mtu ameniangalia pale chini, yani, kwa hiyo my opinion does not matter, unaona. Kwa hiyo yanauma. Cha pili ni kwamba yani nataka ushindi, Azimio, Raila ashinde, unaona. Sasa Kalonzo akija hapa anajifanya kama mnuko mzuri, sio wala anataka ashikwe vipi, abembelezwe vipi, sijui afanywe aitwe sio mrembo, sio. Bado tumechoka, unaona, tumechoka, unaona. Sasa when they come with the demands kusema kwanza yeye anataka akuwe VP na nini, anafaa yani ye mwenyewe aone kwamba kuna wengine wamekuja mbele yake, kuna Mutua, kuna Ngilu na kuna Gita Kibwana, unaona. Kwa hiyo sasa hapa yani aje pole pole, kinauma. Mimi naumwa kwamba tumemkubali yeye, unaona, but we have no choice kumkubali tu. Vitales alisema tu tumkubali tu, lakini by the end of the day he also needs to know that he's indispensable. Tunaweza tukamtupa kando, asiwe yani anajijaza kwamba yeye ndio wa pekee, unaona. Kwa hivyo inaniuma. Kwa hiyo cha mwisho ni kwamba mambo ambaye Kasuti yani amenena ya ukweli, kwa sababu na mimi pia nimekumbwa na hayo matatizo. It's very sad, wadada zetu, wandugu zetu ambao wanadanganywa kupiga saini, yani kwenda kuzwa ng'ambo kama kuku, kama kondoo. Ukiwa umesoma kama kondoo, ukiwa umesoma zaidi kama ng'ombe, ukiwa umesoma zaidi sisi kama nini, unaona. It's very sad, unaona. Mpaka tuambieni kwamba ni serikali yetu, it's our own government that has made us go abroad in order to start looking for other options and other menus to make a living. Serikali ya Kenya inafaa ilaumiwe. Kwa hivyo mtu kama Ruto ambaye anasema kwa serikali, afu yeye he's the first person to run abroad kulilia serikali ya nchi za ng'ambo kwamba anateswa kule, wakati sisi wa Kenya wa kawaida tunateswa huku. Haifai bana, anafaa kuambiwa. With that, tuanzishe conversation temper. I'm very excited today.
Asante sana, iko kitu Fred Kasudi, kwani ni nini iko kwa nini yako? Sema.
Mimi niko tu sawa baba, but ambia Lulu mimi nataka classes ya violin Najua kuplay instrument zote, lakini mwambie nataka classes ya violin. Aweke hapo kwa hiyo nini yake, anifundishe violin. When I know that one, I will be done. So mwambie nataka hizo classes. Okay. Hiyo ni by the way. Story ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo tuliwaambia he cannot add any value in our camp. So we are not going for the equal partners. No, we don't need those people. Kama mtu anaweza enda akae mahali alafu ameke such kind of utterances ati Wiper inafaa kuwa na wabunge wengi so that ukileta nyokonyoko na kuimpeach. Yani kile tumeona kile Ruto amefanyia Uhuru, alafu pia sisi tuingie tukiwa vipofu. No way. We need somebody who doesn't have anything, akuje vile alivyo. Baba akisema jump, the only question anauliza how high sir. Lakini si ati akisema jump unasema hapana, hapa sijui kuenda namna gani. We don't need such kind of people. Wanakuja tu kutumakisha hapo, kutupikisha. We, ngoja ifike 26 my friend, utajua mbivu na mbiji. Wacha tu yeye apike hiyo siasa yake, hiyo siasa ya pesa 8 hiyo. Lakini ngojea when the time, wakati itakapoisha, sasa mbivu ijulikane, who is who, wapi ni wapi, tunaenda wapi, atashangaa sana. Sababu as things stands today, tulikuwa tunangojea mama aongee. Na wakati mama ameongea, unajua huyo ndiye alikuwa amebakia, ndio maana uliona Ruto akienda huko akilia sana. Mama hakuwa ameongea. Hii story yote vile ilikuwa imeanza, Mama Ngina, ule mwenye anajua, who knows the genesis of Jaramogi and Kenyatta, hakuwa ameongea kitu. Na ujue watu wa mlima, they value that lady. She's a hero. They value her more than anything else. Hata mkiona anaongea sababu anaongea, lakini kila mtu amenyamaza. When she's talking, everybody goes silent, kwa sababu anajua kile kitu anaongea ni cha muhimu. So alipokuwa Katundu akasema ati sijui nini, sijui tulienda huyu Mama Ngina sijui akafanya nini, mama alisema huyu mtoto ni kama kula alilelewa hivyo, muelewe tu lako hivyo. Lakini mtoto wangu sijamlea katika hiyo njia ya kupishana na kurusha vijembe na kurusha mamawe, hapana. Nimelea mtoto wangu katika njia ambayo inayofaa. So mama ameongea, and wait, kutoka jana, wait the space, watch the space, you will see ile waves tu vile inaenda, kwa sababu I believe in one thing. Serikali ishapangwa, kile kitu kinafanyika ni mpango tu ya kuwapisha. Hiyo ndio imebaki, kwa sababu sioni kama kuna kitu kingine inasimama iko mbele yetu. Let's keep our house in order, as the Bible says. Put your house in order and make sure that you be vigilant, kwa sababu hii mchucho hii, huyo jamaa vile the way ako mwerefu ama ako mjanja, anaweza tuma watu huko, wanakuja huko, mnafikiria wako strong, wanakuja mnawapitisha kwa nomination, alafu wanakimbia, mwisho tena wanawakimbia. Sambuli ya kinaisha Jumwa hatutaki, sambuli ya kina Chichopefu hatutaki kwa vyama, sambuli ya kina sai when ukisema hapo ni hapo colors. So mi huyo Kalonzo anishtui na hanitishi. So tumemwambia yeye atulie hapo, tutamsort baadaye. Sie mwenyewe alisema ati nitafurahi na kile kitu baba atanipea. Sasa imekuwaje leo akuje kunataka kunegotiate? Kwani hakuwa amejua wakati alikuwa anasema hiyo mambo kwa umati? Hakuwa anajua ati kuna kitu atahitaji So mimi najua kitu kimoja, tutamlinda vizuri, na pia yeye atajihisi yako nyumbani. Wache yeye atulie pale polepole, lakini hatutaki mtu mwenye ako na chama, hatutaki kabisa, kwa sababu tumeona kile wale watu wanakuja wanasema ati in the name of utanipea nini? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Kuja upewe, si ati uanze kuuliza unanipea nini ama ninapata nini nikikuja kwako. No, wewe huwezi ukakuja kwangu alafu unataka kunipangia. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Unafaa kuja kwangu utulie, nikikupea maji ya kunywa ridhika, nikikupea kikombe ya chai ridhika na hiyo kikombe ya chai. Si ati unakuja kwangu alafu unataka kuniambia nataka ugali, nataka sijui nini. Hapana, hiyo tutakuwa tukanifea. Anyway, hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nayo Themba for today. Klasi zangu za violin, uchufikisha ujumbe. Thank you Themba. Wacha kutoka kwa simu. Nimemaliza.
Nakusikia kabisa. what Kasudi umejaribu kuongea mambo ya the impact of Mama Ngina's speech, I mean whatever she has said, and I see it as the insult. I wasn't here when Stone PK was speaking. Probably I will just pose it to Stone PK. Stone PK, what is the import of Mama Ngina's speech to the Central Nation?
Thank you, Themba. It's a serious case. Initially, wherever people thought that it was a joke, you could just go there in Mulima and do anything. But now she came and she talked and she actually got people emotionally. The Mulima people, those who really matter, were touched. If you hear what they are even saying, the undertones is like, why, when the DP went there, even holding the rally there, people thought it was just ordinary, but they never stopped to think about it. And that's why you have seen there is a group that has gone to court also. All this, you'll have a lot of things coming in. The Mau Mau people are now saying they have their own case now, they are put on court. They just want to kind of prove to the DP that he went too far. And we had said on this platform that what he did and what he was doing, if he had ears and if he had some good advisors, he would stop them. Mulima will, what Mulima will do to Mr. Ruto, he will never forget in his life. He will know who they are. Yeah, because now they are using some language. They are saying, hata kama ni madharau, you don't do that. And then there is a statement they are replaying now. They are replaying a statement where Ruto said that to go to Mulima, you have to go through him. I had forgotten that statement, which he had said sometimes, sometimes ago, I think 1 or 2 months ago, when he started, showing like he has really full control of Mulima. This was also echoed by the women who was in Thika, was it in Nyeri, celebrating maendeleo ya wanawake, and they resonated together with the mama of the nation. Mulima people value, just like many African countries, they value their elders. They value their elders. But you see, what DP has been doing, people thought like the youth now. The youth everywhere, they are rudderless, of course. They are following money, pombe, wanarukaruka too. But the elders will now speak. In fact, Mulima elders are spoken. And they will even do more. One man also they will show the dust is this man called JB Muturi. He will be put in the same basket with the Ruto. I think that's what I can say today. And remember, Mama Ngina gave a speech in Kikuyu. She gave it in her vernacular, just to show how serious that thing was. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought that was very, very, very important message that she was trying to pass, as you have said. Harun, nafasi yako sasa kabla nilete Selina.
Yeah, yes. Mimi ningependa kusema namna hii, Mama Ngina ama wale wakubwa wetu ama in general Wakenya wote, we need to respect one another. Imagine mimi nashangaa wakati mzee Jomo Kenyatta alipokuwa yeye na the likes of Jaramogi, the likes of Dedan Kimathi, wakati walipokuwa wanapigania mambo ya Mau Mau, yani mambo ya the freedom of our nation ama independence, Sasa the likes kama Moses Kuria huenda hata au watoto hata hawakuwa wamezaliwa. The likes of William Samoei Ruto, these young boys hawakuwa wamezaliwa. Alafu unapata kuwa huyu Mama Ngina at that very time yeye kwa sababu mzee hiyo wakati alikuwa prison, Mama Ngina ndiye alikuwa na mzigo ya kulea watoto wake. Unajua when the father is away na hawezi because alikuwa kwa prison. Sasa hata majukumu yote ya mzee, ya mama, ya kila kitu ilirundikia Mama Ngina. Then kutoka hapo vijana wadogo kama the likes of Oscar Sudi wanakuja wanasimama wanaanza kumtusi Mama Ngina. Mimi maombi yangu ni ile tu, ninaomba huyu Mungu mwenye aliumba mbingu na nchi, hao watu wasije wakaona uongozi wa taifa la Kenya kamwe kabisa, wasije wakauona, because it is very sad. Hiyo kitu by the way, hata huyu Mama Ngina, mama mtulivu, mama wetu wa taifa, mama mpendwa wa taifa wa kwanza, wakati alipokuwa anaongea I felt it. Wakati hata tone yake ulikuwa unasikia ndio alikuwa kwa matanga, but her tone ilikuwa inaonyesha kuwa alighadhabishwa na statements ama ameghadhabishwa na statements zote zenye zimekuwa zikirushwa na pande ya Ruto na his entire previous, and it is very very unfortunate. So me wacha nisema namna hii, unajua William Samoei Ruto by the way sasa hivi hata mambo ya bottom up, sijui bottoms up, sijui ni hustler nation, sijui ni nini, ameisahau. Sasa hivi ile kitu yenye anauzia wa Kenya ni matusi. Angalia vile amejireduce himself. Imagine a deputy president, somebody mwenye ako second in command, ana reduce himself into kutusi watu, because when you allow you are very junior person anatusi mwingine mpaka personal, yani mpaka matusi inaenda kipersonal. It is very very sad, but mimi nasema namna hii, huyu Mungu mwenye tunaomba UDA wasije wakauona uongozi huu wenye unakuja, until waombe msamaha, maybe tuwafikirie kwenda 2060 huko. Thank you so much Mr. Them.
Okay, asante sana Harun. Selina?
Yeah, Temba imetusumbua the whole day, lakini pia ni mzuri kuchangia ya kwamba respect, heshima sio utumwa. Na umesikia kila siku nikilalamika ya kwamba hawa watu wanampeleka deputy president Central, aita wanamumaliza ama sijui, lakini pia makosa ni watu ya Central, kwa sababu kwa nini wanawacha mtu ya nje kukuja kutawala? Kwa sababu Rift Valley, I don't think kama kuna mtu anayeenda Rift Valley na aongee na awachiliwe. Lakini unajua sasa hao walinyamaza mpaka ikakuwa tule nyumba yenye haina baba, anyway. Udamatuni ndio unasikia wanasema Wakikuyu kwa bahati mbaya wameshindwa kukuwa na hiyo heshima ya kutoka mdogo mpaka mkubwa. Kama nchi imewachiliwa tu hivi wazi, ndio mambo imeenda kuharibika. But it is not too late, too little. Lakini ukiona mama ya taifa, ingawa alikuwa na uchungu ya mashishi, but hata matamushi yenye alikuwa naongea, Kwanza sikujua ni yeye mpaka nikataka kuona kabisa, nikaona ni yeye, nikanyamaza tu. But wacha niwaambie, uchungu ya mama kama hiyo tu kutoa, mpaka imefika kutoa, tunaambia watu baraka si mama yako msasi peke yake. Baraka inatoka kwa mtu yeyote, ule mzee kukuliko ama ule mtu mkubwa kukuliko. Hawa vijana ya Central wamefanya mpaka huyo mama amesikia uchungu, na mimi nafurahia wale wa mama wengine wote walikuwa leo na mkutano ya maendeleo. Pia waliongea na watu ya makanisa wamenyamaza, na kuna kitu tulikuwa tumesema kabla utakuja, hiyo watu ya pastors ya Uganda walifanya makosa kuchukua pesa ya haramu, na wakati walitaka kufanya sherehe ile ya kutupa ile tutura ile saa white, sababu walikuwa wamefaa, kila bishop amekuja na manguo yake hizo kubwa. Wakati waliomba na kurelease hizo matutura, sijui silikuwa ngapi, silirudi chini sikakufia kwa miguu sao. Na uliona hiyo mapastors kila mtu walistuka. Ulikuwa nasikia wanasema because na kusema wamekataa kwenda juu, but they knew, walijua ni makosa. And can I tell you, they have died one by one mpaka sasa, bishops na sheikhs karibu 6, na wanasema kuna wengine bado wanawafuata. So saa zingine ukienda kufanya maneno na maneno ya Mungu ni mbaya sana. So hii mambo imefanyika Central, na unaona mapastors wanaashumu na wanaongea na wanafurahia. Ndiye nilishangaa Temba ya kwamba Mungu ametuambia, na mimi nataka sijui kama Penat alituchipu ama tulichipiana na wale walisema. Mimi ninakumbuka ninajua ya kwamba mtu yeyote amefika 70 years, Mungu anasema huyo ni wangu. Mtu yeyote who is over 70 years, tunaambiwa hiyo ni Mungu amempatia hiyo parsishi. Sisi ni nani kumutusi ama kufanya kitu mbaya kwa watu kama hawa? So saa ile unatusi mtu mzee above your age, na wewe uko 50 years, wengine wako 30, wengine ni hata mtu ya 79, hata mtu ya 69, ujue utakuwa umetenda dhambi. Wakenya lazima turudi tuwe na hiyo heshima. Ukiona watu walikosa heshima, atu ukipata hata mama kwa gari na sirika yako, na wewe ni kijana mdogo unakataa kusimama kwa gari ya kae chini, ama ukiona mama amekusalamia kwa barabara unamuuliza na huyo ni nani? So kuna vitu mingi tunastahili kujifunza, lakini hiyo mambo ya Central, I hope vile walikuwa nasema watu wanakula pesa, ndio, lakini wamewacha matusi imekuwa mingi mpaka mama msee kama hiyo anaesalala akakasirika, alafu wewe mwenye ulikuwa naongea na alikuombea, especially mama alichukua time yake kuombea hiyo watoto yote wawili. But nashukuru mama Ngina amesema Uhuru achamufunza kutusiana, lakini huyo mwingine achafunzwa na mama yake. So, ukisikia ama kabila yake, it is like kitu kama hiyo. So Temba, hiyo ni mambo imekuwa ngumu, lakini nataka kuomba tuwe tu at least amani ikuje kwa Kenya, kwa sababu hii siasa mahali tumefika leo ni tuseme tumepakisha 4 months. Kufikia next month tunaanza kuhesabu 3 months. Hii mambo tuombe Mungu sana, kwa sababu ukiona vile watu wako na incitement na UDA ama inaitwa KKA wameona kama watashinda. So tunaomba wasi-incite watu waende kwa debe, mwenye atashinda ni wetu, lakini hatuwezi danganyana mwenye anashinda. Hauwezi pala ni vitu inaonekana wasi ya kwamba kama leo Nairobi mkutano silikuwa mingi sana ya Azimio mpaka huko Mandera, Nyeri walikuwa naendelea, Murang'a walikuwa naendelea. Penat kama Temba mkutano moja ilikuwa Narok. Lakini sa Azimio siko karibu countrywide. How do you compare mkutano moja na senye siko kila mahali kwa counties? Surely hata wewe unatuambia unashinda wapi? Kama huko wanachipanga, huko wanachipanga, huko wamechipanga, kila mahali wamechipanga, alafu unarudi unataka batu kusema kama saa hii KKA at least wangekuwa 5 counties a day, na tusema Azimio wako 10 counties. Alafu sasa hapo tungeweka balance kidogo ya kwamba kama walikuwa Narok, wengine walikuwa maybe Mombasa, ama pengine walikuwa Western, ama pengine walikuwa at least utacompare. But hauwezi compare mkutano moja na singine ni karibu 20 for sure. Saa ile wewe utarudi sasa, kama jana alikuwa Murang'a, leo watu ya Murang'a wamerudi, wameregister, wamekuwa Narok. Azimio tena wataenda sasa, wanafukuzwa. Azimio inamfukuza na moja na wako na yao karibu 10 ama 20 inaendelea. So nataka kusema ya kwamba wakubali tu, wamejaribu, kama ni kutafuta councillors, kama ni kutafuta members of parliament, women reps, wajaribu. Lakini hiyo ya juu imeenda. Kama utaenda mkutano moja, hata kama utakuwa Narok na uende hiyo Narok mzima, hiyo patu utafanya kitu. Ingine ni watu wenye wako kwa Azimio. Baba kesho ataanza kwenda mkutano yake. Kuna wamama walipropose Martha Karua akuwe running mate ya baba. Kuna watu wengine batu wanaona, na nilifurahi Martha Karua alichipu wamama akasema that is their right. Na ile kitu ilinifurahisha pia, alisema yeye atakuwa kwa ile site ya wale wamepigania hii nchi ya Kenya, na ninafurahia kwa sababu pia amekana matusi. Amesema kama wewe ni governor, omba kiti yako, wacha kutusi mwenzako. Ameongea kutoka national politics, anasema kwa watu wause sera, wasitusiane. So at least hiyo ni kitu imetusaidia wamama wajue ya kwamba hata kama hata click kwa running mate, at least she can be mahali wa Kenya watakuwa. Na hiyo ni hope ya KKA. Walikuwa wamejaribu sana kusukuma Martha, but I know Martha Karua how she is. Yeye si mtu ya kukimbilia. Martha Karua akisema no, hata ufanye nini. Mimi nimefanya kazi na yeye. Yeye si mtu ya kwenda na wave area paki peke yake, na hiyo haki yake hiyo anasema ina Martha Karua. So hiyo nafurahia. Hii ingine ya Kalonzo pia, kama kesho, kwa sababu sitaki kufikiria Azimio watu wote watakuwa wanaenda kama ng'ombe kufuatana na baba. I think it is time for Azimio kuweka program. Watu wengine wakuwe North Eastern, wengine wakuwe Meru, wengine wakuwe Eldoret, wengine wakuwe Mombasa. We want them to spread. Hatutaki wafuate baba. Kama Kalonzo anataka kuwa running mate, pile watu Alex ananiambia anataka Kalonzo ni running mate, we want to see Kalonzo akiongoza huko. Si hata aende Ukambani. Ukambani we are okay. Tuko na Ngilu, tuko na Kifuta. Tunataka watoke nje. Tunataka kuona Kalonzo akiwa West Pokot, akiwa hiyo Nyeri, akiwa huko. Tuone, hauwezi letewa chakula mpaka kwa mesa. Hauwezi letewa mwanamke mpaka uwekee kwa kitanda. Ati hata mpaka ufunikiwe shiti. For real. Sasa ukifunikiwa siti ama uwekewe blanketi, nini ingine unangoja ufanyiwe? Hata msichana aambiwe sasa, bwana, nyinyi mnataka aje? Mtu kama anataka kiti, amuka atafute kiti. Amepembelesewa mpaka msichana ameletewa, ako sitting room ameketi. Yani inamshinda kuingiza kwa kitanda na kuongea ile maneno wase wanaongea. Mnatuchokesha nyinyi wanaume. Asante.
Selina. Kwani Alex anataka Kalonzo afanyiwe hivyo? Alex.
Yes, Themba.
How are you?
I'm very fine, my friend.
Kwani wewe umeleta mjadala wa Kalonzo hapa tena?
No. Mimi sijaleta mjadala wa Kalonzo. You know, na niliambia watu Themba aje. Mimi na wewe, we stood firm. In fact, if there was anybody who stood on their feet, and I once opined here that I'm ready to put my feet on wet cement, it dry up so I cannot get it out. And the only way I can get my feet off is being amputated, is me. I did not want Kalonzo on our camp totally and completely. But the inevitable happened, Themba. They brought him. It's like, Themba, right now, I have no right. If my father comes with another woman, Kwaboma, Themba, who am I to tell my father that, man, you can't do this? You suck it and get used to it. So I mean, we are debating something that is beyond us. It is now not us, unfortunately, to decide whether Kalonzo will be given the DP or not. So there is a special committee that has been selected to look into that specific issue, and sometimes we need to read more into it.
Now you are talking.
There are things. Even big presidential candidate of a caliber who have been senator for like 40 years were prevailed over, and bad decisions were made because at a certain point in life, you can't even control your own life and your own decision. Look at McCain, a man who was a prisoner of war, a man who had been a senator, a ranking member, was prevailed over to choose Sarah Palin, of all people, as her presidential candidate. And decision made, if not in politics, was to choose Sarah Palin. And I treat that presidential. And I'm just telling my people that let us just acknowledge that from the way things are going, it looks like Uhuru wants this man to become the deputy president. And from what was leaked today, and Moses Kuria seems to be the Trojan horse, the one that Fred was telling us, because it's not only Fred who's saying, most of the political analysts have started looking him as a Trojan horse, a man who's revealing deeper on what the Kikuyus should expect. Today they revealed that Uhuru is role in the next parliament or the next government. So, and we are speculating, which is a good gossip. You know, we are just gossiping here. But behind, there is a reason why the master stroke of Raila chose Makau Mutua, because it was a double-edged sword so that he can finish Kalonzo. But at the same time, it's hard for Makau Mutua to block Kalonzo, who is his tribesman. So we are in a dilemma. But I was saying, we have seen the art of coalitions which we did not even expect in this world. When the EFF of South Africa realized they could not work with Zuma completely, and the provincial election was finished, and they had about 4 hung cities, the EFF made coalition with what? The DA, and left ANC. And that was the most absurd thing, that the EFF, of all people, went with what? The supremacists. And they are the people who are fighting them, give us our land. So the art of coalition, Themba, it is something that sometimes is beyond us. And that's why the adage comes here. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. and that is what we are facing here. Ruto is our enemy. If Ruto takes over, we don't have a country. Themba, if you are a good news reader, you will tell me 2 days ago what happened to Botswana. Kama, President Kama, who gave Masisi leadership, is now in exile. 2 years after he gave Masisi leadership, he's in exile in South Africa. His brother yesterday was put into cell with 5 people. When Kama gave leadership to Masisi, a young man like Ruto, he did not expect 2 years later that Kama, who had ruled, the Kama family had ruled Botswana for more than 40 years. 2 years later, they could be where? In exile. So Kama has visited Uhuru 2 times. And Uhuru knows the imminent danger of allowing a man who is so hungry with power, so revengeful, to take over. That is the dilemma we are facing. You have seen people like Sudi abusing Mama long before now. So Uhuru has a task to do, to massage the ego of Kalonzo, who we can deal with, than allow this thing to go to the second round, which you don't know if we will win or not. And we must take our ego down and understand that when it's critical, you have to make compromises. So if Raila is faced with a coalition that he no longer has the power that he used to have, and now we are in a coalition whereby he is being negotiated for. It's not us negotiating Themba. If it was our will, we would never have allowed Kalonzo on our part. We will never. But now he is with us. What do? He's a thorn on our flesh. Let us suck and get used to it. And he can be our deputy president. And the way things, Mama Selina, wait. The way things are, the way he was visited, they are trying to do everything they can to make sure that Kalonzo has stopped misbehaving and he has toed the line, and they have taken him the way he is. But Kalonzo understand this is his last time. Kalonzo will never be a president. The best he can be is the deputy president. The best he can negotiate is the vice president or the deputy president. After these, new crops of leadership are coming. This is his last chance in politics. And that is where we are coming from, that Kalonzo understand that. And if they cannot get that, Kalonzo is a loose camel. He can go the other side, because after all, what is he going to lose? And that is the art of politics. If you have seen people like Kabogo who are betrayed by the same man, now they are licking his ass. People like people who you couldn't believe, they have gone back to him. What makes Kalonzo not to go? It can't surprise me anymore. But we have a country to keep. This man called Ruto is a danger to our country. So we should not equate Kalonzo and refuse to give him a few positions here. The worst Kalonzo can be given, the worst Kalonzo can be given is the leadership of the House. That one I totally say no. Kalonzo should never get any leadership. And that is how Ruto negotiated. Because when you deposit an agreement with a political party, you don't deposit ministers, you deposit either the deputy president, which is constitutional, or the House leadership. And Kalonzo wants the House leadership. For example, that's what Ruto was given. And he controlled Uhuru for a long time until Baba came and helped him. So do you want Kalonzo to take the House leadership, or at least the deputy president? One way or the other, he will take one thing. Kalonzo rather take the House, the deputy president, than the House leadership. That is my take.
Jubilee moja tu, Jubilee sahii imejipanga, nyumba yake imekuwa sawa. A lot of people are now recruiting in Jubilee. Now I want to ask you Alex, yani Uhuru sasa watu ya Jubilee yote wamekuja na hiyo kasi yote, alafu wanaambiwa kura yao inaenda kuongezewa Kalonzo. I don't think so. Sababu kama Jubilee ingekuwa ile ilikuwa reka ndio Uhuru alikuwa anatafuta. But as for now, unaona Central imeyumba. Jubilee is coming to take everything in Central. So Uhuru anaambia Central tupigie Raila, alafu tena Uhuru anarudi Central wanamwambia tuweke Vice Kalonzo. I don't think so.
Mama Selina.
Okay, hold on.
Wait a minute, then I put off. Wait a minute, Themba, and then I will, because I was in the middle of something. Then you called me, and then I will get out.
Ngoja kidogo, acha Harun aseme alafu ndio umalize. Harun.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. By the way, hata mimi unajua ukweli, wacha tuseme huyu William Samoei Ruto na ile roho yenye ninaona ako nayo, in fact he's a very revengeful man. I'm very sure William Samoei Ruto akichukua hii uongozi ya Kenya, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, hata Mama Ngina anaweza kawa punish, anaweza kabisa, vile namuona. So it is high time wacheze kadi zao mzuri sana, because huyu we angalia, William Samoei Ruto is not a joke. Atapunish their enemies, si kama Raila Amolo Odinga bana, anaweza amua sasa hivi hata Isha Juma akirudi atamshika kama mtoto wake. Mimi ziyaiona mwanadamu mzuri kama baba, wewe utamtusi, utarukaruka, lakini baadaye ukirudi nyumbani tena lakini William Samoei Ruto, I tell you, it is not a joke. So mimi jambo langu ninasema namna hii, BBI iko after hiyo BBI ikirudi, kuna hizo nafasi za prime minister na deputy wake nini, hizo viti tu tutapeana, cause I'm very sure baba vile anachukua hiyo uongozi hata BBI sasa hivi Supreme Court isipotupatia tutairejesha, and tutabalance, tulete hiyo mambo ya one man one vote one shilling. Kaboga analialia hapa wakati tulikuwa tunamhitaji ambie William Samoei Ruto aode, anakataa. Sasa hivi anakuja kutuambia kuwa eti nimeambiwa William Samoei Ruto atilia maanani mambo ya one man one vote one, mpaka unashindwa hii wakati Kaboga alikuwa wapi? Sasa hivi ndiye anakuja kuambia William Samoei Ruto. So BBI tukirudisha itatibu mambo mingi sana. Thank you so much Mr. Themba.
Alex, mimi sijadili mambo ya Kalonzo.
Yeah, okay, we agree that, but it's okay. Tutajadili because inakaa.
Relax. I'm giving you time. I'm not discussing Kalonzo. I'm not discussing Moses Kuria. I'm not discussing Wanjigi. I'm not mentioning them. I will start discussing running mate wakati baba atachagua mtu. Mambo ya Kalonzo nimemaliza. Haya, Alex, sema
unajua we are in the week that is break or build, and Jubilee today, I think it was the last day you spent.
Naona Cherat anataka kusema ndio ufunge Alex. Wacha tusikie Alex. No, Cherat, alafu ufunge ndio tujue Central wanasema nini.
No, relax Ngina. Wacha Alex aseme and then I'll bring it. Yes, Alex.
Yeah, so we are in that week.
Just comment on that, then so that we move to someone else.
Exactly. We are in that week whereby we should be very careful on how we also play our politics. And I totally believe that once we have agreed into something, we have gone to our NDC and formed a coalition. And you can see now the sentiments from the other people. I listened to Mutula Kilonzo. Mutula Kilonzo was like almost begging now. And before, these people were hardliners. And you can appreciate the stripes we have made. And this is not a topic that I would love to speak about, but I'll tell Mama Selina something that is very simple. This thing is not going to round 2. This thing is getting finished in round 1. 2007, 2013, 2017, we had a contested election. And contestation brought kitu inaitwa legitimacy. In fact, Uhuru became a president after Raila called him Mr. President. Otherwise, Eugene Wamalwa said it, that we had a country whereby we couldn't go freely anywhere as ministers. And these are ministers in the government telling us that even though they were ministers, there was no legitimacy under them. So we don't want another government that has legitimacy. We had a toxicity that was so bad, and we want to finish that. We want in 90 days a government that is able to tell us what it has done. And that is why I'm telling our supporters that it is simple. If you want us to win round 1, let us lock Western. Let us lock Nyanza. Let us lock Coast. Let us lock Northeastern. Let us lock Eastern. Let us lock Nairobi. Let us leave this person just playing between Kwao na wapi na Central, because Central imenifurahisha sana. Central knows how to play with the emotions of Ruto and his money. When Raila goes there one weekend, the man can't sleep. He comes blazing. If we could deny Ruto from getting 25% of the 24 counties, which we can easily do, 24 counties aparte 0%. He can't go to the Supreme Court. No case will be taken. And that is why I'm saying, whether we like it or not, let's have Kalonzo so that Mudama doesn't play with those cards over there too. After that, then we deal with our own issues. Let us lock Ruto from going to the Supreme Court. Hizo shida zingine tutaweza. Thank you.
Thank you. You made a point. Jared?
Thank you, Temba, and the rest of the panelists. Quickly, to add on what Serena and Alex have said about Kalonzo, I also do believe that there will be no day Kalonzo will be a deputy president or a running mate, unless, one, there is assurance that probably PPI has passed, and then if you see him becoming a running mate, then you can agree with Moses Kuria that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta does not want anybody from the central. He wants to be the prime minister. Those might be the only conditions where he can be. Or another third one, which is way far, if William Ruto were to choose Mudavadi to be the running mate, then they can easily come out of Mount Kenya. But as Alex said, politics is something different. Anything can happen, you know. So that's why you see everything is changing. As things are not looking very good, in fact, right now, the front runner for Ruto running mate is Didi Nyoro. He's believing that if we bring Didi Nyoro, he can brainwash the young people that, hey, I've given one of you as to be at the high table. So, and that's what our politics does to many people. But of concern is when we hear that the deputy president running for president, he uses 2 documents to register, both in JUBILEE and in Azimio, in UDA. and now you see the reason why these people did not want to Huduma number to work. These are some of the things which Huduma number was going to solve. If we could have had a unique number which will be accepted across, such things cannot happen. And I don't know how the registrar of political parties registered is prepared to weed out those who have two registrations and have so many names which they can do that. But I hope that another thing, I will hope that these people will see sense of locking out these independent candidates who will have a chance to run, and when they lose nomination to go to independent. I wish that we can curtail that, so that if you want to be an independent from day one, be an independent, but don't go and try your luck and then you come out. Those are the things which brings different. Otherwise, that's all I was to say. I don't want to say anything about Mata Karua. Mama Selina is the same as Karonzo. They come way late and they want to get something. I think there are people who have worked so hard to bring Azimio to where it is. And Karonzo is disadvantaged with, if Karonzo could have brought this Okoa Kenya or Oka all intact, he could have had a very good negotiating power. But right now, he's an individual. So that's where he's going to be disadvantaged. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jared. I opine that Azimio la Umoja has 26 political parties that signed the pact. And any of them, as the president said, is capable of getting it. So let's personally, I choose a wait and see, but I kind of like the game that Azimio la Umoja is playing. Before I bring Richard Makiadi, there's this thing that Mama Selina is saying. Oh, the deputy president is indoctrinating people, is doing this or that. What I see a lot is happening a lot more in Central. It's only in Central where they are saying a lot of Matusi insults. And if you go back to even the times that we have had some of those issues and problems, Central, there were no fights. Yeah, Central people have never, even if Central would decide that now they want to demonstrate, they will demonstrate against who? Even if now, assuming it's true, they are being indoctrinated to fight, they will fight against who? Because the person who is championing for the Raila presidency is one of their own. So there's no way you'd find that in Central. They would start now raising issues and then they start fighting each other. That is in my view far-fetched. Even if you tell them what, I don't think there's the deputy president, as currently and as the situation stands right now, has been able to indoctrinate the youth across the country. That is not. He doesn't have any. There's no king. You can only widely preach hate across the country when you have different kingpins. When you have a group of people that are surrounded, assuming the deputy president he has someone in Nyanza who is very strong. He has someone in Coast who is very strong. He has someone in Northeastern who is very strong. When Baba, the Pentagon, managed to hold the country, in 2007, because there were different people. By then, William Ruto was from North Rift. Raila was from Nyanza. Mudavadi was from Western, and Balala was from Coast. So you see, the Pentagon was cross-spread. Right now, it is only the deputy president who is having that following, and even the following is in North Rift, and now are sizable in Central. And Central people have other parties, you know. So even this thing that they fear the deputy president can do something that is under, I don't think it is just a picture. That, you see, look here. The deputy president rose and went to the podium and said, walikuja wakanifukuza ODM, wanafikiria wanaweza nifukuza Jubilee. He said that. Lakini alifukuzwa. So he's a person who is full of bravado. He'll come and give a lot of bravado even when he knows that actually things are not working down here. You know, when you see someone putting a lot, we used to say that wale watu ambao wanakuja nasema wacha kuja tutapigana. Hao ndio wale watu wana nguvu. Wale watu wa kupigana wanga wamenyamaza. They don't make a lot of noise. So when you see someone coming in and looking like ako na hiyo nini ati thorax na nini, he's bleeding. His campaign is bleeding. That's why he's trying to find everybody who looks like anaweza muongezea kitu. Tafuta mpaka Wanjigi ambaye was never been a politician, who has never done, go attend his NDC and pretend like now you have brought someone so strong to your party. There's nothing. So for me, I think my submission, this is going to be the most peaceful transitional election that will follow 2002. After 2002, this is the next very peaceful transitional election because the deputy president atashindwa peupe mchana, you know, mchana, it will be a knockoff because right now, like Mama Selina, you're saying, he was in Narok, but Azimio rallies were going all over the country. Azimio was going on all over the country, and right now Azimio is also going. They have moved not only from rallies, they are going door to door. So the places where you are having people, unaona kuna rally, already people are going door to door. So it is anapigwa juu, anapigwa chini, na anapigwa, it's under the water too. So some people are just camping in some places. And you see what Azimio has done, and most of the parties, unakuta kila party inataka kuwa strong in a certain place. So DAP, ODM, Western, naona wanaenda door to door huko, wanataka nini, Bungoma County, DAP inataka kuchukua Bungoma County kutoka kwa nani, kwa Ford Kenya. Vihiga, ODM inachukua Busia, wanataka kuchukua. You know, they are localizing their campaigns. Na ukienda the other side wana localize. So this person, while him is the one where mahali anaenda ndio Wetangula anamfuata, mahali anaenda ndio Mudavadi anamfuata, na ukitoka leo huko kumeisha. There's no way, and that's why the other day he was even saying that tafadhali niachieni huyu mtu kwa sababu the heat is getting too strong. Yeah. And hata hii kitu mnasema ati the deputy president will be able to win sijui nini ati akichukua Kalonzo, nothing. The campaign is in shambles. And it is going to be more in shambles after this week of Sabia nomination. He didn't take time to organize himself. Instead of taking time to organize his campaign, he was busy making noise going around. And right now the heat is hitting him. The Azimio la Umoja on the other side took time. Baba right now is the easiest candidate to sell kwa sababu he's already having the mass following. Hata nani alisema, Malala alisema, Raila is the only one who has a fanatical following across the country, and the best organized campaign team, you know, organized. So I really don't see, personally, I'm very optimistic in this campaign. It's going to be the most peaceful because Kikuyus don't fight amongst themselves. They don't. Because I mean, how do you fight? You have all the roads, you have everything. Nyinyi ndio maziwa yenyu inakuja inauzwa Nairobi. Nyinyi ndio. If you have gone to central Kenya, do you know there's access road and tarmac access road in every place? Unatoa nini zako hivi, unaenda nayo straight mpaka kwa shamba, kwa market, Nairobi. There's no place that is so developed like that. Why would you want to fight? Now, if you're the ones controlling the economy, hata mkiambiwa sasa muende sasa kesho mchukue, are you going to spoil your own roads? You're not fighting any community. Yeah, so it is so unimaginable to imagine that even Central can start fighting amongst themselves. They didn't. The last time they didn't fight. They have the best infrastructure. This guy, what's his name? Peter Kenneth.
Masharia.
No, Peter Kenneth. Peter Kenneth in Gatanga. Kila mahali amepeleka lami mpaka, yani you can move from one thika to the other side. The access roads are so good. They'll have no reason to fight at all. They won't. Haya. Watu wa Rift Valley wanapigania nini sasa? Unapigania nini? You see, if you have only, let's say, 3 counties may control Bomet, Baringo, na Uasin Gishu, those unaenda unapigania nini? You have no reason to fight. So the thing is, let's be optimistic. Let's be, in my view, tarehe 9 itakuja, we will go, we will vote, and for sure the best team, and at this point, is Azimio la Umoja. Even if Kalonzo, wacha hiki tunaambia tio Kalonzo sijui akitoka, he has nowhere to go. And Baba, I said here, I said even before, Azimio had already planned without Kalonzo and planned with Kalonzo. So when Baba said that Azimio is for the Willie, he had his really, and I think for right now we wait after this time, then now we start discussing after Mechagua. That's what I wanted to say, at least. Wacha nilete Richard Makiati.
Asante sana Mbemba. Hope mnanisikia, msalimia wote panelists. It's a good evening again for us here, and good morning for us in Kenya, and all those watching from the other sides of the world. So I will start by jumping on one issue that Aaron talked about the BBI. And I think that is my point of departure with many supporters of Azimio. I do not believe that the BBI as it now stands is a sellable issue, whether before the election, this presidential election, or after the presidential election. I believe that the constitution that we have right now is something, or is a framework that all of us can work within to achieve a common agenda as a country. What I should be worried about right now is having a president or a leader who's basically able to fully implement the constitution, all those vipengele zenye zilikuwa zimebaki kwa hii katiba aweze ku-implement, and also to make sure that we have somebody who can strengthen devolution. I believe the 35% that everybody is yearning for can be achieved without basically having a referendum or having a constitutional amendment. So that is my point of departure with many people. I don't think we need a prime minister or 2 executive, I don't know, vice presidents or whatever. Those positions do not add value to anybody's life, mwananchi wa kawaida. So bringing the face of Kenya, we've had 10 years with Jubilee, with no prime minister, with no deputy prime minister, but we still had a government. So trying to bring a government that is all inclusive, a government that reflects the face of Kenya, is very different from trying to bring positions to individuals just to try and show people that you're part of the government. So we should try and make sure that we try to enforce and enhance devolution so that everybody kule mashinani at the grassroots can feel the effects of devolution, because without devolution, I'm very sure that places like Turkana would not even be seeing what they're seeing right now in their areas. Okay. So I'll move on to the issue of insults. Mada ya leo. Naona hapo tumeongea mambo ya matusi, and I watched that video clip of Mama Ngina Kenyatta talking very passionately about insults. Just to add that, or to peg that to what I saw today also on TV, there's an interview between I think Wahiga Mwaura and Nderito, I believe Moredi Nderito, the governor of Laikipia, I can't remember his name, and also Narok. So they had a very interesting conversation there, and Wahiga Mwaura asked this governor of Governor Narok about the issue of calling Raila Odinga mtu wa kitendawili. And he asked him, are you comfortable using that kind of language? To my surprise, Governor Narok was very, very categorical that he supports that. And he believes that the reason why they're calling him mtu wa kitendawili is because he has an agenda that people cannot hold him accountable to. So what does that show you? If you listen to the leaders, and I believe he's the Director General of the William Ruto presidential campaign. So if you listen to what Narok was saying, these insults that you see on campaign rallies are things that have been sanctioned, things that have been given permission by the higher offices in the presidential campaign of William Ruto. These things are not just there to by coincidence. So when you see Moses Kuria, and like I said the other time, when you see Moses Kuria going to central office and speaking to the people in their native language, it means that this thing was sanctioned by the higher office. He was placed specifically in that position, given a mic and given space to talk to those people in their native language and speak whatever he was saying. And if you doubt that he's doing something out of his own volition or it happened by coincidence, then the next meeting mungeona akizuiwa kupewa mic because alifanya makosa. But what do you see? Anaenda every point, there's a stop, anapewa mic, anatukanana, anaenda the next point, anapewa mic, anatukanana. So this is like a campaign strategy that has been taken by UDA, and especially in the central region, to achieve a certain cause. So we should not blame Moses Kuria, because I don't think it's Moses Kuria, but there is an owner, there's a dog's owner in the behind the scenes who is sanctioning these speeches all over the place. So there was also another interview that I was watching where Alice Wahome was a guest, and there's something she mentioned here that I've seen. Like I said, it's a narrative that I've seen for a while now. Alice Wahome was begging President Uhuru Kenyatta to stay out of the politics of 2022 presidential election. And it's the same thing that also Narok was talking about. They are talking about Raila as a presidential candidate who has a state machinery behind it. And I want you to look at, if you listen to that language of state machinery, and that's why they are begging the president to stay out of supporting Raila Odinga for this presidential election. If you listen to the language of presidential state machinery, I mean, state machinery means that the whole of the state is behind somebody. And I would say this, I think these people underestimated the seat of the president so early. You know, in Africa, you cannot just think that by virtue of a president coming to close, the end of his term, that is a lame duck president. A president in Africa, I have to be specific, in Africa, is an institution, is a very powerful person. And you can see, and you'll see as we move forward, how things will start falling in place. You'll understand that Uhuru Kenyatta's influence is not waning as they thought it was. He's a very, very strategic person. He has advisors who are sober. I think he has a combination of advisors who have been in government and out of government, the likes of Kinua, who was a PS. These are people who have stayed, these are technocrats who have stayed in this business for a long time. And it was to the disadvantage of UDA to start, undermining the president so early when he said he's not interested in doing politics. I think they put the cart in front of the house, and now they are reaping, because as we move forward, you'll see how things will unfold. I believe UDA is going to become, like everybody says, RV party. So on the issue of VP, I'm almost done. On the issue of VP, I have heard some people saying we should have Kalonzo, others saying Martha Karua. For Kalonzo for me is not somebody who would excite the Azimio brigade as of now. That's just my opinion. I think Kalonzo has been so dormant. He's a person who has not made a decision. Even as we speak right now, I still don't believe that Kalonzo is part of Azimio. He's probably in Azimio by name, but his heart is elsewhere. So unless Kalonzo comes out and convinces me as a person, as a voter, that he's ready to push this agenda of Azimia forward, then I don't believe he's the right person. Moving on to Martha Karua, I think Martha Karua is another hardliner that we don't need in our camp. I don't believe Martha Karua is the right person for. I mean, I don't have an issue with the gender, but I'm just saying that Martha Karua for now is a hardliner, and she has been a hardliner, and I'd see a situation whereby we would have William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta 2.0 if we have Martha Karua as a running mate for Raila Odinga. So PK for me would be a good deal because he's a sober guy. I don't see PK running around the country for the next 5 years, campaigning for presidency. He's a sober guy. I believe this is a person that can be tamed, he's a person that can be advised, and he's a person that can listen to advice that is given to him. As I finish now, this is my last point in Denver. I was looking at the IBC complaining about funds, and I remember last time I talked about the parliament being dissolved very soon, and IBC complaining that they do not have funds to fund a rerun. So just like Alex said earlier, I also believe that this election will be done in the first round. That's no doubt. I believe this election will be done in the first round, and whoever will win, whoever will lose. And if you are keen on the politics of the country and the year where there's a transition from one president to another, you should be a good student if you look at the appointments that take place in the military. Look at the appointments that take place in the military, which are very strategic. They direct people to a certain direction. And I'm not going to I'm not going to expound on that because that's a sensitive issue. But then that will tell you where the next election is going. I think I'm done, unless there's somebody who has a question for me.
Thank you so much, Richard, for your good submissions that at least have really indicated something that is very key for us to appreciate the developments. And yes, I think I agree with you. UDA started pretty early, and I think at the time that they started, they thought that the deputy president was going to sustain. And you remember, it has been changing all through. The deputy president started by all political parties should be wound up so that he doesn't want any village political party. The heat got so much onto him. He is now taking every party, even parties that are not even from the village. Like now, Safina is from which village? It's not even a village, but he's collecting everything that looks like he's going to identify with him. And if you are from Central, for me, this is what I could say. If you are from Central Kenya and you have a political party and you want money, go to the deputy president. You will be paid enough. He will come and attend your NDC. Just pretend to have an NDC. He will pay you enough money. This is the time that all political parties are getting money. So political parties ziko kwa soko. Think ahead. Think ahead. Don't worry. What happens next? You just go call the deputy president to your NDC. He will come. Anything that is going to look to him like he's gaining some ground is good for him right now because he really needs it. The heat is too much. The kitchen is getting hotter. I agree with Richard. He was told that, hey, relax. This thing, you will get it at some point. But I think most of the other people thought that because he was talking with a lot of bravado, he speaks with like, this is it, tumeamua. He didn't realize that it is and Nikita Khrushchev who said that it is those who who count the vote that matter, not those who vote that count. Those who count the vote. And like Richard has said, in Africa, there is something that happens with the leadership transfer. You cannot. There's the voter, there's the IBC, then there is the state. You can we have not yet reached a point where you can completely detach yourself from the way that works. And I think they're beginning. I doubt they will be having a similar sentiment if the president will be supporting the deputy president. They will not be saying that. They will not be saying when Kibaki rather quietly, being his nature, supported Uhuru. They didn't say that the state should not support Uhuru. They were actually happy with it. They pushed for it, you know. So when the tables have turned, they imagine the state will just sit there and watch. It doesn't happen like that. Unless something very, 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 very out of the norm happens. Azimio is well organized. In fact, organization-wise, Azimio la Umoja is very well organized. Support-wise, Raila has a huge support and following across the country. You know, that is honest support. You don't have to pay it. It doesn't have to pay anybody to come to his rallies. Baba is an easy sell, you know, as opposed to others whom you have to really struggle. You have to pay the crowd. He's an easy sell. And of course, with a little, you know, push, a little, the president will not even have to work so hard. He just has to make sure that the people that support the Jubilee go with him. That will be an addition. This thing itakuwa imeisha by asubuhi, but you know, it's good competition. We need that competition to come on, you know. I'm waiting to see the matusi ile watapeleka wakienda Nyanza, wakienda you know, Western, ile matusi watapeleka huko tusikie. But as it is not done until it is done. For me, what I would want to tell Azimio la Umoja members, and I want to keep emphasizing, it is not done until it is done. Make sure you get out to vote. Your vote, make sure you get out in large numbers, 100% to vote. Let's not rest easy. Do not rest easy until the vote has, make sure your vote has counted. Make sure your vote has counted. That is what we need to focus. They say focus on the price. Do not allow these other things. Or the deputy president can do this. Or can, no. Nobody can do anything. The election will come. It will be peaceful. And Azimio la Umoja will win. Organization-wise, they are ahead, way ahead. Yes, Harun, what is it before I bring Julia?
Yeah, yes. Asante sana Mr. Themba. Mimi niko na swali kwa Mr. Richard. Nimemsikia vizuri akiongea vile hao ndugu zetu wanaongea. Hao ndugu zetu wa UDA kuwa hatuhitaji BBI kufanya nini? Ndio ituletee ama we don't need 35% iwekwe kwa referendum. Sasa my question to you Mr. Richard, UDA wamekuwa na 160 member of parliament. Mbona basi awangetumia hiyo window kuwa wanaona kuwa hii 35% iko mzuri waipitishe kwa parliament ndiposa tuipate. Cause mimi nilikuwa naona kuwa ikikuwa coined kwa referendum hiyo ni kitu yani automatic, si ni kitu utaenda kubeg a member of parliament afanye nini aipitishe. But wakati sisi kama Wakenya tutaipitisha itakuwa kwa constitution, itakuwa tu ni automatic. Maybe wache tupege hizi vitu zingine. Cause tumekuwa na pesa. William Samoei Ruto ametuambia kuwa hata pesa zingine wanaziweka zinaibigwa. Mbona basi hiyo maneno ingefanywa Mr. Richard?
Thank you, Haron. I think when it comes to the money that is supposed to be sent to the counties, I don't know the percentage right now, I might be wrong, but I think it's 15%, right? Even the money that is supposed to be sent right now has been a problem. Umesikia so many times governors wakilia kwamba hawajapata pesa. So I think it's not just about what percentage is supposed to be sent down to the county government. It's about the goodwill of the national government in doing that. So we can decide, okay, let's go to a Keikitipo constitution equal 35%, and then who is supposed to send that money down to the government, county government? It's the national government. If it decides not to send the 35% to the county government, of which we know it's possible, then what? Tutafanya nini? Hakuna mahali utawapeleka walazimishe kutoa pesa. So I think we are supposed to move from the act of doing things, putting things on paper that people do not have a goodwill of implementing. And just to come back to the UDA thing, UDA knew very well that the BBI was supposed to propose a 35% revenue being sent back to the county government. But then they decided to do whatever they decided to do because I think they had a bone to chew with the president, or I don't know who they were trying to impress. But then, as you can see, the one man, one vote thing was not just supposed to be a big thing to all the counties, but some counties were even getting more constituencies. And more especially, I want to mention, I'm ready to be proved wrong here. Central Province was going to benefit very much from the one man, one vote thing. But you see, everybody back in Central Province was tuned to reject that one man, one vote shimmy, because I don't know how they were, how these people managed to brainwash people that this thing was going to be a bad idea. So we can actually try to find a way that this money can go back to the county government without necessarily enforcing limits. You say the maximum is 35%, and then you put it on paper, and then the national government refuses to send it to the county government. So it's all about the goodwill of the national government. If you find somebody in the national government who's willing to help, who believes in devolution, then you have made the right choice.
Now, Richard, is there a difference between telling you 15% and above and telling you 35% and above?
In essence, there's a big difference.
There was a difference.
Because, okay, 15% and above, right? That's a minimum. The minimum is 15%, right? And I believe when you say 15% and above, you can do more. You can do more. Because if, let's say, Kakamega County was supposed to receive 8 billion shillings, and then when they do the revenue division bill, it looks like more money was collected for, transferring to the county government. They get, let's say, 10 billion. Then that minimum level is good, because it prevents also the government, the national government, from putting a brake, or, I can't find the right word to use there. But in Azuia national government, kupimia county government pesa to a certain extent. But when you say 35% and above, then it also comes back to how much money are we collecting in terms of revenue, because 35% is a big chunk of the revenue. If, for example, we say we collected 1 trillion shillings, and 35%, let's say, of the 1 trillion shillings is supposed to go to the county government, and we are not able to pay the teacher, then I can assure you that the national government will look at its priorities, and you will have county governments going without money for all this time long. Either we borrow money outside to fill that gap, or we miss the essentials like buy medicine for the county government hospital. So there's also that give and take. It's all a matter of what are the trade-offs.
Okay. I want to bring in Julia. Julia, karibu. Na watu wale wako hapo ground floor. Kwa nini mmetuwekea curtain nyinyi wote? Mna mpango gani? Alex, Maggie, Princess, and Selina. Go on, Julia.
Okay, asante Themba. Before I forget my line of thoughts about what Alex said, I'm kind of, I think I need to pay attention to what Alex is saying about Kalonzo. And I think Uhuru is a very wise man. When he was visiting Kalonzo, naona kama Uhuru ako na mpango nzuri. He's trying to make sure that Baba wins round 1 through whichever means. But though I'm not convinced that Kalonzo is going to be the running mate, hiyo bado roho yangu imekataa. But if I wake up and here he's a running mate, I'll not kill myself. Lakini sioni hiyo ikifanyika. Though I know Uhuru is trying to make sure that Kalonzo is on Azimio's side so that Baba wins round 1, like we are saying. We cannot risk having Ruto anywhere close to power. Hatumtaki kabisa. In fact, wenye wanasema ati akienda akibadilika, he'll not change. He should never go close to power in this country. We should never hear of him even after 5 years. He'll not change. In fact, as soon as Baba is sworn, we should start planning how we'll make sure Ruto never comes close to that, even to campaign for presidency. I hope that when Baba wins, cases the answer, one after the other. That man should pay back this country what we have lost through him. I hope that is going to happen. So I think Uhuru is trying to make plans to make sure that he's working round the clock like a wise man to make sure Baba wins round 1. The other thing that, before I forget, I heard about indoctrination of Central Kenya. Yeah, it's true. The way people are reasoning in Mount Kenya, you won't understand. I mean, a number of people hutawaelewa kabisa. At sometimes utashanga, have they been bewitched or something? Because someone was telling me that okay, I come from Nyandarua, or my family is in Murang'a County, but I have been brought up in Nyandarua. My home is Nyandarua. And someone is telling me, Julie, we can drive from Murang'a through Abadeas to your home. And then she's telling me about the roads, the good roads, that these are very good road all the way from through Murang'a to Nyandarua, through the Abadea ranges. And I'm like, okay, so Uhuru has done so well about, and then she goes ahead and said, no, Uhuru is just completing Kibaki's project. See the brainwashing. Still, they won't accept that Uhuru is doing a good job. She's trying to tell me that that is not Uhuru's work. He's just completing Kibaki's project. So there's kind of brainwashing that has gone on in Mount Kenya region. However, I want to agree with Themba. Kikuyus will not waste their time fighting because anybody has lost him in an election. In fact, that day on 9th, on 10, watakuwa wamefungua biashara, Ruto ashinde ama asishinde. They will behave like they were not even part of the election. You'll be so surprised. Their life will go on. They'll not give a damn. Anybody thinking that Kikuyus will care that UDA imeshindwa, they will not. In fact, if they vote, they'll vote and go back makazini mwao. That is the attitude of Kikuyus, even in all those elections that we have had. Even when we had conflicts, they have never stopped running their businesses as they do. They will not do that. And maombi ya Wakikuyu ni kwamba we have peace so that their life continues. So these things of indoctrination to violence, that one will not happen in Mount Kenya region. It may happen elsewhere, I don't know, but it will not happen. whether Ruto wins or loses. It will not happen. That one I can assure you. So that one, we are at peace with that. The other thing I heard them back commenting is about Ruto, why he's panicking and all that. It is because that I think in the last 4 years, we've just seen Ruto campaigning. And to be sincere, even me last year, someone told me about Baba and I was like, Baba hawezi toboa hii kitu. I was feeling like that. Because this man has been campaigning alone. But what is happening, he didn't expect the kind of ambush he got from the president. He didn't see it come. He didn't see it come. He underrated the president. He didn't see, they called him a lame duck president. He didn't see it come. So the man is so bitter because he did not see that come. So that is why now anasema, he was looking at his boss as a lame duck president. And now he's trying to say that, wachia mimi uimutu, I deal with him. He's trying to fake that it is a president who is spearheading Baba, that the president should step aside, he deals with Baba, because he doesn't know what to say. He didn't see this come. And it serves him right, because the Bible says pride goes before the fall. So now Waswahili wanasema aliye juu mgoje chini. Basi tuamgoje hapa chini. Alikuwa anajifanya ako pale juu, tuamngojea hapa chini, lakini sisi hatutakuwa chini, tutakuwa pale juu, tukimwangalia kutoka juu, tutamwangalia pale chini. Now, no insults, says Mama Ngina. I saw Mama Ngina talking, and I was very sad. She was talking like my late mama. I almost cried. Her tone was regret. She was not even quarreling anyone. She was regretting that she doesn't understand why these people are using insults. And then she said, mwenye amekaa chini ya mti ndiye anaelewa what is going on. I can't translate. Ndiye anaelewa sijui, I don't know what's going on under that tree or something. She was trying to say it is only Uhuru who understands what he went through in the hands of Ruto. And for him to walk away and look for Baba, it must have been too much. That's what she was trying to say. She said it in a quiet, soft, painful way. That statement Mama Ngina said was so painful. Quietly and low, soft, painful voice. That is the voice she used. And Wakikuyu wenye walisikiza Mama Ngina leo, it was very heartbreaking. And if they are still paying attention, watu wa Mount Kenya region, something is very wrong, mkiendelea kupigia UDA kura. Now, part about party transfer window closing, I don't understand when's the window. I think Themba and the others will be telling us what's going on when the window comes, what happens, those who want to hop from one party to another. Now, DP warm reception in Narok, I really never pay attention to what happens the DP. That's when Themba, you can count me. I don't even want to watch him on my screen because I think my computer might collapse if I start watching DP. And then Jubilee UDA dilemma. Okay, I think the dilemma here could just be the running mate, but I don't think Jubilee and, I mean, not running mate, the members of parliament, I think Jubilee is going to sort it out. Now, Azimio, about Azimio and running mate, I still expect that Azimio is going for PK. I see like he's a front runner. Now, Azimio stamps dominance in Nairobi, expect that to happen. Now, last thing I want to say about UDA dilemma, I saw something about, I saw this guy, Rigathi Gachagua, saying something. He was trying to say that he's proposing that Didi Nyoro become running mate. You know, he didn't mean it. You could see his body language. He was just sarcastic. He didn't mean what he was saying. And I think this time, I took one thing from that. One, he knows that UDA is not winning. So, ni kama vile unaweza sema, Haron nitakuachia hii kiti. Nikijua hii kiti haisaidii Haron chochote. That was Rigathi's attitude. That's why he's saying that, and he was telling the people of Murang'a that muache Didi Nyoro aende akafanye kazi kwingine, mumwachie, because he knows it's not going to work. That's why he's talking like that. It's not going to work. So me, I think today I have enough evidence from Rigathi Gachagua that hata watu wa Yuda wamejua kwamba wamepotea. I mean, they have lost it. They didn't see it come. And I thank God for this, because like I'm saying, aliye juu mgoje chini. So watu wa Yuda, remember what the Bible says, pride goes before the fall. Na Waswahili wanasema aliye juu mgoje chini. That's what is happening to your presidential aspirant. Watu wa Mount Kenya, again, I remind you, we've never lost an election. We are not losers. We cannot say to go the losing side. We are going to join the government, Azimio government. Na waomba mvuke sakafu, mje upande wa Azimio. Asanti Themba.
Niko na swali Themba.
Great nini. Acha tusikie Haron kwanza, alafu ndio tukuje kwa Alex.
Nilikuwa tuna swali kwa Julia.
Ngoja Haron nauliza swali alafu tukuje kwako. Haron.
Yeah, mimi by the way ningependa kupongeza Mama Julia kwa hiyo submission yake mzuri. By the way, Mama Julia, sijajua kuwa unajua ile tone yenye niliona Mama Ngina akiwa nayo. Unajua this is the same mom mwenye aliombea Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na William Samoei Ruto wakati walikuwa na hii msiba ya ICC. Ushaona sasa? So swali langu, je, katika hii kwenda na kurudi, kwenda ICC na kurudi, huenda huyu mama kuna vile maybe alitumia some sasa hivi anajuta, how I wish huyu mtoto Ruto mwenye nilitumia maybe pesa zangu aende hata kunywa maji akiwa pale hotelini Netherlands The Hague, singefanya nini, singepeana hata hiyo shilingi moja yangu. Je, kuna vile anachuta ama iko namna gani? Thank you.
Okay, I don't know whether I should respond to Haron. Haron, the tone was like someone looking at their son, Haron, that I thought Haron was my son. I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know. She could have shed tears. It was very painful. She said, when you wanasema haya matusi, sijui kwa nini wanasema haya matusi, sijui kwa nini, you know, she's like, it is so painful for her to, and you know the way she said it came from her heart. I think she may have wept after that. So mimi nasema watu wa Mount Kenya region, if you watch that, something is very wrong. If you still walk around akina Kuria na Sudi ndiye ametukana huyu mama sana, na hapa hakuna baraka. Hata whether you don't believe in God or not, I want to tell you this, that those who have opened their mouth to insult Mama Ngina, you are under a curse. I don't know whether you believe about that, but you need to seek your God. It was very painful the way she said it. And then she said another thing, that mwenye ako chini ya mti ndiye naelewa what goes on around that tree. She was trying to say that her son, by the time her son decided to go for baba, kuna yale alikuwa amepitia na hajaelezea watu. Uhuru peke yake ndiye, he is the only one who understands what he went through, though he has not talked about. That's what she was trying to say.
Alex.
Julia, you know, tuko Azimio, lakini sometimes I'm surprised na vitu fulani, lakini leo nitakuuliza swali ngumu. When you claim that you people have never lost an election, you know, I wonder, we live in a country whereby we can legitimately say 3 times, even the Electoral Commission didn't know who won. So some of these rhetoric are just retrogressive because we cannot lie to ourselves. Now, but that is not the point. The point that I wanted to ask is, when Fidel died, in a certain podium, and I will send Bernard that clip tomorrow, Ayeke, sensationally Ruto spoke and Uhuru laughed. Anasema huyu jamaa amepeana mtoto yake kafara. and he abused Raila. When Rosemary became blind, they abused Raila in a podium, and we listened to. But this mama kept quiet. The media, the local vernacular media for Kikuyu, was so vulgar and abused Raila to the core. This mama never spoke. All these words that later on, that sometimes Raila says them, he called me this and I called him this. This is double standard. The chicken have come home to roost. You massaged people who abused other elders openly. When it was the debate of the presidential debate, at some point Raila cried and he was wiping some tears, and he was asked about that question. Sensationally, he told us how he was tortured in Nyayo chambers. He didn't see lights for so long. Today we are seeing another person abusing the same man and saying, ile mtu ya kulialia. These statements did not start today. You people massaged them. You people allowed them. You people did not see the badness in them. Can I say that I'm happy now that it's happening on your own so that you can understand that it was wrong? A wrong is a wrong. So
What
that
is your
when you
point?
get out of
What
it,
is
so
your
that you
point,
can know
Alex?
that this is wrong, so that should never happen. Whether in
No,
Azimio or in Kenya Kwanza, we should
no.
never allow a point whereby
What
we
is your
abuse
point?
our elders. Don't you think
What is
these
your
things
point?
are happening because you massaged them?
What is your point?
No, I'm asking, don't you think it's happening because they allowed it for so long?
No, okay.
I
Julia,
am
let me
asking Julia's point of
wait. Let
view
me let
because
me come on that one because Alex is
no,
asking you.
Temba, it was for Julia. I don't want to hear your statements.
Hold on before Julia
I
comes
want
on
to hear
that.
their point of view, how they
No, wait.
how they regard this.
I'll allow Julia to answer, but not before I make this statement. You see, it is in my view a little myopic to imagine that now because we need to understand the nature of politics. There was a time Raila moved from his party and went and merged with KANU. Do you all remember that time? He actually went and became the Secretary General of the merger when it happened. So the nature of politics in such a way is in such a way that it is not the people, the permanent friendship. It is the interest that demands at that time for you to come together. Who knew that Mudavadi, after saying that the same Ruto, who is it? I don't want him to go too far. Let us just consider right now this political season. Last year, the first time before Mudavadi joined Ruto, he took a bottle like this and said the same person who is telling us that he's complaining about economy is the one being paid by the government. Then he took a bottle and he said that bottom up is drinking everything. What happened the next day? So when you come here and then you start bringing us that, you took it solo, you'd want to start opening everything. Even the other side of Raila wasn't any better. You remember Dereva Mlevi na conductor Mwizi. I mean, it is the nature of politics. Another type, there are many that you can go back to. I think at this point in time, you don't need to start. That's a case of trying to, just because you guys mentioned this word, Raila should not even have shook hand with with the Uhuru. I don't think that's the dimension. We need to develop political awareness. Political awareness is in such a case. This is what I'm saying. Political awareness is in such a case that even today, if Ruto, I can tell you now, if Ruto woke up today and went and shook Baba's hand, Ruto will be a clean man. Just like that. If Ruto decided today that, okay, fine, I'm done with this thing, I'm going to shake Baba's hand and Baba will be the president, we will stop attacking Ruto. That's the nature of politics. But if you start having one-dimensional thinking, and then of course every time we say, because these people, you know, they abused each other, and now this time they shouldn't be able to talk. They say in politics 1 day is a long time. Someone can change. Politics is discussed in the moment. In the moment. Right now, you see Baba is with son, so tomorrow they wake up, they're not together. You don't start telling them, tomorrow this person you are together. That's not how politics work. And I think it's unfair to suggest that because Uhuru, for some reason, abused Baba and other people abused him, and last time, therefore they should not be together right now. That is in my view
I did not say that. You like taking points on. I did not say. I asked, no, Temba. What I said was,
reasoning I've heard from you, Alex.
Temba, don't die what I said. This is what I said in content and in context. I said, don't you think this started and it is continuing? I did not say they should not
It didn't start there. You should study the relationship between Jaramogi and Kenyatta.
No, I mean, Themba, we cannot project sasa mama amekuja ameongea juu ya vitu zimeongelewa, now we project it and other things we put them aside. If this is politics, let us agree that mama spoke of a political podium on political things. Let us not project sauti yake, nini. Let us agree that this was politics.
Alex, your reasoning today has disappointed me.
It's your reasoning. You want to project what Mama said is more important. No, Temba, your words like myopic and reasoning will not waver me from saying my point. My point is that was a political statement.
Whether Mutembe
you should take it as a political statement and not just start saying pesa yake ilitumika huko Hague, nini. That was that time.
Hold on. Alex, you had asked the question to Julia. Let me allow her to come on so that maybe
you have diluted my question.
Maybe I misunderstood you.
No, Julia, I did not say they should not. If Ruto today wants to have a handshake with Raila politically, we have no problem. But when it comes to specific, there are moments you should not go beyond. And they allowed it to happen, especially when you abuse family members. And that is why I was specific on specific things on Raila's family, not as an individual. That's what I asked.
You're okay. Wacha Julia jibu. Maybe sikuelewa, ni mimi niko na makosa. Julia, karibu.
Asante. Two things Alex has said. Now about elections, Alex. Let us not argue about this. Everybody believes they won. Unless we table our evidences, and I don't want to take me back to that discussion, and whichever way they won. So my messaging to Mount Kenya region is that we have always been, at least after Moi, we have been in the government, and we don't want to be outside the government. That is my messaging. So for who won, who did not win, IBC did not do their work or did not do their work. And even if, however much, Alex, you say that who won, who did not won, Mount Kenya region believes they have always won. So it is not good for us to argue that because we'll never finish that argument. Second thing you said, that this is double standards. Mama Ngina is concerned about her son. She's not concerned about who tells who what in this country. She's not concerned about who tells Demba what or Raila what. She was talking about her son and her family. Get that clearly. Secondly, we don't want to open old wounds in this Mutembei TV. Now, if you were to try and analyze what everybody has said, we can talk about Babu Owinos and the others. We can say so many nasty things on this TV. We are not going to do good for this TV. We are not going to do good for Azimio followers. We are not going to do good. We will be dividing ourselves across in the middle, because even us or people who support the Uhuru and the Uhuru family can make a list of things that were said by ODM people about that family. But I don't think, Alex, that is healing. And me, I appreciate what Uhuru and Baba have done, because the most important thing they have done this time is to bring healing between the two communities, something that has not happened for many years. So, Alex, you are saying this is double standards. I disagree with you, because Mama Ngina may not pay attention to what he said to who. She was talking about her family. She said nobody knows what her son went through in the hands of Ruto. And she was saying, these things you are saying, you know, I am a Tutsi. She was talking about herself and her family. So we don't expect her to talk about who said what about Baba. Now, about Uhuru making fun about what was said about Raila. Even Raila himself said things about Uhuru. So we don't want to open that, Alex. We don't want to go that path, especially on live on TV. And especially when we are trying to unite people in Azimio, we do not want to take that path, because I think that path is destructive. That is my take, Demba. Thank you.
30 seconds. What I was trying to put across is
nikupe nafasi.
okay.
Nini Alex, mbona uko na mioto hivi? Ngoja nikupe nafasi. Yeah, you made your point. Let's let that rest. Tuache hiyo imejibiwa, Alex. Tuende kwa nini nyingine. Kindly just move on to the next point. Wachana na hiyo.
No, okay. 30 seconds. I mean,
no,
30 seconds. We must agree as in politics, we should respect families. And that is why it hurt me. Mama was crying for his son. And also when Fidel died and Rosemary was hurting, we should have let also these people as families, give them respect. So, and I'm saying this, that families should be kept out of politics, and you know how now others feel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Wacha nilete. Pen Nyagaka, how are you? Stone PK, are you asleep? Unaweza anza kuota hapo, uanze kupiga ngumi the screen. Stone PK.
Temba, hebu nimwambie Temba Alex something.
Maggie sema.
Alex.
Yes, my mom. Nataka kuona uso yako ukiongea na mimi.
Ubaya niko job, lakini utaona tu kidogo if you want.
Yeah, ongea na mimi nikiona.
Ongea tu Maggie, ongea. Alex atakusikia.
Okay.
Tunataka kusikia maoni yako.
What you do is this. Mimi sioni makosa. Sioni makosa nani alipoongea, although I didn't get anything, but that tone itself could tell a lot. When Mama Ngina was talking, yes, alikuwa na kuonea huruma mtoto wake. And again, Julia aliadmit ama ni nani alisema, Aaron ndiye alisema Mama Ngina aliombea Ruto na nani?
Na Uhuru mwenyewe.
Uhuru mwenyewe wakati walikuwa na shida huko Hague. Even me as a mother, I would feel that pain. Raila Mtoto wake alifariki, yes. Mtoto wake akawa blind, yes. Lakini hakuna mtu ameweza kwenda kumtusi huko Bondo ama Kisumu. And this one was the highest disgraced something. Watu wake wa kutoka kwake huko Gatundu ndio sasa wanatusi mtoto wake kando ya nyuma yake. Please, it's very painful. I think we should really put that lady's shoes. Hata wewe tu, Alex, let's say mtu akuja tukane mtoto wako hapo tu beside, what will you do? Kama wewe na hii hasira yako, Alex, wewe utatoka na panga kwenda kujua what is happening, ambaye mtoto wangu sasa anatusiwa hivyo kando ya nyumba yake. So whatever Mama Ngina was saying, I didn't hear it, but the tone could tell a lot. The lady is hurting. Mtu anakuja mpaka kando ya nyumba yako, anatusi mtoto wako, na wewe ndio ulimuombea akiwa na shida. Please, just spare that woman. Hata kama ni nani, yes, alipoteza Fidel, mtoto wake akawa blind, lakini uwezi hata Kisumu, hata sio Kisumu peke yake, wachana naye everywhere, hata Kericho, because Kericho imebeba Wajaluo wengi sana na Wakisii. Hakuna mtu anaweza kwenda huko na kutusi Raila. That is a fact, I'm telling you. So we must spare these people. We must spare that woman. I'm talking as a woman and as a mother. This woman is just another woman like any other woman. Mtoto wangu sasa ni nini? Na kweli ndio ni president, hata kama waliiba walifanya nini, yes, ashapewa hiyo ushukani. He's ruling. Na watu wako na macho nyekundu namna gani ambayo wanakuja mpaka hapa just to be in Gatundu, Kiambu County, kutusi mtoto wangu at his doorstep. Please, Julia is right. Hata ukileta nini, hautafaulu sana. Pole kwa hiyo. Nimejibu hiyo kama mama.
Haya, asante Medi. Na kitu kingine ningependa kusema, mimi nitasema kwa nini. When you know better, you do better. And it is Mahatma Gandhi that says, an eye for an eye will leave the world blind. Now, why am I saying those two statements? The reason I'm saying those two statements is that if yesterday matusi ilikuwa mbaya, today does not make matusi good.
Yeah.
If yesterday kupigana ilikuwa mbaya, we cannot use that to justify kupigana today. When we know better, we do better. Do we want our politics to be politics of insults? Yes, it was politics of insults. But was it good then? It was not good then. It is not good now. It will not be good tomorrow. So it's just like you hit me, then you say that because I hit you yesterday, then you deserve to be hit today. I think we need to change the trajectory and the conversation around our politics. It doesn't mean because there are insults in the previous political competition, it makes it good today, and it makes it a justification for the next thing. And it doesn't mean because you're hurting, someone else deserves to hurt. It is important that if you feel bad about a hurt, then it is important for you to appreciate that someone else should not have it. So what we are trying to say, it was bad then, it is bad today, it will be bad tomorrow. And that's why we are having this conversation. That our politics should be politics. I can disagree with Alex without insulting him. I don't have to agree with him. I don't have to agree with his views, but I don't have to insult him. Because when I'm insulting him, I'm responding, I'm attacking him as a person, not his thoughts. Now we can change that trajectory. And I believe that that is the conversation that the president and Raila are trying to give Kenya. That in Kenya, you can have a conversation around political competition without insults. I hope that then we'll have a new generation of leadership and people and political competitors who will cease to insult each other, but engage in political competition that is based on ideas and ideology, not on person and personality in terms of who they are. And we can respond to the clarion call of Martin Luther King that we look to a day where you'll be judged by the content of your character, but not the color of your skin or the first letter of your name. I paraphrased it. So I think we can be able to reach there. Therefore, on that one, I think we can this forum, the Mutembe Forum, can be part of that. That we can agree to differ. We can agree to hold different views. I don't necessarily agree with Penyagaka, but not even once have I insulted him. If I have, Pen, you can attest to that. Because I believe that we do have the right to hold our views, but we don't have to insult no one. I think we need to take that even to the political competitors. Right now, we've seen a lot of it, and Megia said something very, very interesting. That actually, the insults are happening from one of their own. You know, when they went to Kiambu the other day, it was the Gashagwas, it was the Moses Kurias, it was their own. There was nobody from Nyanza that walked with Ruto to that rally and went and insulted the president. You know, it was not. There are so many people who are supposed to be supporting the president. None of them went there to do that. So it's one of their own. That is more hurting. Alex, when your own brother, you see, when I insult you, you'll be like, okay, that's someone else. But when your own brother, someone that is supposed to be protecting your back, is the one insulting you, that can be more hurtful. You can imagine how Jesus felt when Simon Peter is the one who came and said, no, I don't know this guy, right? But I mean, the conversation is good. And I also get the point where Alex is coming from. But an eye for an eye will leave the world blind.
You know, Themba, 1 minute. I was not saying an eye for an eye. What I was trying to say is, when we are in a political podium, and we allow some things, we condone some things, we do not at that time believe that they might happen to us. We are essentially incubating these things, and they will happen to us at a certain point. That should not be the point where sanity begins. For example, I've been here and I've opined that whatsoever chapter 6 must work. I don't care whether the courts did out of the court settlement for Babu Owino, but we saw somebody take a gun, somebody hit somebody, and we also in social media. And I've said, we should not wait for another person to do it so that we shall start talking about chapter 6. And we start massaging chapter 6 and say, the courts, somebody took a gun.
Alex, you're all
what
over.
I'm saying is, in totality, we must all abide to the law. Whether we are with Babu Owino and other people, today we should not allow people to abuse others. When they go the other side, they abuse us, then that's when we wake up. There is a line that we surpassed, all of us, at a certain point, and we must now maintain sanity and come to the conversation that, please, leave families alone, leave some things alone. Not that when I'm hit, that is when I come out. And that is why I call it a double standard, that Mama Ngina should have come out earlier.
No, you see, Alex, because you didn't come out earlier doesn't mean you can't come out today. That is an interesting thinking, man.
No, I am not saying it was wrong when she came today. I'm saying as a mother.
She didn't come out earlier. Should she be quiet?
I have not said that.
Exactly.
I have just said she should have. No, Themba, you have some vendetta here, and I will tell you one thing. You can't let me go from my point. I will stick to my point, and my point is,
you have, I'm choosing to disagree with you.
Podium pathos. it doesn't, when it's done to us, that is not when we become sensitive. It is wrong, it is wrong. Two wrongs don't make a right. It starts with the first one.
You see, Alex, you can't say that you should have come out earlier.
I've said it.
She has come out.
I've said it. She should have come. I've already said it.
Alex, your argument is just interesting. Anyway, Penya Gaka.
But Kenyatta was not abused.
Alex akona zake.
No, Alex akona cultural difference.
Remember, that is your problem, that sometimes you want us to have uniformity. Remember, we can't have uniformity with you. You are not the standard here.
Alex,
wewe wachaneni na Alex. Alex is okay.
Mimi nakwambia
Magi nyamaza, ni Pena naongea.
Ndio mimi nakwambia Alex ila nayo ni cultural difference. Unajua Wakisii wakisimama mahali wanasimama kama huyu Alex anasema, lakini this is an international forum, you know. Bernard, relax those rules, alafu tuzungumze. But I can understand exactly where Alex is coming from. Na hiyo saa ingine ndio inanifanya nikuje kwa radio nikisikiza kijana kama huyu na wengine, mimi ni nyamaza. Lakini wacha niseme namna hii, Bernard.
Sasa Ukisii imetokea wapi hata wewe? Why do you want to say Alex is
I will have to be proud of
Nyagaka, wait. Alex is not reasoning as a Kisii. Alex is reasoning as a person who has considered.
But I'm the one talking.
Wait. Usianze kusema ni Ukisii. Alex is just reasoning as a person who has considered what has happened and is giving his view. Ukisii imetokea wapi hapo sasa?
Ukisii ni kwamba vile Alex anazungumza ndio Wakisii wanazungumza.
No.
Let me finish.
That is prejudicial and stereotyping, Alex. I will not allow my panelists to be stereotyped and prejudiced. Alex is a member of this platform. Alex is just giving his view as a person who has considered opinion on a certain matter. Usilete Ukisii hapa.
Protect us, member.
Yeah, I'm protecting my panelists. Panelists should not be stereotyped.
I will not apologize about that, but what are the
Yeah, no. If you're not apologizing, I'm not allowing you to talk.
You don't
apologize to Alex.
Alex, you don't apologize.
No, I spoke as a Kenyan. I did not speak as a Kisii. That is
okay. Can you apologize?
I got it. Alex just said he spoke as a Kenyan. I apologize for that.
Good. Now continue.
I'm very clear. When I'm clear. Sasa wote niseme hivi. Alex yata nipendi kwa sababu sipendi Raila. I know this. But wote nimalize. IBC kitu ya kwanza ni kwamba IBC kama mtakubali itakuwa election that is very clear, hapo mumeangua, because by now is only 4 months na mtasema kama mnakubali na IBC ama mkubali. And I asked your Bernard earlier, mkubali. Hakuna mtu amesema anything. Kivitu aliibua kura ya 2007 kwa sababu zile kura za 2007 zilikwisha 2005. Na I wish Mama Selina was here. 2005 ndio Kibaki alitusu wa Kenya wote, and they voted the constitution out, but they wanted that the constitution to be out so that they can steal the election 2007 from Raila. Now, the dirty politics in Kenya has been there from day one. From when Raila's dad said that we will not have independence in Kenya until Mzee Kenyatta ametoka jela. But at that time, the Wazungus who were running Kenya wanted to give the leadership to Tom Mboya. Na hiyo ndio mimi nataka hii history mnataka kujua sana. Mzee Jakara Chuonyo ama Mama Selina atueleze na niambie I'm wrong. But that's what the history of Kenya says. Lakini wengi wenu everybody ukisema Raila wanted, mzee wa Raila wanted us to have freedom, Raila wanted us to have freedom. It's a confronted history. But we have to learn the right history. For us in UDA, we want Kenya to be in the first world. For Kenya to have, a corrupt-free society. Not the society of today. Today, Raila and Kenyatta have spent 4 years to give us PPI and this BBI and handshake. They are nowhere in the constitution. You as young people, you should read the constitution and show us where the handshake and BBI is. Nowhere. But we have spent 4 years doing that. When Ruto, let me finish. 1 minute, let me finish.
Wait, Ben. Let me direct you. Are you seeing the topics of today?
You didn't give me time to yesterday. This is to yesterday stuff.
So you're studying from yesterday?
Yeah. You didn't give me time from.
Surely, Ben, we have the debate for today, Ben Nyagaka.
What is the debate today? The talk.
Ben. Okay. Now you are going to write for today so that you come and say tomorrow.
No, what is to to Ben?
Okay, let me give you the minutes to finish whatever it is you wanted to say, but briefly. Okay, so that we go on.
No, I'm saying that wacha tupendane, tusikizane na tuambiane ukweli. Kama uko urongo, tuseme hapo ni urongo. Kama nimesema maneno baya, Temba mutaniambia. But I am really sorry that we have to, for some of us, me I'm in UDA, but to see what Ruto has done in the mountain by buying the preachers to vote for him. As much as I'm in UDA, I don't like that because it spells danger for our country. Now you give him time to do that. So let us see the facts for what they are. Like in these 4 months, stay where you are, vote for your candidate, I'll vote for my candidate, and then we go forward. Thank you very much, Temba. I'm sorry if I messed up anywhere.
No, you just went off track. I mean, we were talking about insults, about Ruto in Narok, and of course, we were talking about Azimio. But it's okay. You have at least given your point.
In Narok, Ruto said everything right. As in UDA, we like everything he did. That's why we go there. Thank
you. All right. So I want us to start taking our closing remarks. In the next 8 minutes, we'll be thrown out of Facebook. Watu wa Facebook, asanteni sana for joining us. It has been our pleasure to have you since the debate started at 9 p.m. Kenyan time. And we are moving on, and we are almost finalizing right now. So thank you so much, and see you again tomorrow. You probably will be thrown out before you hear the closing statements from the panelists who are there: Julia, Alex, Maggie, Pen, Richard, Harun, and Stone PK. Hope to see you again, Kesho. So let's start with kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV. And thank you always for coming and subscribing and sharing. Really appreciate. Stone PK, dakika zako mbili.
Thank you, fellow panelists. My 2 minutes.
Don't wait. Your audio. There's something.
Really? You can't hear me?
No. It's so irritating. There's some irritating things. We can just you can go off and come back again. I don't know what's wrong with your setting. There's some irritating sound. I'll allow you back. Okay, Harun, dakika mbili.
Yeah, mimi ningependa kusema namna hii. In fact, respect kwa sisi kwa sisi, in fact inafaa tuiweke mbele, na jambo lingine ningependa kusema kuwa uchaguzi ni miezi kidogo sasa hivi. In fact tuende kwa debe, tuchague viongozi wetu, so it is high time sisi kama Wakenya tuendelee kudumisha amani huu wakati wa uchaguzi, that material day, na baada ya uchaguzi. Sasa hivi we are waiting for all presidential aspirants or members of parliament, MCA, kwenda governors, nini watupatie kila mtu manifesto yake ama ile agenda yenye ana plan kuja kutufanyia sisi kama Wakenya. So it is high time to analyze, tuone ni promise gani ama ni agenda gani ambayo ambayo inabeba yale maono mazuri yenye yatafanya kustia the development of our beautiful country into the next levels. Mwisho kabisa, August 9 naambia Wakenya waamke mapema wote. Only mwenye maybe atakuwa pale kwa hospitali ICU, huyo peke yake ndio ataweza kuvote. Lakini ile kitu tunaomba kuwa Mungu aendelee kutupa kila mtu afya mzuri. Hiyo siku ikifika, tuamke tuende tupige kura, ndiposa baba achukue uongozi ya taifa la Kenya, streamline nchi yetu, akanyage the corrupt elements, alafu kutoka hapo aunde industries, watoto wetu wapate kazi na maisha iendelee. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Tan.
Richard.
Thank you Themba. Yangu ni briefly tu nitasema namna hii. So far tumeanza kuona watu candidates wakiuza agenda yao. It's clear who has an agenda for Kenyans and who has no agenda for Kenyans. And that's why umeona watu wameanza kubadilisha from bottoms up to dynasties versus hustlers. Two other things that Kenyans are not buying. So Kenyans should be very careful. They should assess who they think is the right candidate for them. Listen to their manifestos, of which I'm hoping very soon tutaweza kuona manifestos za hizi political parties or political mergers, so that we can read in detail what they have to do for Kenyans, and then people can make an informed choice from there. Thank you.
Asante, Julia.
Okay, asante Themba. My take is to Kenyans, fellow Kenyans. We see what our president and Baba have done, and I think the two people are helping us to bury the things that we don't want to remember that have happened amongst us, maybe in the political arena or maybe on tribal issues. Now, my take is I always want to bury the hatchet. and say yaliyopita si ndwele, tuyagange yajayo. So by looking at the example that Baba and the president has given us, naomba wenzangu wa Mlima Kenya, let us bury the hatchet. Let us say yaliyopita si ndwele. I always tell people that my best friend in the US is from Elgeyo Marakwet. And so I won't sit here judging Kalenjins because Ruto is a Kalenjin, okay? I want to be above board. I want to be above tribal lines, tribal affiliations. And I think this is the kind of the nation and the kind of a country that Baba and the president are trying to make. So let us join them. Let us cross this bridge. Let us join them and agree that for once Kenyans, we can start afresh and say yaliyopita si ndwele. Tunaomba tuvuke sakafu watu wa Mlima Kenya, mkuje mpande hii, tutengeneze serikali ijayo. Asante Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia. Alex?
The debate of today turned out to what I didn't expect. So if I crossed your line today, that was my thought of line. I have no apologies. Because in this country, we need a Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Committee.
Learn to apologize even when you're not wrong.
That is up to you. If you want to apologize on my behalf, go ahead. So, what I was saying is, in this country, the Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Committee is overdue. And I think Baba is wise enough to know that finally, we will have to deal with that to put this country in order. The Ndugu Commission will have to be brought in order to deal with the land issue, because there are things we are refusing to talk about, but I know within Mount Kenya itself, that is an remote issue that sometimes because of national politics and leadership, they have not been able to handle that kind. Themba hiyo waini yako inafanya nasikia kunywa yangu hapo. So, hata pia mimi niko na yangu Themba. So, anyway, we need to get to a point. Hata kama unakunywa kitu yako unasikia uchungu, unaongea ukweli. Speak the truth even when your voice is shaking. Because this thing hurt us, but we are not saying two wrongs make a right. I'm one person that is happy that Uhuru finally is a statesman, a president for all. At some point, he was never. His appointments and everything showed his lineage up to somewhere. But his finishing has been one of the best. And that is the kind of presidency we all deserve. We go to a contestation, but when somebody has won, he becomes a president for all. And that is why Mutahi Ngunyi said, I think yesterday or today, that the presidency is a reserve to few. We are almost 50 million, but whether we like it or not, in my lifetime, we may only have 3 presidents. In my whole lifetime. So far, since I was born, I mean, I've seen just Moi, Uhuru, and Kibaki. So when you become a president, you must know that it's a generational thing, whereby, you know, we will never see another president from either our tribes, from our liking, from our education. So when you become a president to all. Sanitize the podium and make sure that the country sees you as a statesman. At some point, weaknesses were shown, and now the very people that he didn't correct have come back to hit him hard, which is not right, and we do not agree with them. So my finishing point is, Mama Ngina, what she did today was right, and I hope, even if it's politics, we don't abuse people's families. We shouldn't go beyond that. Abuse people based on policies. Sema hii mtu ya vitandawili, we don't care about that. Sema hii mtu ya 6,000, we don't care about that. But don't say somebody sacrificed his son. That is not right. So I hope as we go forth, by Friday, we shall know a few things, who is where we are. But we are going to have these problems until sometimes. I have a problem with a few people in the comments, but it will never take me away from who I am. I will speak the way it is. If it hurts you, toka kwa comments, enda kwingine. Thank you.
Alex. Okay. Maggie, dakika mbili. Maggie.
Asante sana Bwana Thamba. Ile kitu nimekuja kugundua, kumbe Mtembei. Am I not talking?
We can hear you, Maggie. Go ahead.
You hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Maggie, tunakusikia.
Mtembei imebeba walevi siku hizi. And that was so awkward. That was so awkward. Mtembei imebeba walevi siku hizi.
Wewe wacha kuita watu walevi. Why are you judging people? Nani mlevi?
Alex amesema wa mwisho, it's something very, very, very important. It's very, hata we Temba umelewa. Wacha niongee. Umenipatia only 2 minutes. Na wacha niongee kwa sababu we umelewa in the first place.
Maggie, that is not right. You will have to take that one back. You can't come here and then start accusing everybody.
Utatoa kwa hii panel.
No. Maggie.
Ongea siasa za Kenya yetu, hatutaki walevi.
Maggie, nani mlevi?
Nyamaza niongee.
Hey, Maggie. You know, Maggie, it is unfair to attack someone. I've not attacked you. I've not attacked Alex. Alex hajattack mtu. Ametoa tu maoni yake kwa what is going on. Wewe mbona unattack watu?
You know, mimi ninajua walevi kwa uso yao. Look at your eyes.
No, Maggie, we will not allow you to take
that's a beyond Temba. I don't think
no, Maggie.
Apologize. I mean, that is
you need to apologize.
I'm not going to with
that's stereotyping. Yani umeona uso wangu inafanana na mlevi.
I'm not going to withdraw. Please.
No, Maggie, don't make me attack you.
Pen dakika mbili.
Asante sana. Na kijana yangu Alex Gawaja nilipiga sana. And I like that. Uingia kwa nyinyi Themba is very educative. Is education. Is challenging. Is good. Tusipigane sana. Lazima tuone ya kwamba tunapendana. Na maneno ya leo kwenda Kajiado Themba ndio sikutaka nisungumze sana. You saw the whole world come there. But today, later, you came that we went there. Kina Alex atakwambia. We went there with tulichukua watu kutoka Kericho, tuwaweka ile ya Masai, ndio kwenda Kajiado. My friend, waje tufanye hivi. Tuonane mbele. Mutishinde, tuwashinde, and we will be happy. Tusipigane. Hii vita kama huyu mama anasema, hiyo ni vita. Ati Alex amesema hii. Alex akubali na mimi anything. Lakini hapa double defend. Lakini mama, lazima tupendane wote. Ngawache hivi jana wangu hawanipendi. Wanafikiri mtu ya Uda ni mbaya. Lakini wananiuliza maswali. Hivyo Bernard, lazima amini Themba tupendane tu. Tuendelee mbele. Thank you very much.
Maggie, are you going to withdraw your comment?
Huh?
No, ni Maggie. Are you going to apologize?
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
I'll withdraw, but I'll not apologize.
You have withdrawn. Continue.
What's the difference?
Continue, Maggie. Make your closing remarks, Maggie.
Okay. The difference nimewacha.
Maggie.
My closing remarks is
Hata wewe ndio sasa uko na hiyo vitu na tu accuse naye. Give your closing remarks.
Anyway, kile ningeweza kusema, sisi ni Wakenya wote, na Kenya is bigger than who we are as individuals. Raila tells us this all the time. Our politicians, hiyo ndio weapon yao. Kenya is bigger than an individual. So ile kitu ningependa sana sana sana, we have been divided. Now wanaume wawili wakajileta wa pamoja ndio tuwe united. Let us love each other. Let us not look at another person like huyu ni Mkikuyu, huyu ni Mturkana, huyu ni Mkalenjin, huyu ni Mkamba. Let us look at each other like, oh, this is a Kenyan. Let us love one another. And even that Azimio saizi na versus UDA, hizo zitakuja kupita. Our politicians utapata wanapigana, wanatusiana huko nje, lakini at the end of the day wanakunywa kofi pamoja na sisi tunabaki tukipigana huko. Let us love each other. That is my take.
Okay, thank you, everyone. For those who have joined us, and thank you for the panelists, Maggie, Penyagaka, Alex, Julia, Richard, and Harun. We really appreciate all of you for joining us since we started at 9 p.m. Kenyan time up to this time. Indeed, it's always a pleasure for us to come here to share our views. Remember, everything we share here, it's because we are concerned about Kenya. And we really appreciate all of you for taking your time to come and share your views. You only need 4 things to come here. You need a working gadget or a computer connection, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. We want to teach each other. And like we always say, that let us keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let us keep talking. And that's the reason why all these people take time to come here. We really appreciate. Every single day, we start at 9 p.m. Even today, later, Kenyan time, we'll start at 9 p.m. And when you come and find the studio is full, don't worry. Just stay on the background, wait. When someone gives a chance, you can come in. And then again, if you have shared and you think like around this time, especially the first 2 hours, there are so many people coming in, give your views, step out, then allow someone else to come in. If you see the studio is getting a little empty and you have time, come on again and let us keep talking. Let us keep talking, because it is through this that we are going to create an informed population. An informed population, a Kenyan person, voter, who is going to make informed decision when they get to the ballot box. That is the most important thing, that you go there and elect leaders that are going to help you. Do not sell your vote. Do not sell your conscience. It is because of that vote that you're going to choose your leaders. Consider the leaders that you're going to choose, MCA, MP, and even your governor. If they have worked for you, give them another chance. If they haven't, it's time for you to change them and get other people who are going to work for you. Do not accept for you to be incited to fight your brother or your sister because of politics. You don't deserve to die or to get hurt because of a politician. Once the politician has gotten the space or the seat that you're giving them, they will not remember that you fought for them. So remember, do not accept to be sold for hate for a brother. Every place you go, when you go to the hospital and you ask for a doctor, you don't ask the doctor what tribe they are. When a driver is carrying you in whatever means of transport, you don't ask them what tribe they are. When you're going to donate blood and you are in ICU, you need blood. We get requests from everybody. Don't tell them I need blood only from this tribe. It is only during politics that now we start remembering that we come from certain tribes. Let us not accept to be incited and to be gotten to the point where we look at each other as tribes, but as Kenyans. And that is why in this place we always say we want to finish with the national anthem, because it's a symbol of national unity. Let me acknowledge a few people on the comment section. Kevin Norinda, thank you so much. Kikwetu Ventures, asante sana. Bob Werunga, asante. Sami Kambui, meshukuru sana. Nathan Ndusi, Kinara, asante. Michael Ngige, asante sana. Kinara anasema Megi ndiye amelewa. Unajua ukiagi ukifikiria wengine nini wanasema wewe ndio unakaa sasa, wewe ndio uko na nini. You are not listening. David Olo, asante sana. Vincent Mokua, asante sana. Evans Nyatuka, Omolo Okoth, DA atikwani Themba sio Mkisii pia. No, that's not part of the requirement for joining this platform. You don't declare which tribe you are unless you want to. Yeah. And there's no problem. You can tell us even your CV if you want to, but it's not a requirement. You can tell us what you studied in school.
Bugisi ni mzuri.
You can tell us where your village, you can tell us your brothers, your that it's not a requirement. You don't have to. Diana Olianga, asante sana. Nasema sometimes Alex unaweza kunyamaza lakini ikifika mwisho inatoa. Sasa mama Ngina imefika mwisho atoe. EPP Irina Imba agreed with Alex. Yeah, she thinks that Alex was right. Of course, in a debate like this, we don't come to win. There are people who will agree with you. There are some who will not agree with you, but that is the nature of debate. Debate is about us sharing our views, about presenting a position. It's not about every time winning. We don't have to win. Like for me, I apologize when I'm wrong. And I agree if you disagree with me. Alex disagrees with me here, but it's okay. You know, he's supposed to bring his view. I bring my view to wake up so people can hear what you have to say. And he's a good opponent. And I keep saying, I looked forward, I think I shared this with Alex some time back, to Professor William Ochieng and Professor Ali Mazrui debate. You know, whichever side you picked, that was a very, very rich debate. I was also looking forward to debates between PLO and his friend, but nowadays they have lost the luster of a debate. PLO and Barack Muluka. There was a time they were giving some rich debate. But if you are a good reader, you need to listen to those two. They bring in some nice readership areas, like the theater of the absurd. If you go read that book, you'll appreciate. DPP, what is lame? You don't just say it's lame. Sema, Sarah, Sante, na wengine wengi. We really appreciate you, all of you. We are Kenyans, remember, and Kenya is our business. Themba, big up. Alex, Kevin Orinda amekwambia big up. Irene, we have a nation to build. Tabia mbaya must be condemned unanimously. That's according to Irene. Yes. I mean, bring all your views so that we keep adding our voices to the things that we do not like. And of course, that hope will reverberate in the country. And we hope that Kenya will keep getting better leaders as we keep on having this engagement. By all means, speak out. Nini njangaka?
Nisema kitu moja tu. You just said it in a very, very well and good way that we should remember the arguments between Professor Chieng and Adam Mazurui. You should really bring stories like that. Unajua Breto na Socrates na kila kitu, there's no problem. But those were the real making of the Kenyan Republic. Professor Chieng was not playing, nor was Professor Mazurui. So I will really request you to get some of those clips and share it with us. Al-Masrui was being fought from New York and Michigan. He ended up in New York. But in 1982, he did a documentary, this is Professor Al-Masrui, that Reagan, who was a Republican, didn't want to pay for it. And Al-Masrui said he would not ever take anything out of it. And it's called The African. And you really will share with us. Your platform is very wonderful. Share some stories like that with us. Professor Al-Masrui, those guys, both of them were right. You will not follow Professor Al-Masrui or Ochieng. But Professor Al-Masrui did what needed to be done in America. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you, Penya Gaka. And also listen to Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Yeah.
Oh.
And his thoughts about Africanization and emancipation of your mind, and several other people.
Fanya hii Love Corner, fanya book club. I've always told you, Love Corner ain't our faida. Just put Mutembei Book Club, period, and you will see people happy.
Alex, I know you love reading, so unataka tu.
Alex, I will come with the not yet Uhuru.
Okay. Now I want to bring in nani leo amekuja kufunga. Okay, Harun, tafadhali tufungie na maombi yetu kama kawaida.
Yes, asante sana.
Kidogo. Sijaambia watu wa subscribe kwa Mutembee TV na sijawaambia wa subscribe kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Tafadhali, niko na my daughter anaitwa Lulu. Tuko na yeye YouTube channel. Hiyo YouTube channel inaitwa The Themba and Lulu Show. Kindly go there, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, join the family. You want to see my daughter? You want to see your journey, what you do together? We release at least 2 videos or 3 every week. So kindly go there. Wacha niweke hapa ndio msiseme sikuwaambia. Mimi nitakuwa nawaambia kila siku, msichoke jamani. Do not tire. If you want to support me and my daughter, if you come on wa UDA na unipendi, tafadhali show some love for my daughter. Go right there and click subscribe. Subscribe to the Themba and Lulu Show on YouTube. Haya. Other than that, Mutembee channel pia subscribe. We want to get to 300,000 tufikie watu wengi zaidi. So subscribe kwa hizo zote mbili tafadhali. Haya. Wacha sasa nilete Harun atuombee. Tuko na a symbol of national unity inaitwa national anthem. So we want all of us to internalize the words of the national anthem. That's why tunairepeat hapa kila siku tukifunga, so that we internalize, tujue tuko na Ukenya. Na huo Ukenya lazima tudumishe. So ukiuliza kwa nini tunairudia hapa, ni kwa sababu tunataka sote tuweze kuinternalize Ukenya. So kindly Harun, karibu.
Ya wimbo wetu wa taifa ubeti wa kwanza inaenda namna hii: E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Thank you so much, Mr.
Tupate na ustawi. Asante sana Harun. Tuweze kulindana, tuweze kumbukana, tuweze kuwa na undugu. Asanteni, tuonane tena leo baadaye saa 3 masaa ya Afrika Mashariki na Kati. Global time, whichever time. Asanteni sana, kwaherini.